famous ad dog now that he'll die behind that microphone. We're over 2,000 JRE and truly exhausted all opportunities. And it's not just me who thought this episode was just reading the comments on the clips that he on YouTube tells the entire story. Top 5 comments from the first clip that he posted. Joe should have just interviewed Jamie for this. Joe one. Huge props to whoever watched this episode. Patient and passion is today, brothers. Bless up, stay strong, be provoking guests to nerve provoking. So here top 5 comments he posted on YouTube. You need a brain to feel the vibes. These two are the vibes. It's so heartwarming to see bring these make-a-wish kids sweet guy. Boys, if these two can do JRE, there's hope for us. Lost the last I had listened, I now identify as an octopus. Of all the scientists, Joe decided to have a conversation with me that the truth. And the worst part isn't the first time he's had Kong, Kim, Conjadon. Oh, jeez. So this isn't the first Rogan had King Kong and some other random podcast. Their first appearance was episode 1983, earlier this year. And for some reason, he thought back for a second go. And boy, did they disappoint.
Thanks.
Like legit.
Yeah.
How does it feel?
It feels good.
Have you said y'all yet?
Y'all, I've been saying y'all. I'm from Florida.
Oh, right. Southern, but it's not.
S-A-W. Salt. What? I'm over there. No. Salt.
What are you saying? Salt?
I saw him.
You're saying it all together. Salt.
Yeah, like I saw him over there.
Solemn moment.
No, like I saw him. Like, oh, he went over there. I just saw him.
Wow. The furnace of the sun got off to a blinding start. And if you want to side comedians and podcasts or something like that, basically just like every other JR. Sure, I've seen Kong before on Bad Friends, but I have no way of really knowing who these people are. I haven't picked it up yet. These two are two fellas who funny and somehow made it up to JRE twice. Again, there's nothing who these people really are. King Kong does some acting as well, and she shared this story with Papa Rogan acting in her life.
I have a therapist, and he says that I see in black and white. Or this or that, and there's no in between. Yeah. Acting, it forces me to have perspective for others.
Interesting.
Yeah.
You're thinking to be a person, so you're thinking.
When normally I would consider it, I would be just like, this is like opens up a whole, it makes me more empathetic and everything. It makes me, yeah. So I really like it. Because there is some thinking, just thinking right.
Yeah, we're definitely on the same page. Thinking is probably one of their biggest assets. But one of Rogan's biggest is his ability to oscillate between jiu-jitsu, eating gorilla, and Valley Girl. I mean, really, check out this next clip and tell the most Valley Girl conversation I've ever heard. Point are literally going to be like Instagram DMs, like.
For me, it doesn't really make a difference, right? Like, if someone has your number versus having access to your DMs, no, can't you just block them?
Yeah, you definitely can block them, then they can start a new account.
There's something about having my number that someone just having my... It definitely is, but what I'm saying is when you think of the same.
Yeah, when you think about it, you're responding about announcements turned on. Your notifications turned on. Little DMs are going to show up on your phone just like a text would.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So what are we doing? Actually call you up? But they can. They can go, like, a friend of mine called me through Instagram.
scariest.
Yeah,
When
it's like,
random
you do this, like, dude, you can call me. Wow, I've been wondering for years as well. You can make phone calls and data calls. Wow, who knew? This is truly mind-blowing stuff here, guys. It's weird that Twitter, you pay the check mark, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that
Too. So does that? You can pretend to be. Can you pretend to be somebody?
you can anyone can get a check. Obvious.
But a verification. What is it? What is it? A blue check mark. Does it give you access to other things? The point of it.
I think just like to have one. There's people that get, and then they try to like reach out to people who also collaborate. You know.
Been waiting for this for a long time.
Democrats tried to block bills day and night yesterday and into today voting on amendments that observe Jerome Powell since President Trump's tariffs began central bank. Powell was asked about it during the European Central Banks Forum on Portugal.
It's really the fight of the kid. You're back, pal.
Guys, I want to thank you
No
for
Tanner.
midway. I was in some different countries in Europe, a lot of, and a lot.
Microsoft says its AI system is 4 times more accurately than human doctors.
Yes. The fight of the kid.
Here we are, buddy. Guys, I want to thank you for. Well, I hear that a lot away. I was in lots of different countries in Europe, a lot of tourism, a lot of.
You went to the church. So you're on a
Cruise, Brennan. I was on a cruise with the family. Called the Explorer 2. Now, cruises are not my thing unless it's the Explorer because there are 5 restaurants both that are better than any restaurant I've ever eaten. And so you're going to pay for it.
all inclusive, like yes, everyone.
And the coffee's the best I've ever had.
Oh, interesting.
And I'll say it again.
Settle down and
And I'll say that. That's good. I know. And the pasta is a pizza. That's the
you
thing because we go to Florida. We eat at the restaurants that nobody eats at, and I go, well, you know what? I'll take the boat. I'll get the boat.
You just fucking play like shuffle and shit.
You eat. You walk around. But it's docked in a place like that. You can go swimming. You can take a boat. Swimming in beautiful water. Now I'm a little. It's about being with. Right?
You guys can do that. Do you have to do all that?
Wait, I want to take a flight. You want to fly from Austin to JFK, then to Italy, or to Barcelona. It's if you know about to be jet lag with a 3-year-old either, that would be a challenge. Yeah. Your kid shits his pants or whatever it is.
That's what they do, man.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then what's good is when it's I'm not complaining, but I am complaining. Now, when you go to Rome in the summertime, please understand that you will be in you're walking a parade. That's how many tourists are in the streets.
That's what you get.
You're doing that. People talk about the food in Italy. You gotta remember that America's caught up with this. And it's not like Italy to me. It's at the pasta.
You can find that there.
Yeah.
How would you say that? But this year old man, he does a lot for him.
He's 85, so what he'll do is his cat read everything he does in Utah, have dinner with his whole family.
He does anything,
Probably.
everybody's not.
But the kids love it.
My kids don't know if they're in fucking Italy or. Oh, gotcha.
They're all about it. They're all about it. And then we were just talking. I love all for 1,000 reasons. There's the hang at the mothership. We're going to archetype boxing and out with all those guys afterwards. It's like that's just the shit. With my kids when I wake up. Right. Well, I travel enough.
I know. Speaking of which, like that.
July 5th, improv.
One night was at the
Saturday, right after.
Dude, you were gone playing Rabbi doing it. We didn't talk about your boy the Liver King.
My boy the Liver King.
I'm not counting. It's kind of old news now.
My take on it is I never like go through whatever he's going through. I never want to. My take on anytime I see a man who is, he obviously loves his wife. I don't think he's a bad person.
He's a bad guy.
No,
Something broke.
Something broke. I think something happened where he got
Too much liver.
Well, some would argue that you don't do just with you. You know, there's this idea. I'm going to do a documentary.
Did he not have?
Nobody's going to do a documentary. Show your good side.
Did he have any creative control over that shit? Did he only watch the whole dog?
You don't have to. Yeah.
Watch it all right.
Yeah, it makes you look bad because they edit what they want. He was honest about what he did as a young man. So I worked at GNC. I figured out that I could get fucked by taking that, selling that. They sold drugs. One guy, and he was money. He was arguing because I never liked him or something. Ignored him. He was short. He went through a lot as a kid. And so what I see is a man who spent so much time trying to be loved. He fell into the trap of the where if you worship that false idol, they're going to tear you up.
Because the people that play on the pedestal just many people don't want to.
What I would have said to him is I would have said,
Stop it.
Brian, get off the internet. Don't read any comments. Take a break. You know, okay, it's not like you and I didn't know. You and I were pretty forgiving about it, you know. Yeah, and also people who said they didn't know, like David Sella, his name is, who has his business. No, you're a doctor. Stop. Yeah, and it's, you know,
The whole narrative.
I don't care. I thought he was a really funny character. He was funny. I don't know what he actually had to say.
His message was.
When he came on the show, he was such a sweetheart. He was just a sweet fucking guy. Somehow, his problem, and was the reason everything went bad, and that's ridiculous.
Just taking accountability for something.
Yeah, that's where I give the break. Like, what do you I don't want to fight Joe either. That's I never happening, and if it did, the other thing, I go crazy. I'm mental. I'll fight him. Yeah,
The Liver King just sees red. No, bro, you gotta take that into consideration.
Hear any guy who's never ever in training, just go and see what happens when a guy grabs you who's done this and speaks this language, and they put their hand over your mouth when you can't breathe.
Salt City,
All that stuff. So
I
don't enjoy seeing a man like that go through that.
He's getting better though, right, Chad? He close anything? I feel like, is he getting better?
I hope he's better.
You might as well pick people. Like, you're not kidding.
Yeah. And I hope he finds peace. I don't have anything bad to say.
He's better.
I think he's very sweet man.
I just think it's way better.
It's always old drums. So I just kind of laughed. I was like, kind of a little. I thought, what I was going to, so I then I better deliver.
He feels pressure.
That was good. And by this one, this throttle, whole throttle, and I thought Buffalo was really legit. That's gonna stay. I thought,
There she is.
I would have hated me too. See, I like this version of it. That's some comments. Don't do that. That is lose yourself. Actually, lose yourself now. And you lose the ego. You can't really tell people, because then it's like, hey, well, better. It's the ego talking. So, for the people see, listen back to the ego mania.
First, he said that
It isn't.
they might want
Do that too.
to told him that it was my religion. This was my first series, but
With those gifts of resistance, the emails and the lying to me now. Interesting. So check this out. These are
I think he's doing better. This is, I like more shit like this. Is that normal for him, Chen?
Yeah, I watched a lot of it. He was experimenting with psychedelics. He was, and I think he was. Yeah, he was calling. He was taking a lot of mushrooms. He said, but again, like you see this guy, and he's figuring it out. I think he's been through it. Got it for him.
I think it comes to it's like you don't have to share it.
Well, this is what we were talking. Overshare culture is it doesn't do you any favors. But he's trying. I think he'll find it.
He seems better. I don't know if it's overnight fix.
Like, for me, I just don't like seeing somebody go through. I don't revel in it. I hate it.
I'm bitching all like his rants and all
Yeah.
this. Like, fuck this is it.
I just want him to be. I think he's finding peace. I think he.
I don't want video of him being honest what I'll do. There's some work to do.
Yeah. So he seems to be coming out of it.
That's tough. He's arrested. I'm sure we got arrested. This guy that's not too far.
Well, they were like,
Giving threats.
you know, in the city.
Yeah. And the mailbox. Vegas for that.
Yeah.
Figure.
Copy. He fought it.
I called my boy back up. Cosgrave guy.
He's done this. Talking.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, when I see Liver King touch that shit, I am okay.
But we have a culture. People die. This culture spin out of control. They want to see them playing their own shit. I fucking hate that about in a culture. Like you want to just see somebody go through and watch them suffer for fuck off. Like it says a lot about you. I'm not
agree.
insecure.
I can tell.
He's not a bad piece. He's fucking. Yeah. Yeah. He built this great, amazing. Hilarious.
See, yeah,
It was great. It was, are you natural? Shut up. About the body.
He's belly button, of course.
Listen here, he's doing a lot of hair. Yeah, there's a lot of that. There's a lot of man who went through some stuff.
Yeah. His face just looks so wet.
Yeah.
But yeah, probably going through it. His obligation with social media to share everything.
Yeah.
Hopefully this ends well.
I hope so. I hope so.
But he has a lot of fortunate.
Yeah.
So you want to break me? The time has new golf clubs, man. We're out. We need golf clubs.
Yeah, you get fitted for the club. Yeah, a lot of guys don't get fitted. One of the reasons I don't shoot is I haven't been fitted for my
Same, dude. Over to the local store, fitting clubs.
You have an appointment, actually.
I do, man. The fast way to improve your performance on golf, of course, is a PKC, like golf. Chief fitters are highly trained, incredible experience, and have understanding how to optimize your club to get the most out of you. Need it. These are educational and super fun. Schedule a fitting today for the best golf ever. For a limited time, you can save up 20% over at pxg.com/TF8. That's pxg.com/TF8K. Save up 20% pxg.com/TFATK. Restrictions apply. See site for details. PXG.
I see. You can have all the problems if you're not careful. It doesn't. It ain't good. Like a poll. You know they did these polls where they polled liberals, people who lean right, and people who lean right almost to a lean right report being generally happy, and only 30% say that they're happy. Most of them are miserable. And a lot of left-wing college system are taught that their country sucks.
Yeah.
These focus on just the problem and not what's right. You forget that makes sense. Yeah. So that's the other issue. I don't know. Doesn't mean there are problems. They'll be alright. Yeah. Like some of that hair. That's all. Like some of that hair. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe I'll grow my beard.
Can you grow a beard?
That's
Thick. Really?
Oh, easily.
You look so old.
I'd be gray and old, and it's not a good look.
Should we just got a hair dye, like blue wine, dark brown? Younger feel? Really? Yeah, he's only 32.
Really? I've not seen it. I've not seen the video. I'll watch the fight. He was on pretty much.
He's on the main card.
What?
Yeah, against Makano.
Really?
Damn it.
How do you do against Marcano? That's the one I missed. I saw the one. I watched the.
What's his name?
And the number one contender, whatever his name is. Yep. That's no joke. And I saw Pantoja. And I saw Taporia. If Van tries to fight Pantoja, it's going to be a different thing. But his box is ridiculous.
You don't see what his grappling looks like.
Well, he wrestled a different level of grappling. That's a whole different. Everything about him is amazing.
Yeah, Van can just keep it on the feet.
Remember Kid Yamamoto?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good reference.
Yeah, I didn't.
You look great, dude. Look good. Joshua Van, brand fight of the year.
I mean, Taporia. Yeah, it's his timing. Power. Yeah. He trains boxing and wrestling. Studies those disciplines.
Whatever he's doing is important.
Yeah. Well, his
Before the fight on Friday, did you see it? It looked like he won.
he looks better.
Did he post that shit? It's out there.
He looks so much better. He's so thick.
Yeah, he's just short.
He's gonna be short. Who's he gonna? Well, I'd like your take on that.
I'll fight Patty next. It's the fight. That's the money-making fight. See that? See Golovkin? I think that's this one. Yeah.
I think it's after.
Is that after or before?
2 days ago. It's 2 days ago. So
This fight
Wow, he's relaxed.
celebrates like he won. I like it.
Wow.
Look at that. I like that.
Wow. Look at all this.
But he's like, oh, he already knocked him out. Drinks one. Wait. Yeah.
That's that is it. He just confident. Well, we knew that close distance like that. He stepped up, and if you're gonna fight a dude who's that good boxing to punch down on. It was low like that. It's gonna be tough. I think his timing is what makes him
Power, man.
the timing, his feet, like where his feet are, everything. It's just like those subtle differences.
Because Charles was getting off on it. He just, good luck. Good luck. That's it.
He gets hit by Topuria.
Yeah.
What I think Patty, as good an athlete as good, Patty gets hit too,
He's getting a lot better. Patty's so young.
He's so big.
He's big. You guys that Charles Pierce gonna find him bigger than
Yeah.
he's not fighting with his size.
Patty's frame is bigger than Oliver. Yeah.
What's her like
Now.
20? So
Is that true?
he's huge.
Okay. But I don't care. And I think Topuria, if you hit by your size, you're going.
I do think Patty's gets now. I think we'll see more of a fight. A tough fight for Patty. It's a fight unless you hate money. That's a fight.
That's a great.
They wrote it. It was a Spain fucking stadium. Dude, that fight's numbers, dude.
Yeah. Your money's not.
Yeah, but they win it.
You can't.
Yeah.
How?
Rear ground. Transitions, he's tough. He's on your back, you're fucked. Patty's tough, man. He's very. So even if they did this and Patty got be back for the, so let's say they do fight that's in Spain or Wembley Stadium, some sold out stadium. Let's say Patty does win. Now if the Topuria wins, all good. He's already started. He's on your guy. It's a win-win for the UFC. He's the top. This fight for Topuria. He had a shot against Islam Makhachev. Didn't make weight. That's the number one rule. You can't do UFC. So nice. Sit out. But style wise,
Say the best boxing. As far as a guy whose hands on your face, it's Topuria. At that distance,
I think he's good. Jack's my now as far as power goes, like combinate, like God, like he touches you, you're fucked. Yes, Joshua with hands, boxing's pretty. But JM's boxing is fucking good. Yeah, it's great.
Different weight class, then, right? So
yeah, but you said
yeah, I would still say Topuria's. I don't know. But then again, really,
always boxing's good. You lit up fucking max.
yes. Yeah, I don't. It's full. It's not like 55's a case. There's a lot of challenges.
You go Patty Pillman. That's the big money fight.
Yeah.
And then I do Justin Gaethje, legend who likes him. And I keep this room gets a tough fight.
Well, I'm Josie Cat, Lee Chad.
It's in wrestling.
Beast.
What were you? Talk a lot, my man. What's good in your neck of the woods?
He actually talks here. You're not talking.
Oh, good question. I don't want to talk with people who aren't 18. They just in there. Yeah. That.
You have so many
No. Incorrect. I've been doing this for 3 years with 33 different. I want world peace. It's okay. You're entitled to opinion. You're entitled to.
What world peace?
About it a lot and just talking about where the first step in getting there. Talking about it right now.
What? I said at the beginning. Now I'm here finding peace.
There you go. Okay, that's cool. And feel free to leave. I'm not gonna ban you. Want to be hated? Okay, that's entitled to your opinion. You're entitled to your opinion. I'm gonna keep watching my test. You just go live your
I'm living out.
Warriors wrestling is good too. He comes out. He's good. He's doing the same stuff.
8 years old in Greco. Fucking tough. Yeah. He's no slouch. No.
So we're in a very good kind of situation.
But he's still favored in all three of those fights.
For now, see the thing is,
Yeah.
for now,
Prisoners of the moment.
they're gonna make you look human and like everybody.
But that's why I like Joe Perry. He goes, I have holes in my game. That's why I work so hard. Because I can definitely be, of course. Which is very, you don't. Yeah, think about Connor. Like this is, God's gift to the fighting game. That's why we love them.
Sensitive, intelligent, high.
Yes. And then also he can learn from. That's a deal with the devil. You start chasing money. Connor's thing was like kind of avoiding money. All that shit. Gucci.
Wait, what's in it?
No. He's his wrestling already.
Yeah, Connor.
No, he gave him his flowers. He was not his flowers. It's all good.
Really now, I'm super excited. Really excited.
I think I'm starting him with fighting.
When is Duplessis hitting comes up?
Was that UFC 319?
319 August 16th.
The underground artist is this idea.
That's in Chicago.
I haven't seen the Truman Show on television.
You've seen the summers.
Dude, this guy looks fuck up.
Nights of Duplessis doing jiu-jitsu
In
against
front of everybody, right?
a school of just fuck them all up.
I think it's so tough.
We'll find out.
DDP had gas
Wait,
Hamza doesn't. That's right.
It's a huge. Come on, the guy that's from. Okay. We'll find out. If he goes out, so you gotta for the tight nuggets. He's a big, sturdy dude. He's a big, sturdy. I was talking to this big. I said, dude, when I saw this makes 220. And this big goes, the fucking guy is like dwarfs me. I think he's at 85 pounds. Or his legs skinny, and this big goes, oh, really? Somehow he's able to just suck all that weight. Nuts. Nuts. Unbelievable. And that's only shitty fucking baby that came out like 30. Sucks. So, and the card's not as popping as the low card. Everyone's watching. Yeah. Did you watch any of the prelims? What happened to Jack Hermanson? He got all fucked. Oh, fuck. Bad. He was out for a while, too. Well, that was like, give us updates on the Bruce dad. Jesus Christ. It was a bad knock. Jesus. What was like, Oliveira, man? That was an awful knock. Horrible. Yeah, but at least he. Right. Ow, now. It was bad. Take some time. Take some fucking time. Like, you know, with respect for Charles and Anatoly and Volkanovski, he said to Charles, I'm such a fan. Wow. So I can't believe I have to do that. I'm Charles. has to be bad first round. God. Excuse me, sir.
God. He says you're almost going to close distance on me. That front kick. I would like to see more of that front kick. Part of what makes Charles so good is he will. And he's really fucking good. Unless you're elite for him.
I'm so sorry I have to do that. Scary. Scary. So sorry I have to do this. Bros. Fucking dude. Scary. The night before, we just never see anything. It's so cool.
He works so hard. He said, I win the fight in practice every day. He probably works smart. Sometimes you just work smarter too.
No, it's not that. On that list, he's just has in his hand. The fucking freak that you see on that list. If it wants a tail on it, that factor, that touch of God, it hits you. It's over. Everyone's basic these days. Unless you're just a fucking idiot.
Did you watch the Jake Paul?
No, I have a life. No, I didn't watch it.
Jake beat up pretty good.
You watched
that? I watched this and after that. There was.
Yeah, don't lie.
It looked good.
He didn't lie. It looked good. He found a kid that fucking one guy had a powder for. Get it? Like, just keep pushing down the road a little bit and give.
Called, said some words about Ben Askren, and he's double lung transplant.
Big guy. Yeah.
Let's take a break, buddy. Let's talk a little bit about Viva Zen. All right. Listen, something that can help you wind down. Right.
Well, I don't know.
But you want to do it with plants, like things like heavy stick rod. Viva Zen's relax is a plant-based press using all of those
You try recording or working out, and within 20 minutes, it loses itself.
It's over 12 years, over 600 old. Every batch is independently lab tested for quality.
A free 3-pack of our lab.
All you got to cover shit. Click on the link in the description. All you have to do is cover shipping and experience the difference. What you think?
Viva Zen.
When that happens.
Pardon me.
When we get to the suppress it.
His recovery is going to be, and plus, yes, accepted. Sometimes your body rejects Jesus Christ. So fucking crazy. 5 minutes.
That's that septic shit that goes on.
Fucking lungs popping. Oh, we got the lung. Hopefully the guy was a former.
He's responsive, I guess.
His wife was saying, hopefully the next response from bed. Yeah, it's terrible. But thank God he seems to be doing all right. There's a Amy said Monday Ben will address his fans in London soon. Joking, hopefully. He's right. He's super medicated. That's fucking. Yeah. Have you guys ever had friends or family like this kind of research? It's crazy because they're pretty much dead. But then we're off. They're back. Man. It's one of the good guys. Fucking nuts. Life. Fucking life.
We're getting to an age, right? You and I just lost a friend. It's pretty terrible. It just kind of happens out of nowhere.
He's not just 40. No, hopefully he'll get like a smoke or some shit.
Yeah, that fucking staff, man. Sneaks.
Functions of it now, dude.
You like where you're living?
I kind of do, yeah, but
I was pointing at
how far is it from
6 when it was at like 28.
ridiculously huge I'm not gonna use it. I have to pay for like the mowing like twice a week. I'm sorry, twice a month. Okay. Maybe you can do some. There's so much room. Yeah, that's great. Get a dog. Now you got a yard. You gotta be great time to get a dog. It's gonna be a little. Yeah, get a dog. Get a dog. Get a dog. You don't like mowing lawns?
No.
So twice 120. Yeah. Well, they're better than fucking 1400. You know what I'm saying? Get some exercise.
Texas, like bugs. And a guy who takes care of the bugs in your yard and all kinds of shit.
Bugs in your house. I told you about the tarantulas. Dude, we got a road run. That one motherfucker. First. Oh, yeah. I like him. Oh, yeah. A nice road runner.
Yeah, we got fox. We got raccoons. Everywhere.
I would say, besides these crazy fucking insects and snakes.
I saw Carter snake.
Mama deer, dude. But who's eating those, dude?
Now those Texas apparently.
Yeah, but some of this that are at the. That's gonna fuck.
Well, we got mountain lion. Check out sea.
There's not close. Not close. They're out there. They're in Texas.
But a cat in Texas, but we call them cats.
I'm like,
Not cats.
Doesn't sound like
Lion out there.
it's not like LA. We have mountain lions.
See how many mountain lions are estimated to be in Texas? Well, mountain lion are in Texas. Let's see. They're prevalent in Texas. Yeah, travel through the Austin area. Sightings, though, not always confirmed. Now,
Who the fuck's gonna eat those deer? Moving around with no cares in the world.
you got coyote. Coyote.
I've seen one coyote.
Pardon me.
There's a lot of coyote. Whitetail deer protected in Austin. That's right. Actually feed deer.
One thing I'm excited for is my buddy Steve Austin. So, when you're settled in, let's go hunting. Apparently, I thought I needed a license. Some stuff here, but you don't need a license. Cool. Wait to do that. Where's the piggies at?
I haven't seen anything.
I know, man.
They're all over the place. I ain't seen it. Tell my buddy Shane when he's on his helicopter, you should see hogs all day long.
No piggies.
We need that.
I didn't see one. Dude, I got bunches here. One. Yeah. Same. I know. I have to kill those things. It was like, dude,
Gotta get my gun out. Haven't seen any though.
me and Casey do these. Oh my God, they're so cute. They're fucking
You know they go off no, they make no sound, so they'll them up there. It just puts them right there. They don't move. Predators can't smell shit out of me.
No, get what thing? Kill them.
I think there's some black bear in Austin.
Dude, what Austin are you living? Not
there. I think they're everywhere.
That's like saying there's.
Well, let's see if there are any black bear in Austin.
I'm sure that in parts of not remote Austin, like they're not coming around that.
Let's see.
Predators that kill deer are mountain lions, coyotes, and bobcats.
Oh, yeah, a lot of bobcats.
Yeah, how many see? It's in South Texas. I'm telling you, around it, there's not shit around us, dude. We eat feral hogs. Big
But
deer.
you put in Austin.
Oh, black.
Coyotes.
How big Austin is?
There are a lot of them out there. Watch at all times.
Well, bears are not in Austin. There have been occasionally, that means individual black bears wandering from. Yes, not here. Boy, what a good place to be a deer, though. Better than yeah, they seem like it too. They're a little comfortable when I see them. They don't sprint. Yeah. It's fucking see it. Large coyotes.
They're like cows, like horse cow. Yeah. Elk. Very good. Elk. Courtesy of guy named Tim. Got a lot of game. Yeah.
What do you got, Jim? Oh, there's not a ton of currents, but then Nick actually had a. So I'm going to jack some of his, but for the first one. Have you found any good restaurants? Sushi.
Make sure you have all the money, though. There's this place called Soda that flies from Japan. Can't be cheap. It's so expensive. Good. I was like, I'd like another plate of that, please.
You're not big.
Leroy and Louis barbecue I've ever had. Did I send that video? It's in the airport. It's so fucking good. I ate with said at the same time, that's the best pulled pork I've ever had in my life. It's the best brisket I've ever had in my life. It's the best cornbread I've ever had in my life.
Interesting. Let's do that airport.
Yeah, I need you to go. I need you to go there. Well, it's like 20 minutes away from there. I don't know. See where Leroy and Lewis is from here. It's the best fucking. I haven't had that barbecue. Interstellar's been really great of you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Salt Lake, I'll go tomorrow. Leroy and Lewis. What's that?
Because I found this new mechanic that had modern diesel. I said, man, what's a good place to eat around here? Me too. It's 35 minutes, 35 minutes. So good. But I just went to this little hole in the I think it's Don's Barbecue. Best ribs I've ever had. Yeah, I knew it was gonna be older black guys eating there, and they're eating this. It's gonna be tasty. Yeah. Best fucking ribs. They have a dry rub. You know, with my teeth, I can't eat. I didn't look like much. Their fucking ribs are fantastic. I haven't had it yet. These are the spots that are always awesome. That place.
That's from your diner. I had Mexican food. These three women, some of the best Mexican food. Took 20 minutes to prepare.
Barbecue out here, so fun. I can eat fucking days. I can eat them right fucking now.
Yeah, there's something about good barbecue.
That's Big Don's, right?
So good.
Yeah,
I pay attention. I'm a baby about.
I judge most places of the barbecue sauce.
Brisket, they also have a flat iron there. They call it. That's a leaner brisket.
Oh, fuck that. Leans for.
Hold on now. Anyway, you're fishery.
Fucking shit. And it's because this episode is brought to you by Progressive Insurance.
These are the things people say. Persons switch their car insurance to Progressive and save hundreds. Because Progressive offers discounts, owning a home and more. Plus, you can count on their great customer when you need it, so your dollar goes a long way. Visit Progressive.com if you can save on car insurance. Progressive Company and affiliates potential will vary, not available in all states or situations. This is exploding with thousands of free movies. It's here. Feel the explosive action with movies like Mission Impossible, Beverly Hills Cop, Good Burger, and Transformers. Bring the action with you and stream for free from all your favorite devices. Pluto TV. Stream now. Pay. Dude, but you know, when you go to RV place, for me, you want the fat, dude. I know. Everybody somebody says that I want leads.
Oh my!
That makes my
I hate you.
right.
Lean brisket is fresh.
I like this meat. I like
You know, I can't get the lean. I get the liberal. Get the lean.
no. Listen, please,
It's Texas on.
I like the little
Leans
beans.
everything in the front.
It's a flat iron.
So they give you an upcharge. There's nobody works. It's like AIDS.
No, it doesn't.
You know what? We just lost all place. I'm never going to be right. I'm out. It's lukewarm. No, I don't give a fuck. No, it's all over. No, you lost all kind of shit.
It'll catch you. It's got a burger that'll knock your dick in.
Anyway, doing a burger also kills you. Brisket motherfucker. You know, your place on fatty brisket and they're fucking
It's a flat iron.
You keep saying flat iron.
Yeah, it is.
Say flat iron one more time, dude. You fuck.
No.
You were
I like a little lean.
holy shit.
Sometimes when I go like this, I eat the brisket. Ooh, so fatty.
Oh, God.
Ooh, you want my brisket?
Oh, man.
I go, oh, do you have any ski breasts? I'm not a...
This is good. It's close to here. Close to the crib.
Yeah.
There's shit everywhere. It's fucking good, dude. You can barbecue in Texas.
The Salt Lake's been there for...
Yes.
It's been they say since 1800 or something.
Yeah.
The same.
Unreal. Oh, shit. Barbecue right now.
Yeah. Where is Interstellar?
There's about 30 minutes from here.
Yeah.
It's probably. Before, she got to do 40 hours.
That's
But it's the best part.
we have had Leroy. Now, here's the other thing I like about Leroy. Oh, that's the other thing about Leroy. They got some game meat. Some game meat. Yeah, game meat.
I only fucking did one off their fatty brisket, their regular brisket, and their baby back ribs.
Wait, so you like a fatty just brisket?
Regular, the brisket. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You know, lean, dude. That's so LA.
Yeah. No, wait.
You went to barbecue and worried about the. Okay.
I have butter on my cornbread. Come on, man. Let me get back in, dude.
Now you're out.
Sam, they got
But
this.
you've been to Salt Lake a bunch, right?
Yeah.
And then Salt Lake.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It's. I'm not doing. 4 other people went.
I know.
This is the best.
I know. It's like each other out there.
No. We did.
Do you see?
I don't think so.
Yeah, dude, you guys are all
Okay.
nuts. You gotta get the sweet tea.
Sweet tea, too.
Yeah, you gotta go. If you're gonna go, you gotta go.
You gotta go. If you're gonna go, if you're in a whorehouse, you gotta have fun.
Yeah, dude.
You can't be in a whorehouse and say, is there anybody I can just have a conversation with? Conversation in a whorehouse?
Or if God, like, you have some wiener.
Yeah.
Think about that, dude. You gotta make me lean.
I had a friend who said that to me one time. He goes, "Oh, that's not like that." So I was, "Oh no, I like a pencil with two boobs." I went, "Sir, you
Short and lean.
God, that's like a 14-year-old boy. That's what I like." Oh, sir, yeah,
That's all right.
yeah, girl.
What else you got?
Although my friend once said, I hooked up with a girl, bone her. Yeah, a common friend of ours. Hey, by the way, I'm talking. Yeah, bone them. I said, well, there you go. He was a guy. I'll never forget this. This guy fucking. He goes, hey, come out. I don't know her very well, so he'd make me with him on a date. And the girl is so sweet and so. And she was wearing a wig. I know, and I said, and I go.
Oh, what's she wearing a wig?
Because I think she did. Yeah. I liked her very much because we had a really good conversation. I talked not 1 week later, and I go, I'm not kidding. I go, she goes, yeah, she did. Things, helping. They go, they gave me. You're not. I went, well, you to bring me down, dude. Oh, yeah, I love her. She does. Listen, like, right away, excuse me. Like, come on, bro. That so makes me so sad. She died. It keeps going. Anyway, yeah, what are you gonna do? All right, well, I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Okay, have you seen this? Can you answer this equation? So 2 plus 8. Answer?
2 is 8.
No. 2 plus 2 is 4 times 2. 4 times 2 is 8. Are we missing something here?
Yeah.
Wait, 2
is 4.
Audie, I'm trying to. If you're gonna just talk and talk and talk, just mute yourself, please.
On your phone and see what happens.
This is 16.
Times 4 times 2.
Most people would agree with you, but 6. Yeah.
Why is it 6?
Because you have to do multiplication before you do addition or subtraction.
Audie, yourself, please.
Plus 2 is 6.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I told you as well.
That's just me. What you get?
Obviously, 2 plus 2 is 4. 4 times 2 is 8. So. Yeah, you're welcome. This is
With widgets. 2. And I put the 4. And I double that. So I'm used to
Wait, terrifying hot air balloon accident killed 8 people in Brazil.
yeah.
I don't fuck with those, man.
Have you?
No, and I remember my first baby was born. We're in Napa. Let's take a hot air balloon. I said, no. We'll both die. And so we'll never catch it in a hot air balloon.
They died from a crash in the ground, or did they die in the air?
I'll tell you what happened.
It's not just fire? Oh, that would do it. So they burned to death.
No, right.
Yeah.
How many died?
8 people.
Oh,
So
5
8 people have died in the they were on board. The balloon
Kills an 8.
13 people.
Oh my God, looks like it.
He does have
He might be the survivor.
so 13 people.
Any of that, man.
That guy,
He looks like he's so scared.
look at his eyes. Let me see what he says. You can tell he was looking at his eyes.
I don't think so.
He's not doing well.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's just terrible.
He just has weird eyes. Yeah, I have no interest in it. I don't want to plummet from the sky.
This is Ilya Taporia's son.
He's so cute.
Oh, so cute.
Like identical.
He's great.
Yeah.
Brandon,
Slap you, man.
look, the only day I'm not wearing True Classic, there are no days. It's Thursday, and then I'm wearing True Classic right now. I'm wearing the underwear. Okay.
I wish this shirt was True Classic. They make the best shirts ever. We love them.
Have you worn the Pima Cotton?
Nice. I like the original fit better. I love the Pima Cotton. It's definitely soft with the original. You see me wear the white tee, it's always True Classic. They have the best tees, chinos, joggers, sweatshirts.
The sweat, what is it? Sweat.
You got that?
Suits. They got sweatsuits. They're making women's clothing now. You want wear one of those sweatsuits and forget it.
Yeah, and here's the thing. You'll see the UFC Octagon. You'll see him on other pods. We started with him. We've known Ryan for we've sworn by him, so you're welcome. This is how big Ryan's got. Target, Costco, we're heading. .com/fighter. Get hooked. The best essentials on the planet.
I'm not this muscular. I'm not this muscular. I'm not. People go, what professional sports team do you play? I'm like, guys, can you calm down? I'm wearing a True Classic t-shirt. It hugs my chest and shoulder, loose in the front. It stops just outline, and it just creates that feed out look. And everybody goes crazy.
True Classic. All right. Here's me stealing Nick's card events. I think stick out to you. You steal us for last week. I mean, which one do you think looks good? No. Yeah, you don't want us to pick.
Let's read them. Short fan fills his drink while me done.
I don't know who that is.
Guys, she's a guy almost nerfed at the door because their fits were too fucking hard. They calls Judge Honey.
That was actually pretty good. I'll show you the sign.
Was it pursued? There could have been three separate. I mean, or
I miss it.
could have been three separate.
Let's go with one active in the case.
I mean, or I'm sorry, that I don't know what to say. I apologize.
Okay, go ahead.
The question is totally from
Hey, you can hear Honey.
The question here is
Is that Charles Manson?
Yeah,
Jesus.
Also, take it easy on everything. Like, it's fine. You made a mistake.
She was on the little throne.
I know life is tough. Take it. Talk to
Hey, what if he was like, I'm a little off? That's what I talk to bitches. Yeah.
I mean, you know.
Have you seen this one, the Cobra Kai guy? Cobra Kai guy? His co-actress's arm. Like, actually,
he got in trouble, I guess.
like actually biting her? Like, he takes a bite out of the crowd? Like, yeah, it looks like a biter. That's what everyone says. That's why it's happening. Yeah, he looks like a biter. I don't feel bad. Yeah, Brian looks like a biter. Your teeth, though.
All the time.
I don't know. So, he bites her hard? She didn't press any charges or anything, but she just charged. Is there any video of them biting? No, not the actual. So, what the fuck we doing?
and also Cobra Kai.
This are coming afterwards.
From that officer is also try to explain to Alicia. Ain't happening.
News is brought to you by Sellers of Land. Early next week, fire damage and burning in South
What happened?
You know, why did he bite her? They were at a convention. I guess he was there just bitter.
Well, she's a little too. She's also like trying. She's kind of an asshole too.
She's like, you're 50. You would do what?
not like she should have because I hit her. This is these women who are hate men hate them. They hate men, and it's like her making a stand.
Goes her biting her arm so hard that the fact she did it, and then allegedly kissed her arm when she yelled.
She's an asshole.
That told me chose not to press the body cam from the cop response footage.
He was doing it playfully, and she had to, so I don't like her.
Old guys bite, man.
Old guys bite. But also, like, have a little, like, yeah, just make it.
Also, did her
People like that, people like attention in any way possible. She wants. She's unforgiving asshole.
Old guys bite, man.
It's so narcissistic, though. Just for a second,
Everyone knows old guys
it's so narcissistic. The cops make this huge thing about it. Like, you gotta
How dare you?
Yeah, like oh god, with your self-righteous bullshit. She's just narcissist.
You can death metal. Jesus. On your face.
Why are you doing it again? Because I am.
Camera prostitute in New Orleans in 1998. That was followed by a tearful reservation for the acceptance of swagger was night. So my mother's family Central LA, mid-80s to low 90s, low 90s, around 100 DC in the high desert, low 70s, just low windows, low to low 90s. Right now it's 68, 77, whatever, 84 and a quarter, 78.
Yes, that would yeah, we kind of then she recently my so and yeah, he just next
California's most accurate the board's eye check on that.
Go and subscribe, follow, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. This is great. We gotta get at least twice a year thing. Every 6 months to come back. All right, good night, world.
John Cobell Show, Mark. And for John, as he takes the July week. You heard everybody yell happy live. Just happy to be sitting in the furniture bill or wishing legislation out.
The next time he was no longer people have to witness things from came out. No, that's my understanding of it. So, I mean, why was I? Perhaps I wasn't just.
God, by the way, sure, she sucks. don't bite, but also guys bite. Guys bite.
That's an old guy. Go fighter. You gotta watch your kids and kids are open. They bite.
I mean, you know, like the world has to stop. Women, the world has to live in the country as an act. Shut up.
Yeah, I'll bite you right now. I'll bite you.
Try. Or if you try to bite me, you know what I would do? I would crush your fucking teeth.
I need new teeth. I was watching.
They were reporting today, which is and I think it was 2 or 3 days ago, the report came out that there was 100 reported incidents, sightings or UFO sightings by like service or military members. They are people. We would expect this increase in reports. And so that's what we're seeing now. The increase like we have more false things. But generally speaking, they're out there. Actually, even a bunch of articles about it. New York Times article. Basically, in the sky. I don't remember so fast with the articles speaking, they're able talking about this constantly. And this is something that we're talking about. Compared to the previous house version, it was the fact that they are looking for the story and hours from media. We're giggling, hey, maybe it's real, maybe it's not. These people are looking for years to come forward. So, they're saying media preparation seriously. They didn't feel like they could go and help some media. You see that with some of the what that does.
As a taxpayer, subsidizing their market. The answer that new legislation, I guess, that would pass it's filled with enough paperwork to shut down, but as a technical matter, Americans just aren't going to wade through the deep
minimizing those that report it. Yeah, maybe there's it's that topic, right? Conversation where it may not be pure mocking, but it's almost
somebody asked was in Washington for the hell that I saw.
Data and say, okay, that's really something somebody can kind of not at all. But yeah, I don't see that. I don't see that. Maybe it's just that my people I surround myself with, you stay here and you say that because I'm sure a lot of people that are still active military or still Navy. A lot of people talk to that still active. Referring to that still kind of holding on to that stigma. Well, I'll say I think it's because now that there is a reporting for this, I wouldn't expect one to ask them there's
also and I just find some of the that's in legislation like the deduction loans and the Trump, the accounts that we're talking about for newborns, and you did touch on it, but Trump saying accounts, the part that I smile about is the president's always looking at brand name.
Without their corporate airline.
A lot of voters, something that's available to the White House.
Yes. What was your take on that? 500 total? Or 500 total? Yeah. It's a good thing because we're going to continue to see those. What also kind of came out at the same time as
So when we see the pushback that we saw in the House, Josh Hawley also, that on some level is informative. Actually, I mean, they make the points so that their constituencies can hear the fact that they push perhaps by the end, they vote for the bill to get it across the finish line.
Sometimes that does happen. And as we know, we're heading into a very election. So that's the reason. So until it's again, we step back and say he's not for himself.
Okay, so for people out there, summarize your career as a Navy pilot.
Until it started swinging,
Until
until it started pointing up. President Trump, advised at the time, said, hey, I'm glad you feel that way. We'll see you in the very soon. Tell us, you know what, I'm going to tap out. That's kind of the way it went down, right?
Petition. My wife. In the show Mortician, it's about a mortuary in Pasadena. You've driven by it, I'm sure. And he took it over for right? And he's like, can we do one body? And like, yeah, it takes about to burn the pool for an hour. Like, well, I'm just gonna toss in 15 bodies at a time, and then the ashes. It's never completely 100 because nobody in the world can. So when you get your ashes, there's a whole mix of shit in there. He's like, but as long as you think it. So he started putting 15 time, making bank. He was to life once people found out. 25 years to life. And Joanna was like, you believe this? I'm like, businessman. I don't. Because he was like, back to life. He was like, I'm burning $100, whatever it was, $150. I maybe get 6 in it. I can just 15 at a time, sometimes 30 if I break the bodies. The ashes are going to be diluted no matter what. And I was like, imagine if it's me. I went, you mix in that. He's a businessman.
Well, I guess
Now, he starts stealing the jewelry from the devil, which is frowned upon.
right?
Yeah, but
And he stole
and that's this will
25 to life, though?
now he got out.
10 is a long time. 10? A year's a long time. A year's a long time.
25 years the
That's
life.
ridiculous. He just was
That's
mixing
what
ashes.
he goes, I don't care. Anywhere you take the body be cremated, nobody in the world, well, there's not ashes in there. So I was like, fuck it, if it's already diluted, it's in a time. And then my wife was like, well, what if it was your dad? He's dead.
I mean,
I don't want him stealing his watch. That's pretty fresh.
yeah, they got money back for that. You're a shitty guy. That's,
Is that not a little hefty? Am I way off on this?
I don't think you're off.
You have a problem with it? 25 years is excessive. Do you think you should do it?
Well, so here's
Like if the three of us die,
you pay for and the services are, I want my dad's ashes. Else's dad's ashes. I want my dad's ashes. So in that sense, you lie. You lie.
But in small print, say, hey, we can't get some of it's whatever the case. Majority might be your dad.
Right. But we lied. I gave. There's some of your dad's ashes in there, right?
That's what he's saying.
So that's one charge. Give me a jail sentence actually today. Jewel, but that's also called grand larceny or whatever.
But also,
so that's missing corpse.
Yes,
that's actually not in some states even a felony in California. But if you're burning, it's like, come on. That's where a lot of people would say, bullshit, man. The body's already going to be burned.
He was saying, he was like, some people and then put him over the side in the ocean. He goes, you're not the only one. So I'm tossing somebody's aunt's body. It's all at the bottom of the ocean.
It's not his job to care about that. Yeah. And it's my job. But also, you know,
if you know any day now, and I burn your ashes, pour into your ashes, they gotta give a fuck. It's 100% Brian Kelly.
But you and I are sentimental people. So.
Of course. I told you quit using that shit all the time. It's not supposed to be mixed with other stuff. Nothing you do. Yeah,
I think this is silly.
25. Yeah, I'm 10 though.
10's way too long. What's your kid's life? Shut up.
You start doing some shady shit, but black. You guys,
like my friend,
he's right, man. Let's take a break, B. Tell us about the game, man. I know it's weak.
You want to increase nitric, I want to increase blood flow. It's not just so you get. There are certain compounds you can take, all natural supplements that Joy specializes in. Fine, you want healthier blood vessels, you want your athletic performance, all right? Joy Mode is actually formulated, backed by science, proven to improve erectile function by 50% in this increases blood. You mix a pack with water, feel the effects in 45 minutes. Take control with Mode. You get a boot anytime, anywhere. Never miss a beat. Joy Mode, simple, proven ingredients, just for a doctor. It's not all that other stuff, okay? It provides straightforward, effective solution. 200,000 men trust Joy Mode to boost their performance without the side effects. And the subscription plan starts at $30. Blood flow in general, it's better for your health.
If you just want to try it out, single purchase. That's tryjoymode.com. Use the code FLY for 20% off single purchases. Or tryjoymode.com.
The Diddy verdict comes out today.
Sounds like he's probably gonna get off.
I think I think the charge of sex trafficking, when they were getting paid 10, and sometimes he wasn't even there.
He's a wild boy.
You can't. Wait, what do you mean sex trafficking? These were adults.
Valid. He's a whole redemption tour, I guarantee.
Does it look like he's going to beat the charges? Because the government tried. I said
three cases.
Do you remember when all this stuff I was like trafficking? Sense.
No, I'm not defending Diddy. He's a terrible fucking person.
But wait, I said this from day one. I was like, see where the sex trafficking comes in, because that's against their will. These people came in and got paid a lot of money. You know, they got paid. Everybody's fucking. Everybody went into that lifestyle.
Why did they go after him? Not weird.
I think that the idea was we're going to get something on where we might see involvement where you get somebody that's payroll, whatever. None of that bullshit. I saw it and I was like, I don't think they were lining up with all the baby oil. That didn't make sense. And
they raided his house and you see the baby oil. It's like, okay.
My friend who for me, I won't say his name. He was Diddy's personal shit for 4 years and was until 4 in the morning. And I said, what? Dude, I'm just telling you. I was there. And I goes, maybe when I left, but it was 4 in the morning. I never saw a damn thing.
It's off.
These are Academy number one because of Sandy shit. He's a piece of shit. But I think there's a very good chance he gets off too. Because what do you?
The jury's 8 men and 4 women. One jury not followed direction. Yeah, what if he gets off?
The main thing is what?
The government to put on a show to target the wealthy, so
There's a lot of times. You can
usually a distraction from something else.
yeah, consensual sexual lifestyle. Everybody was fucking and getting freaky.
His rent was mortgage was paid.
Well, yeah, she got caught up in some weird whirlwind, toxic whirlwind, but you know, yeah. Transportation, engagement, prostitution. He didn't do anything well, right? I think so.
Even if there's one dude, he's gonna get off. I bet you.
For me, for me, I dislike this fucking guy.
Piece of shit.
I'm still gonna. Was there a gun of sex with somebody against? Paid like $10,000 and stuff. They came in several times, many times.
I saw one like piss in their mouth. I'm like, you don't hear me at some of these freaks. I know it sounds bad, public court, but you know, piss in the mouth.
There are some.
All of a sudden he's the
Look, this guy. The bottom line is, see, actually arranged some of it on our own. I didn't follow. Some responsibility for everybody involved. That's what I'm saying.
We'll see what happens. Well, see, but today goes down.
Yeah, that's
I guess it depends how long. Show you what's arguments, so it should be considered. So, you know, sometimes they do worse. So they just could.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting.
This is just weird. So we're talking sign this fans t-shirt fits. Yeah, big titties or something. She's a big girl. But anyways, it goes on for almost 5 minutes. She's like, thank you so much. Okay, thank you. That's kind of cool though that he took that much awkward. Yeah. That's it. That's it. Might be here in Brea, California.
Brea, California. Saturday, buddy.
When you fly out,
What's up, everybody?
fly out on the 4th and 5th.
Come back on the 6th. There it is. Sandy, mic drop on 23rd. Let's go. That should be fun. North Carolina, from 19 to 20.
All right, kids, drive fast, all gas. July 4th, 10 times. We got King Shocks collab that I'm wearing. We got the Kibby Tech collab. A bunch of new merch on there. Drive fast, all gas. Anything you buy automatically enters you RX. Get you some at allgas.com. This is yes, really, the fighter they can.
Here we are, buddy.
You're back, pal.
Guys, I want to thank you for. Well, I was in different countries in Europe, a lot of tourism, and a lot
You went to the church. So you were on a cruise?
It's a cruise, Brennan, with the family. Now, my thing, Laura, because there are 5 restaurants both that are better than any restaurant I've ever eaten at. So you're going to pay for it.
And is it inclusive? Like,
yes, it is.
Whatever you want.
Even the coffee's the best I've ever had.
Oh, interesting.
Like, again,
settle down and
and I'll say it again, the coffee that I've ever had. I know. And the pasta is the best I've ever had. And the pizza.
Why get off the boat?
We.
But you ever have them usually.
Well, the thing, because we go to Sardinia, we eat the restaurants nobody eats at, and I go, yeah, well, you know what?
Don't you guys do on the boat? You fucking play like shuffleboard and shit?
Eat. You it's a hotel water, but it's docked in a place like Sardinia, or where you go swimming. The boat, you go swimming in beautiful water. It's about being with my family, right?
You guys can do that anyway. Do you have to feel that? Can't you guys...
Wait, so
you just go up the street?
Flight from Austin to and then Barcelona. It's jet lag with a 3-year-old. Yeah, and then your kid shits his pants, whatever it is.
That's what they do.
And that's the kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then it's 100 degrees. I'm not complaining, but I am complaining. Now, with places like Rome in the summertime, please understand that you will be in it's walking a parade. That's how many tourists are in. That's what you get. So you're doing that. Food in Italy. You gotta remember that, like, you eat at a good restaurant in Austin, and like, what? You know, this food in Italy at the pasta. Good. You got there. Yeah.
Your old man had fun, right? Did he do it?
He's 85, so what he'll do is stay in Utah, but then have dinner with his whole family.
He did that anyway, Bob.
But it's a bit of my daughter's sitting around.
Kids don't know you're a fucking Chuck E. Cheese.
My 3-year-old, the teenagers.
Oh, gotcha.
They're all about it, and then we were just talking. You and I love Austin for 1,000 reasons. I'm doing shit. Hang at the shit. We're going to archetype boxing, and because afterwards, like the just shit. Being with my kids when I wake up, right? I know. It's a big. Like that. July 5th, Bray Improv. Come see me. Just Saturday. And 2 shows.
Dude, you were gone playing grab ass on the cruise, or I was literally doing everything making money. But
my boy the Liver King.
I've got your take on it. It's it's kind of old news now. But
my take on it is I never like seeing somebody or whatever he's. My take on it, anytime I see a man who he loves his family, I think that something broke. I think something happened where he.
Someone argues too much.
Someone argued that you don't let Netflix just go willy-nilly with you. It's like, yeah, I'm going to do a documentary. Nobody's going to do a documentary and show your good side.
Did he have control over that shit?
You don't have to
make him look bad. You said watch it all right.
Yeah, it makes you look bad because they edit what they want. He was very honest about what he said. I figured out that I get free product by pretending that selling that. They sold drugs. Okay, he was a young guy, and because I think his father never liked him or something, ignored him. He was short, and so what I see is a man who I'm trying to where the public will love you. And you worship that false idol, they're going to as well.
Well, that was just so many people wanted to.
Well, I would have said,
Stop it.
don't leave any comment. Take a break. You know, you lied. Okay, it's not like you and I didn't know.
Figured everybody knows.
Yeah, people said they didn't know. Like David Saladino's name is, who has his business with him. Like, what? I didn't hear a doctor. Yeah, and it is what it is.
The whole narrative.
I don't care. I didn't care on steroids. I thought he was a really funny character. Funny. He actually had
His message was.
and when he came on the show, he was such a sweetheart. He was
like
just a sweet. He decided Rogan was his problem, and was the reason. It was.
Yeah,
That's where
not just taking accountability for something.
Yeah, that's where it happened. Where it was you don't want to fight Joey. Like in a fact, it's never happening. See, the other thing about people is I'm mental health fighting. Yeah, you.
Just sees red though, bro. You gotta take that into consideration.
I hear a guy who's never ever done any. Just go and got. And they put their hand over your mouth when you can't breathe.
But I've never heard a guy that's worth see red.
That stuff. So
that's a sign I can't fight.
I don't enjoy seeing. I don't enjoy seeing a man like that go through that.
Knows anything? I feel like better.
He's better.
You might as well pick a fight with the Queen of England.
Yeah. And I hope he finds peace. That's all I care. I don't have anything bad to say about this.
He looks better.
I think apparently he's a suspect.
Yeah, I just think he looks way better.
I saw these old drones that are just kind of like embarrassed. And I thought, oh, today I said I was going to deliver on it. It was such passion in God's day capital. That was good. And so watched by this one, and I thought Buffalo for real, that's that. But I thought the predecessor I would have hated me too.
I like this version of it. I like this version.
Comments today, yesterday.
Don't do that.
I just saw a lot. Yeah, and that this is
Well, no,
and you lose the ego. Because then it's like, hey, yeah, I'm actually shut by ego. I want better, you know. It's the ego talking, so from the people of shit. Thank you. I can also go back to the ego. It is what you like to call me. I can be that. I like to be one of anything that's helpful, valuable, the light, with those gifts of belonging. Yeah, I find it interesting that these are probably this is my work.
Like
I think he's doing bad.
I like hearing.
Is he posting for him too?
Yeah, a lot of it.
For the man,
He was experimenting with psychedelics. I saw him. He was having a trip, and I think he was taking a lot of mushrooms and something into. I think that's what he said. And see this guy, and he's just trying to figure it out. And I think he's been through it. And
I think sometimes too, it's like you don't have to.
Well, this overshare culture doesn't do you any favors. It just doesn't. But he's trying to work through something, and I think he'll find peace.
I don't know if it's an overnight fix, but he seems like he's.
Yeah, for me, I just don't like seeing watching somebody go through hell. Don't revel in it. I hate it.
I stopped paying attention to all like his rants and all that. It's like, fuck.
I just want him to be. I think he's fine. I think.
I don't think one video is being out of the fucking day. Get some work to do.
So he seems to be coming out of it. It is tough. It is tough.
I'm sure we got arrested for carrying this guy too far.
Well, they were like, can't
Can't make
fall
sense.
trying to fight. You know, the key to the city.
Yeah. And the man wasn't even here. He's like, fuck it. See if I can figure it out.
Yeah. Kyle Kingsbury. He fought.
Wanted against him way back up.
He did that. Kyle Kingsbury.
Yo, when I see Liver King, I am okay, man.
Yeah. We have a culture that loves to see people in control. They want to see them crawling in their own. But I fucking hate that about internet. Like you want to just see them go through hell and you want to watch them suffer. Like it says a lot about you. I'm not a secret. He's not a bad person. He's fucking. Yeah, he built this persona. Amazing, hilarious. And it was, are you not? Shut up. If you know anything about listen here, he's doing a lot of hair. Yeah, there's a lot of that. There's a record of some stuff.
Yeah. His face just looks so well.
Yeah.
Like his obligation to social media to share everything.
Yeah.
Hopefully this ends well.
I hope so.
I hope so. He hasn't worked it out. I think this is a one post. Let's take a little break, B. The time has come to get some new golf clubs. Man, we're out here in Austin. We need it.
Fitted. Yeah, a lot of guys don't get fitted. One of the reasons I don't shoot scratch is I haven't been fitted for my
same, dude. We're gonna head on over to the local PXG store. Both clubs here.
You have an appointment, actually.
I do, man. The best way to performance on golf course is a PF fitting. KC, like golf.
Oh yeah.
PXG fitters highly deep understanding how to optimize your clubs to get out of your swing. And PXG fittings are educational. Schedule a fitting today for the best golf club. Give up off your entire order. Head on over to pxg.com/TFA. That's pxg.com/TFATK. Save up 20% off your full TFATK. Restrictions apply. Check for details. PXG.
I just think it's interesting that you can have all money and have other problems if you're not careful. It doesn't. Or not like on the whole. You know they did these polls where they polled liberals, people who lean left, and people who lean right. Almost to like 70% of people that lean are really happy, and only 30% in a lot of polls say that they're happy. Most of them are miserable, and a lot of left-wing kids who come up through the college system are taught to their countries that there are all these problems. Just the problems. What's right? You forget that you're a privileged American.
Makes sense.
Yeah. So that's the other issue. Doesn't mean that there are problems, but I'd like that's all. Like some of that. Yeah, maybe I'll grow my beard. Maybe I'll grow. Yeah, I can grow that really easily. I'd be gray. It's not a good.
Let's say you just got a little hair dye, like rewind. Color dark brown. Yeah. He's so gray.
Really?
Yeah. He's only 30.
I've not seen it.
You know what fights this weekend? Yeah, against Marcano.
Really?
God damn. He won, man.
That's the one I missed. I saw the one with Van. And what's his name? I wanted and whatever his name is. Brad. Yep. And
love Van.
Taporia. And I think if Van tries to fight Bush, it's going to be a different thing. But he's not. I hope the kid's incredible. His boxing is ridiculous.
Like,
The rest of the high school, and how is the different level? It's a whole different world champion. So he's striking. Amazing.
the feet of the chance.
You guys remember Kid Yamamoto?
Oh, yeah.
He kind of reminds me of even his stat.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
I didn't see a page down the fight.
Pete looked great. Douche. Looked good. Joshua Van, fight of the year.
Taporia, yeah, is that what it is now? Yeah. He trains boxing and doesn't do MMA. He just studied those disciplines.
He's doing his work.
Yeah. Well, his
fight on Friday. Did you see? Like he won.
looks better.
Did he post that? It's out there.
He looks so much better at 50. Who's he gonna? Well, I'd like.
I'll fight Patty next. It's the fight. That's the money making. See, auction. I think that's before the fight, right? Yeah. Is that after? No, this is 2 days ago. It's 2 days ago. So this is Friday night before.
Wow, he's so.
He won. We've never seen anything like that. I've never seen anything like that.
Wow. Look at all this.
If you didn't know any better, you'd be like, "Yo, he already out." He drinks wine while cut weight.
Does he?
Yeah, red wine.
Well, that's amazing.
They said it's insane.
He just is so calm. Well, we knew that Oliveira does close distance like that. He's in that pocket, and that punch down on him is it's gonna be tough. I think his timing is what makes him so
Power, man.
But timing, his feet, like where his feet are, everything.
Because Charles was getting off on them. Good luck. Charles gets hit. Every fight he gets hit. He always does.
Can't get hit by. Well, I think Patty, as good an athlete as good as he is, too,
For sure.
that's another.
A lot better. Patty's so young.
So big.
I said Charles. A lot bigger.
Yeah. He's like frame is bigger than Oliveira's, I think. Way bigger. Yeah. Now. 20s. Is that true? Yeah. Is that true? Having said all that, I don't care. Your chin is your, and I think Taporia, it's even going to sleep.
I don't think Patty's going to get starched in the first. I think we'll see more of a fight. And it's going to be a tough fight for Patty. But that's a fight you made. Unless you hate, that's a fight. Great. It wrote itself. Yeah. Then Spain fucking stadium. Dude. Yeah. That fight's. Yeah.
Your money's on Taporia?
Patty winning. Yeah.
How?
Rear naked choke. His transition. He's young. If they did this and Patty loses, so let's say they do fight. It's in some sold out stadium. Let's say Patty does win. Now you have to face the UFC. All good. He's already started. It's a win-win. Yeah, he gets fought the Sarukian. He's the toughest. Got a shot against Islam Makhachev. Didn't make weight. That's the number one card. You can't do the UFC, so he's going to have a stop.
By far is Ilya Taporia. I think a guy who can put his hand on Taporia at that distance. I don't know
if he's the best body. He's good. JDM. Jack's back on that now as far as power goes, like Topiria's powers. Touch you. Fuck yes. Joshua Van pretty fucking great. Fucking good. Pretty fucking good. But JDM for fucking good. Yeah. That's great. Different weight class though, right? So yeah. I would still say I don't know. But then again, Jorge's boxing's good. Always boxing's good. Yes. Yeah, I don't know. He's got his hands full. It's not like there's a lot of challenges there. If I'm the UFC, I'd pill in next. That's the fight. Engaging. That's another legend. Bang. Yep. And then I do Saruki because Saruki's a tough fight. Just because it's wrestling? Yeah. How's it strike? Good. Yeah. Beast. Fight is good too. He comes out of Georgia and these guys is doing the same stuff. Yeah. Started with that 8 years Greco. He's fucking tough. Yeah. He's no slouch on the ground. No. So dealing with a very different kind of situation. But he's still favored. Oh. Yeah. For now. Oh yeah. For now. There are people that are gonna make you look human and like everybody. That's why I like Topiria. That's why I'm not with him. I can definitely be beat. Of course. You don't hear that from usually. Honor, like this is, God's gift to the fight. We love them. But Topiria, get a sense that Topiria is very intelligent. High yes. He can learn from God. Like that's a deal with the devil. Start chasing money. Remember, kind of the 40 money, yachts and all that shit. Gucci. Topiria's not doing all that. He's not doing all that blow and drinking. No, all that part. He's calm without the darkness. His resume's already. Conor was already talking smack about Topiria. No, he gave him slaps. Yeah, he was talking shit. Give him slaps. I did. Okay, that's right. That'd be a disaster. Yeah. It's all. I'm super excited. I'm really excited. Great. Really excited about that whole part is fucking. Real pleasant. Comes up. I think that's in August.
So the jury
Was that UFC 319? 319, August 16th. Yikes. That's in Chicago. Yeah. UFC in the summer is fucking spicy. UFC in the summer goes all out. I watched fights of Duplessis doing jiu-jitsu against some, like, a school of the black belts. Yeah. You do? Yeah. We'll find out, though. Some of these guys are gas tank. It's just a different gas tank capacity. You don't see how Hamza does. It's a huge. You don't with Gilbert Burns. Yeah, it's from okay. We'll find out, though. Yeah, we'll round 4 and 5. Sure. If it goes that fucking tight, so you gotta for the first 2 rounds not get submitted. Yeah. He's starting. He's Bisping about it. And Bisping, I said, dude, when I saw next year, Bisping's 220. It's like, he's making 75. And I said to Bisping, I go, and Bisping goes, not really. No. Oh, hell no. Somehow he's able to just every time. Nuts. Yeah, the whole it was such unbelievable top to bottom from prelims and me. And that's what Texas that fucking came out like 11:30. Late, so late. And if the card's not as this, it's like a slow card. Yeah, that's right. Did you watch any of the prelims? What happened to Jack Hermanson? He got all knocked the fuck out. He was out now. Well, that was like updates on the broadcast. We thought he was Jesus Christ. It was a bad knock. Jesus Christ. But at least he came to pretty fast. Right. Jack out. It was bad.
Takes some time. Takes some fun.
No, Billy, like, you don't talk shit. He has so much respect for Charles and Max Holloway. It's like, I'm so sorry. That's a fan. I'm so sorry, man. I respect you. I can't believe I have to do this.
Wait, what? Sorry?
I'm so sorry. That's first round. Oh, fuck.
God.
Excuse me?
God. Charles is going to close distance on me. That front kick. I would have liked to see more of that front kick from Charles. Yeah. But part of what makes Charles so good is he will stay in the back. And he's weird. Unless you're dealing it for him.
Scary.
Scary.
So here's a Rose. Fucking dude. Scary. God. Drinking wine, cutting weight. You just never seen anything like it. It's so cool.
He said, I win the fight in practice every day.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes you just working smarter too.
Nah, it's not like everyone works just talent. Yeah. Well, everyone's a fucking freak. Everyone's a halo. He just has that touch of hits you. It's over. Yeah. Everyone stays safe.
The Jacob. Oh,
I did not, sir. No. I'm alive. Yeah. He fucking missed some.
I watched this and I watched some of that. It was good.
The highlight.
It did.
Yeah.
But good.
He fought that fuck 4 years. I haven't fought 4 years. I get it. Like, he keeps saying, do your thing, dude. Pushing the ball down the road a little bit and you make all your money. But Julio Chavez.
He called for, said some words. I need a lung transplant.
Ben got it. Yeah.
He did. Yeah. Let's take a break, buddy. Let's talk a little bit about it, right? Listen, sometimes you need a drink that can help you.
Yeah, I don't want alcohol. I don't want
But you want plants, like you want to do things like kava, but other calming alcohol without dividends, relaxing and unwinding is a plant-based way to decompress using all of those.
Give recording or working out, and within 20 minutes, the tension just loses its
over 600 million servings sold out and lab tested for quality.
Free 3-pack.
Give it a shot. All you gotta do is cover shipping. All you have to do is cover shipping experience for yourself. Let us know what you think.
Keep us in.
Let that out.
His wife posted it. So you see double lung nutrition.
Look at this. What the fuck is? When do we get to be on immunosuppressants? You're gonna be.
Yeah, and plus, yes, his body has to accept it. That's it. Sometimes your body rejects it.
Double lung transplant. What the fuck?
It's so fucking great to find.
That's that big shit that goes on.
Horrible. But at least he got the spot there. Oh, we got the lungs of an athlete as a former.
He's responsive like this. There's that picture.
And hopefully the next response is from Ben.
Yeah.
He seems to be doing all right. Monday, she was hopeful that one of his fans will have one soon. It's right. Super medicated. Wow. Yeah. I've never had friends or family in a position where they're surgery. Because the drugs in them, they seem like they're pretty much. But then once the drugs wear off, they're back.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Just praying for bad men. It's only terrible. That was life, man. Fucking life.
We're getting to an age, right? You, friend.
Yeah.
It's pretty terrible. It just kind of happens out of nowhere. Like, what are you talking about?
So just Terrible. They're full time now, dude.
How you feel, buddy? You're little?
I kind of do, yeah. How far is it from here, Chin? 8 minutes. Oh, damn. So I have this ridiculously that I'm not going to use, but I have to. But I have to mowing like damn, I'm sorry. Okay.
Maybe you can do some sprints or.
There's so much room. That's great, man. Get a dog.
I know
That's one. Now you got a car. You got to be good enough to get a dog. Restaurant house in the big yard. And it's not like, what? You know, this food in Italy's amazing. At the pasta. You put your bacon. But this year, yeah, seems to cooperate. To stay inside his couch. But then at dinner, it's just like, oh, you do this. But if they're fucking if you can like you did a restaurant first, they're cool. And it's not like what, you know, this it's amazing. It's awesome.
We got
yeah. Besides this year, he had fun. Did he? He'll do stay inside, read and do everything he does on YouTube. But then there's they're out. Texas was up there.
Texas, but we call it hunting here. It's a lot of cats.
Cats and stuff. I'm lying out there. It's not like LA.
See how many mountains in Texas? Been around Austin, Texas. Though they are not commonly seen. They're prevalent, but travel through the Austin area. Always confirmed. Now, we do have.
Who the fuck? They can't mosey around with no cares in the world.
Listen, you got coyotes. A few coyotes.
One coyote. Okay, have you seen this? Can you guys answer this equation? So true plus the BA. I'm excited for it. Times 2. Lives here in Austin, so thankfully I have some of that too. 2 is 4. 4 times 2 is 8. Are we missing? Plus 2. Plus 2. Is it 4? Oh, that'd be 4. Then you're good. You're covered right now on your phone. Is it 16? It's a 61 big. Bunch of dare. Yeah. 2. Most people will agree with you, but 6. Me and Casey saw a few of these. Oh my god. They're fucking beautiful. Yeah.
No sound. The mother will have them sit there and just puts them right there. They don't. And the predator bears will eat the shit out of me.
Ain't no bear right here.
No bear. I think there's some black bear in Austin.
Dude, what Austin are you in the areas we live in? There are bears everywhere. That's like saying there's fucking bears in LA.
Well, let's see if there are any black bear in Austin.
I'm sure there's parts of them. Like with the mountain lions and shit, they're not coming around the houses and shit.
Let's see.
In Texas, predators that kill deer are mountain.
Yes.
Yeah, how many seen? It's in South Texas. Okay, I'm telling you, round it, dude.
Wow.
We even for hogs. They kill them.
Can you do Austin? Black bear in Austin.
Oh, black bear. Man, but you know what? Coyote.
Mountainlands, Texas.
Not in the suburbs, though, Bubba. You know how big Austin is? Down in Austin, there have been occasionally individual mother babies.
Not bad. Die whole days and carrots.
When I see them, they don't spread. You see a deer in LA, it's fucking see it. Large
It goes like cows. Skinny forest cows.
My kids are watching
I
fucking
ate some elk yesterday.
sure.
Catch it back.
Everyone gets Rachel.
My kids just be. Do you know how horrible that?
Any do this, but any do that's like,
Guys, like I can't have Miss Rachel be doing anything. I can't go.
yeah,
I can't have it.
Is Miss Rachel the big thing? Yeah, that's the big thing. Yeah, would you be able to separate the heart from the heart and stuff? So, do you think Wolf will be able to separate the heart from the heart?
They're fishing from Japan. It's so good. I was like another place.
Anything else? You're not a big barbecue guy. I like brisket ribs.
There's a place called Leroy and Lewis. It's the best barbecue I've ever had in my life by far. Did I send that video? It's near the airport. It's so fucking good.
Too far.
It might there were 4 people. All of us said at the same time, that's the best.
I judge every place off its brisket.
It's the best brisket I've ever had. Best corn.
They're more.
I need you to go there.
No, there's too much good barbecue closer.
Well, it's like 20 minutes away from there. You know, everything's 20 minutes away, right?
That's half.
See where Leroy Lewis is from here.
Leroy and Lewis.
It's the best fucking. I haven't
had barbecue.
Interstate. Go tomorrow. Leroy Lewis.
I'm like a short. Because I found this new diesel. You know, it's a good place to eat around here, and he took me to.
Not bad.
That's terrible. So good, but I just went to this little. It's Dawn barbecue. There's ribs. I knew it was gonna be good because there's 3 older black guys eating there at lunchtime. Oh, buddy, eating there. It's gonna be fucking tasty.
Yeah.
Best potato salad. Best dry rub. You know, with my teeth, I can't eat a lot of barbecue sauce. But it doesn't look like much. They're fucking ribs are fantastic. I haven't had bad barbecue yet. These are the spots that are always awesome.
3 minutes from here. Diner. 3 women. Some of the best Mexican food I've had. And it took 20 minutes to prepare.
I've had good barbecue out there so far. I can eat brisket. Oh, I can eat it right fucking.
Yeah, there's something about good barbecue.
That's Big Don.
So good though. I'm a baby about my food, right?
I love the barbecue sauce.
So with brisket, they also have a flat iron there. They call it. That's how.
Fuck that. No, leans for cuts. You eat the lean brisket? You eat lean brisket?
Hold on now. It's
Holy shit, you're a fish street. Fucking shit. Edit that shit. Single episode is brought to you by Progressive Insurance.
fiscally responsible. This is monetary magician. Things to say about drivers who switch their car insurance to Progressive and save hundreds. Because Progressive, we're paying in full, owning a home, and more. Plus, you get their great customer service to help you. So your dollar goes a long way. Visit Progressive to see if you can save on car insurance. Progressive casualty insurance is very natural. All saves more situations.
Summer. Pluto TV is exploding with thousands of free. Summer of cinema is here. Explosive action with movies like Gladiator, Mission Impossible, Beverly Hills Cop, Good Burger, and Transformers: Dark of the Moon. choices. Dream now, pay never.
Dude, you don't have a Tesla? You know, your lean brisket. I look for me. You want the fat?
Everybody says that I want lean.
It's so.
Oh my.
No, wait, let me explain.
I hate you.
No, no. I like the meat.
You know, dude, can I get the lean? Can I get the liberal, the lean? And we got liberal, get the lean?
No. Listen, please.
It's Texas on. Dicks and lean brisket. I'm like a little leans every. The lean. Just nobody works it.
No,
Listen, games.
Okay.
Credibility. No. Never called that. No, I'm out. I'm out. No, I'm out.
Listen, it's got blue.
Give a fuck. No, it's all over.
It'll catch it. It's got a burger that'll take it.
Anyway, a burger also gay. Dude, you ordered a place out there, fatty brisket.
It's a flat iron, and it's got some.
You keep saying flat iron.
Yeah, it's
One more time, dude.
No.
Show up in your Tesla, you order lean brisket.
I do. I like a little lean.
Holy shit.
I go like this when I eat brisket. I go like this. Ooh, little fatty.
Oh, God.
I go, ooh, that's what I do.
Oh, man.
I go, oh, do you ever eat smoked turkey breast? Barbecue guy, am I?
This is good. It's close to here. Great.
Yeah.
There's everywhere. So if you're making barbecue in Texas, it's easy too.
Salt Lake's been there for you to try.
I drink Salt Lake.
Since 1800 or something.
Yeah. Unreal. Oh shit, I'm back right now though.
Yeah. Where is Interstellar from here?
30 minutes. Hour wait. It's wrong. But you can order before. You just gotta do it 48 hours. It's wrong. But it's the best one I've ever had.
Right, Louis.
No,
Now, here's the other thing I like about the barbecue, some game.
I only fucking do things. I'm off a regular brisket. They're big tickets like a
Brisket, not just brisket.
regular brisket.
Yeah.
That's what we do in Texas. You lean.
Yeah. No, wait.
You went to barbecue and worked about the fat.
Come on, man. Let me back in, dude. No, please. Listen, hold on. I'm just saying. They got this.
You've been to lunch, right?
Yeah.
And then this Leroy's Salt Lake.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I'm not the only other people went.
I know.
This is the best.
I know you all eat the leans and set each other up and stuff.
No.
We get the get sweet.
I don't think so.
Yeah, you guys are all healthy. You gotta get the sweet tea, baby.
I didn't know we had to get it.
If you're gonna
We go. If you're in a whorehouse, you're gonna have fun.
yeah,
You can't be saying everything. I can just conversation with.
yeah, no,
Have a conversation in a whorehouse.
yeah. Or
Yeah. Is that what I'm doing? Oh, a little too much on the ass and the old boobies. You have a friend who said that to me one time. He goes, "Oh no, that's not like that. It's gross." He goes, "Oh no, I like a pencil with two boobies." I went, "Well, sir, you short and guy, an ass like a f***." I was like, "Well, sir, yeah,
it's all right.
yeah." He likes a skinny girl. My friend once said, "I own." A friend of ours. Hey, talking, yeah, bone them, but there you go. There you go. He was a guy. I'll never forget this. This guy come out with me. I don't know how to talk to these girls. You know, I don't know her very well. So out with him on a date. I get out there, and the girl is so sweet and so fucking smart. But I noticed she was wearing a wig. I know, and I said, "It's not operational." I go, She's got,
Oh, she went away.
he goes, I think she did. And so I liked her very much because we had a really deep conversation. And I talked to him, not, I go, how's that girl? Do you go out with her? He goes, she died. And I'm not kidding. I go, she goes, yeah, she died. I guess some health things going on. I go, and I'm like, well, fucking way to bring me down, dude. You know who I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah, I love him.
Yeah, listen, these things happen. Listen. It's like 30. Like, so.
It keeps going.
Yeah, what are you going to do? All right, well, I don't know what I'm going to do.
What else you got?
Seen this? Get this equation. So 2 plus 2 times 2.
Yeah.
Final answer?
It's 2. It's 8. No.
2 plus 2 or times 2. Are we missing?
Wait, 2 plus 2. 2 plus 2. 4.
Times 2.
2 plus 2.
Is it 4? 4 times 4 is 16.
Try it. No, on your phone. That's what happens.
Is it 16?
Wait, you said 16.
2 plus 2.
Oh, that's 4 times 2, isn't it?
I agree with you, but it's not how it works. Yeah.
Why is it?
You have to do more before you do addition.
Oh, so 2, 4
Plus 2.
6.
Oh, wow.
Interesting. Yeah. I totally forgot about this as well.
It's just people just getting it wrong.
Or just be like 2 plus 2 is 4. So,
The more you know, champ.
yeah. This is horrible. What's up, Brian?
I have 2 weeks. I have 2, and I put those together. Then I double. That would be 8. So I'm so confused.
Wait, terrifying hot air balloon accident kills.
Yeah.
I don't fuck with those, man.
That's the thing I wanted to bring up too. Like,
I don't fuck. No. When my child was born, my first baby was born, Stella. My wife and I were in Napa, airport run. And I said, no. And then nobody will raise our kids. It's not happening. So never catch me in a higher.
They died from it crashing the ground, or
I'll tell you what happened. It popped. You can see the chest.
fire? Oh, that would do it. Burned to death.
Burned out.
and impacted.
8 survived them.
How many died?
So 8 people. So
5
8 people have died in the hot air balloon. People on board the balloon.
Kills in
Mississippi, blah blah. 13 people,
That
including
guy looks like he's in the balloon. He might be the survivor with his face.
so 13 people, including the pilot, survived.
Yeah, any of that, man.
That guy looks like he survived it.
Yes, he was
He
like
did this. Let me see. You can tell.
I think so.
He's not doing well.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's terrible.
No, he's not the guy. Now, yeah, I have no interest.
This is your time.
He's so cute.
So
You look just like identical.
yeah, it's just a true winner. He's like,
Take a break, dude. I'm gonna slap you, man.
well, Brendan, let's take a little break. The only day I'm wearing True Classic is the Lord's Day. Even then, I'm wearing True Classic right now. You don't see it. Well, I'm wearing the underwear. Okay.
I use True Classic.
Dude,
They make the best shirts ever. We love them.
have you worn the Pima copy?
It's nice. See, I like It's definitely softer, but I stick with the original. Always True Cloud, the best of the best t-shirts, joggers, sweatshirts, hoodies. They have everything.
There's sweat. What is it? Sweat.
You got that?
Suits. They're making women's clothing now. You want to surprise? You're one of those super soft sweatsuits. Forget it.
Yeah, and here's the thing. They're gone. You see them on other pod. We've known right for a hot second. We've sworn by them, so you're welcome. You can get them at this. How big Ryan's got. You can get True Cloud. We're head on over to their site.com/fighter. Up today, literally the best essentials on the planet.
It's muscular. I'm not this muscular.
Me neither, dude. I'm not 140 pounds.
People go, what? And I'm like, guys, I'm wearing a True Cloud t-shirt. It hugs my chest and shoulders. It's loose in the front, just below my belt line, and it just creates that feed-out look that everybody goes.
Classic.com/fighter.
Here's me stealing Nick's card events, but is anything? Yeah.
You steal us for yes. Him, you're making us pick the convention.
Which one do you think looks cool?
No, dude.
Can you make it?
Yeah. You don't want us to pick our own.
Almost. Let's read. Short spills his drink while meeting Livy Dunn.
I don't know who that is.
Guys, I believe she's a gymnast. Guy almost nerfed at the door of because they were too fucking hard. Okay. Caller accidentally calls Judge Honey.
That was
Could have been 3 as a pursuit of fit. This could have.
But it wasn't 3 separate.
I know.
What happened in the case?
I mean, sort of. I'm sorry. That.
Rewind it to.
This could have been 3 separate.
But it wasn't what happened in the case.
I'm sorry. That. I don't know what to say. I apologize.
Okay. Go ahead.
The question here is what happened. I'm sorry, I'm just totally thrown.
I can imagine. I'll be honest.
Hey, you can take it.
Go ahead.
The question here is
Hey, Selpa, look at her picture. Man,
Yeah.
Jesus. Take it easy on the eyes.
Also, take it easy.
I'm a little thrown too.
Yeah,
Call
okay.
me honey.
I know life is tough.
What if he's like, hey, what if he's like, I'm a little off? That's why I talk to bitches.
I mean, fuck, everybody's too sensitive.
Have you seen this one, the Cobra Kai guy? Biting his arm during like a convention.
Like,
Trouble, I guess.
he's like actually biting her? Like, crime bite. Okay, it looks like a biter.
That's what everyone says. That's why it's
Yeah, he looks like a biter. I know a couple biters. I'm a biter myself. He bites her home. Is he in trouble? He must have been the Is there any...
no, not the actual stuff.
What the fuck are we doing?
and also Cobra Kai from that officer. You're going to hear to explain what he did. Alicia. I really did.
If you were 50, I would have get you. Wow.
Wow.
So what happened? Did she?
They were at a convention, right? Yeah. And I guess he said he was playfully like messing around with her, just bit her.
She's a little too. She's also like trying. She's also too that.
She's like, you're lucky if you're 50. You would.
Yeah, and also like she's kind of a shithead too. It's like he bit her.
She called the cops.
Yeah, this is these women who are raised to believe men hate them, and it's like her making a stand and all that stuff. Like
TMZ broke the news. Her arm so hard at the face. He nearly broke skin, but her arm when she yelled out in pain.
She's an asshole.
Actually, Cam from the Cowboys watch us. She was always.
He was doing it play. So I don't like her.
No, I don't mean old guys like
but also like have a little like. Come on, she's just making.
Also, did her
people like this? Yeah, people like this need attention in any way possible. She wants to be part of something. She seems like such an unforgiving ass. Like
old guys bite, man.
It's so narcissistic though.
Everyone knows old guys
It's so narcissistic that you have to call the cops and make this huge thing about it. Like you gotta
how dare you?
Yeah, like that's bullshit.
If you were 50, I would
fucking narcissist.
It's like you can death metal, but if you decide to on your
by the way.
sure,
She sucks.
right?
She's awful. Don't bite. So,
Old guys bite.
guys bite. All guys bite.
That's an old guy like oof.
That guy's a biter.
You gotta watch your kids on old people, man. They bite.
I mean, how dare you? Like the world has to stop. The women oppressed. Starting with me living in
like
shut up.
Yeah, I'll bite you right now. Hey, I know I'll bite you.
Try. You know what I would do? I would crush your fucking teeth.
I need new teeth. Hey, I was watching a show, Mortician. My wife was like, you're a piece. In the show Mortician, it's about a mortuary in my church. And he took it over for his father. He was cremation, right? And he's like, only do one body? Like, yeah, it takes about 2 hours to burn the cool for an hour. He's like, well, I'm trying to make money. I'm just going to toss in 15 bodies at a time. And then the ashes, it's never completely nobody. So we get your ass some shit in there. He's like, but as long as you think it's good. So he started putting 15 at a time. Making. He went to prison 25 years to life once people.
25 years to life.
And Joanna was like, you believe this? Like, I just, because he was like,
25 to life.
For $100, I maybe get 6. Or I can just 15 at a time, sometimes 30 if I wreck the bodies. Much the ashes be diluted no matter what. And I was like,
yeah.
And she was like, imagine if it was me. I went, it's in there. He's a bitch.
Well,
he started stealing the jewelry from the dead bodies, which is frowned upon.
It's fraud, right?
Yeah, but
and he stole.
And that's his whole team.
25 to life, though?
That's what behavior.
Yeah, 10 is a
He
long
bit a little
time.
bit. He bit a little bit.
A year's a long time.
25 years old.
They were already dead. He just was mixing ashes.
He was, I don't care, anywhere you take cremated, nobody's well enough, but there's not, fuck it, if it's already diluted,
Correct.
I'm shots 15 bodies in at a time.
Save money.
And then my wife was like, well, what if it was your dad? I'm like, his dad? I don't want him stealing his wife.
For that, you're a shit guy.
25 years to life?
That's.
Is that not a little hefty? Am I way off on this?
I don't think you're all.
25 years is excessive. Do you think you should? Do you think you should be against?
Well, so
the three of us died.
You pay. So if you pay for service rendered, and the services are, I want my dad's ashes. That dad's ashes. I want my dad's ashes. So you you breached a contract.
Small pricks said, hey, we can't control how many ashes are in there. Some of it's
Whatever the case.
majority might be your dad.
Right. But you basically, I gave some of your dad's ashes.
He's a
So that's one, which wouldn't be a jail sentence.
problem.
And then you stole.
That's where
But that's also called grand larceny. Or
bodies to fit more in there. Like it's a little dicey.
so that's mishandling the court.
Yes, that's
Not in some states even a
felony.
But if you're breaking, there's a. It's like, come on.
That's
There
what
are a lot of people
he's
going to be
saying. But he was saying, he was like, some pay me to do the ashes and then throw them over the side of the in the ocean. You're not the only one. So I'm talking to your dad's body, somebody's aunt's body, it's all going to that. If you pass away, you know, any day now, and I burn your ashes, like to me, it's important to ashes. They gotta go fuck if it's 100% private. I can't tell the difference.
You and I aren't the most sentimental people, so
Google's into that shit. Don't you quit using that shit a long time ago? I'm just obviously it's not supposed to be mixed. You do? Yeah, I can't.
I think this is silly. I don't know.
25. Yeah, I don't tend to be every middle of it.
10 years? You missed your kid. Shut up.
You start doing
Shit is one thing, but
this is a Kodak Black. You guys remember this rapper, right? I didn't like him. Let's take a break, bitch. It's about your wiener again, man. I know it's weak.
you want to increase nitrogen flow. It's not just so you get better boners. There are certain compounds you want that joy mode. You want better sex? Fine. You want health? Your blood goes to heart health and enhance your athletic performance. Joy mode is expertly formulated, backed by science, proven to improve erectile function by 50%. This increases blood flow. You mix a pack with water. Feel the effects of control with Joy Mode. You get a boost anytime, anywhere. Never miss a beat. Joy Mode features just 4 simple, proven ingredients. Okay? It's not, you're not a doctor. It's not all that other stuff, okay? Effective solutions. 200,000 have trusted Joy Mode to boost their performance without. And the subscription plan starts at. You want to increase blood flow in general. It's better for your health.
If you just want to try it out, try joymode.com. Use the code FIGHTER for 20% off subscription orders. It's Joy Mode. Try joymode.com.
Titty verdict comes out today.
Sounds like he's probably gonna get off.
I think in charge of sex trafficking when they were getting paid $10,000 to fuck, and sometimes you like, yeah, but you can't wait sex trafficking adults.
Get out. You didn't go on a whole redemption tour, I guess.
Beat the charges because they're gonna try. Didn't I tell you? Remember I said? Do you remember when I was like, it's making sense?
No, nothing ever. Yeah, I'm a fucking person.
But when you look at the action, like, when I said this, I was like, I don't see where the sex trafficking comes in because that's against their will. And it got paid a lot of money. Everybody got paid. Everyone. Everybody was much of those parties. Style. Everyone was doing it.
They go after him. Not weird. Who went after him?
I think that the idea was we're gonna get something on where we might see some and somebody else payroll. None of that. I told you. I was like, I don't think they didn't make sense. And I was like,
when they raided his house and you see the baby oil, it's like.
Did I tell you that my friend, like the guy who always comes to my show when I'm in Denver, used to cook, I won't say his name. He was his personal chef for 4 years and was in that house until he goes, dude, I didn't see anything and I was there. And I go, well, where the fuck was it going? I goes, maybe I was there sometimes till 4 in the morning. I saw a damn thing. Because I cooked for them. I was there
So if he gets off, I don't think people are going to be mad either.
He's public enemy number one because of what he did to piece of shit. But I think there's a very good chance he gets off too. What are the charges?
And the jury's 8 men and 4 women.
One jury.
Instruction. Yeah, what if he gets off?
So what were the main thing is what?
He accused the government of putting up from wealthy.
Well, that is what the government does a lot of times.
Yeah.
The government is consensual sexual lifestyle. Everybody was fucking and getting freaky.
And Cassie's rent was mortgaged.
Well, yeah, she got caught up in some crazy fucking toxic whirlwind, but sex trafficking, but he's not being right. He's not engaged in prostitution.
Game related.
He has to do 12 out of 12.
I think so.
Even if there's one. Dude, he's gonna get up. I bet you he gets up.
As much as I dislike this fucking guy,
Piece of shit.
hold on. Was there a gun in somebody's head making them? No. They all got paid $1,000 and stuff. They were getting times. Many times.
I saw one argument said, who you know, have you met some of these freaks? Public court? You're like him pissing them out. He's the worst pisser.
You know, look, this guy, the bottom line is I think that Cassie Earl, is that what I hear?
Yep.
I didn't follow this too close. That's what I'm saying.
Everyone's a victim. We'll see what happens. Okie dokie. Well, let's see. But it's going to be delivered. Today goes down? Yeah. I guess it depends how long the jury takes. Is that it? Yeah. The only thing that I was going to show you was closing arguments. So, well, but you need the jury to take 2 weeks, take hours. Really is crazy.
Very interesting.
This is weird. So, he signed this T-shirt for around minutes. And they did do something. She's huge. She's a big girl. But anyways, it goes on for almost 5 minutes. She's like all over it. She's like, okay, thank you. Okay, 2 minutes. She's like, okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay.
School isn't just a place of learning. It's where they can depend on access.
I would think somewhere in the middle is
But there is a solution. There are programs for kids and teens. It says free meals all summer. Resources for eligible families facing tight grocery budgets. Looking for resources to feed your family this summer? Visit NoKidHungry.org/help. Every kid has a happy, healthy summer they deserve. Your gas has responded lawsuit against the city. Immigration enforcement.
Bill as amended is passed.
Defending his past presidential bill, Vice President Vance cast a time-breaking vote to set the bill effective to a wildfire burning in Vance in Riverside County. Containment is not expected until early next week. That would be in place
Your number one anti-crap. California AMI, more stimulating talk. Well, I mean, that's something that you yeah, I mean, that's grounded in
What's up, party?
context.
You're like everywhere I heard radio app.
Feel that working-based time working time as well. Gravity or
Generation ratings, controversies back and forth, and
cause time would slow down. So, yeah, so that, you know, I don't know if that's necessarily
things that I'm reading. Christine Nolan says just strikes me as bizarre. Now she may be your she's really from the
technology, this war. What do you see as
I'll start first with the deportation of a family. That's what she's talking about.
Some of these
There's the government tried to
pilots,
the deportation of a cannibal was so quote he began eating himself on the plane. He shared this morning during the it was called a round table to announce the Alcatraz opening. She's going to have a facility in Florida's Everglades. It allows up to 5,000. But she starts in with this.
President Trump, by what he is doing, freedom to live safely in this country, and justice.
verifies
And because, and I'm calling out you, CNN, I'm calling you out because we are going after murderers and traffickers and drug dealers and getting them off the streets and getting them out of this country because Joe Biden let the worst of the worst come in here. The other day I was talking to some marshals that have been partnering with ICE in the cannibal. They put him on a plane to take him home, and while they had him in the seat, he eat him. To get him off and get him medical attention. These changed individuals that are on our streets that we're trying to target and get out of our country because they are so deranged. President Trump is holding freedom.
Well, I don't know about that story. I don't know whether. By the way, if deranged people are eating themselves, they can do it in private. But I agree.
As long as they
It's true. I'm not on the menu. You think that just feels like maybe I haven't. He is not the most competitive. Put it that way. You know. And
so
this will come out. Christine Nolan supplemented income by a cut of the that she raised from a non that promotes her political transfers. Wild arrangement she had. The non-profit routed funds to a person. It was a state.
So, you know, what does it look like? It looks like injustice, right?
And the payment
it looks like
was $80 that $30,000. So she added $80K.
There's a weird thing.
Another guy has one of those groups. One that's not required to disclose the names of its donors.
Lots of
Money is unknown.
The trigger.
But she did the $80,000 thing.
Get in what country?
And
but there's a thing that happens
to be
between
running
doing that.
She had to release assets and sources of income 2023 on.
And like the
she does not include that income from the
so
so
if that being responsible, like getting first in real life, like what are the implications of that? How does that
Well,
implications is that if
apparently compensated.
current system,
This is disturbing. It's going to affect at all.
if you
I
have
don't think it's going to affect policy at all. But I do think it's more of this dark money and how dark money finds its way to so many legislators. I'll remind you also as I do this, like it's not the Christie's now
in a
because
sense,
that
though, the
money.
technology
No, it's the Christie Nolan who was at that time governor of South. So, look, she
one
likes
of
nice
them
things.
actually,
She wore that Rolex to the tour of the Latin American there in El Salvador.
someone
So
has
we know she's a bad girl. Nothing wrong with that.
it's easy for me to answer.
$80,000 payment
Accuracy
again, sort of a bad.
for warfare. If you
There's
have
a Rolex cop Daytona watch.
if your assumption for more precise, is that
I
that's what I said. As long as we assume we have more leadership,
said it was
powerful
$15,000.
and accurate as possible.
No, it would be
So I think that's what we get decided, which may have like a
how much cost for grab Daytona watch. It's a bad. I'm not. You may want to like the bull and some White House. I say that.
Is it the same thing like pop level? Anything below 100 is
She likes nice
so I just barrier.
Just know how much money you have. I always have 3,000 here in the bag. 4,500 here in my pocket. Just know Christie Nolan as
It is what it sounds like. It's just going a lot faster.
everybody that
More
it is KOI AM 640. Caldwell Show, Thompson City again.
well, not,
Radio app.
just
Navigated by 24-hour news.
latest. Jury in the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking added tomorrow. LA Mayor Bass has spoken out on the lawsuit against the city's sanctuary policy. Over at the top of the hour, Southland weather for chaos. Sunny tomorrow, high 70s to around 100. The Scandinavian design, fresh on the 20. On Sound Ready 4th Street. So you want to break? Hold it. You try to clear something free there. And look, Long Beach Boulevard. Still got 16 westbound before letting Boulevard. The money lane. And in Monrovia, 210 trying to clear that stall. Your left, it's already slow from the 134. Behind Jimmy Arnett.
always stick it out, but it does. Are there any sort of movement on change direction? There's some interesting stuff in the community, but that even if you have this one, the way that this would work is that
Now they think you're 401k safe, and it's growing. That'll be enough. With your 401k designed to make you wealthy,
trade all the
it's built to shift risk from to you.
and so
Exposed to market crashes, inflation. But now Americans are taking back control. Noble Gold Investments has helped thousands protect their future retirement savings into physical gold.
and then it backs off.
Starts thinking back, talk to me, and learn how saving your 401k into a tax advantage gold without penalties. .com and get your free wealth protection kit to get started. That's Noble. It's time to get your zone into something real.
Celebrate their fair-lighted festival for $50 at Indonesia Designs for 50% off.
Actually, like
Stop by our Los Angeles shop or shop online at IndonesiaDesigns.com.
My son was based on major injuries to his face. I don't know the lawyer like Opio, or any other hands down Opio is one of them.
Is executed inside the mountain down air shows at the facility. I do think it sounds familiar.
I don't have all the answers here. I like, for example, cloud or effective or anything like that.
Any other BMW, Audi,
I'm not aware of really.
the latest guy.
You can feel it in your gut to Time Magazine. This is the 2008 crash. Bloomberg predicts how much U.S. housing market extended for its worst slowdown in years. And the answer against it, there's only one. And it's outperformed 3-1. There's only one place to go. America's top. Sell digital is the
Certainly,
classic class. If it's up 10, 25 times. Weekly featured on CNBC, the History Channel. Yes, and to safeguard your future.
really has a culture track investments.
800-711. 800-711. So the California save up to $1,000 on temporary. Plus, with your credit, it's with your minimum monthly payment and 10% down. So give you a California draft. Independent sale.
Just sort of like
That's
whole conversation
AI business management system in one convenient suite. HR smarter, works the same thing. Forecast future. Tell me that is important now. If your business is $1 million or more per year, take a good look. You won't be alone. 41,000 businesses. Go to netsuite.com/CFO's Guide to AI and Machine Learning. netsuite.com/Hammer. Got a great deal on it.
Yeah, let's go. How about the soft purr of another? Just the rest.
very conservative.
For me, it's a little bit.
Small fixes. Big upgrades. What you need. Guaranteed. Even. Things people love. Eligible items only. Solutions. This is complicated. Especially small business or professional practices involved. We understand that these assets raise unique valuation and allocation. 5 years, we've helped doctors, lawyers, and small business get divorce with confidence. Call us at Cordell. Let me tell you, I understand on your business is much more than a job. It's your legacy. 1455 Crazy San Diego.com. Portions of the following program
Whistleblower, potential whistleblower,
Hey, my name's Mark Thompson is sitting in, and she's looking at
so
the 10th
really,
birthday of gay marriage.
Yeah.
Boy, that as though it was, past the finish line. No looking back. There's been
NBA also has
maybe the new administration looking pretty rare. Maybe changing.
So the last report that came out,
it was in 2004. Legal same-sex marriage took place.
Dr. Sean Patrick, what is his background?
And at that time, it was George who was president,
chief
right?
scientist of the
Holding on this really is
established
doesn't really reflect the people don't get. There was a trend of people supporting gay marriage.
Your background is very objective, it's very scientific, and to some of these other stories.
2018, support among parents for gay marriage has grown modestly. 80% to 80%. I mean, that's most people.
Or even like abduction
But
stories.
Republicans had surpassed 50%.
I'm doing my homework to some degree. It's just there's a lot out there.
So there is a souring of opinion sort of on same-sex marriage within the Republican Party.
Is that the ones?
Courts in the
Yeah.
state house.
Yeah, I watched that. It's fascinating.
Legislators overturned the court decision
Welcome,
that legalized gay marriage.
Welcome, Duncan. How are you?
We're in California, where generally Democrat
A trend, I think, in the past where
control of everything that matters when it comes to same-sex people. With the
I
Supreme
don't see
Court,
myself.
the last word.
So
And
yes,
the Supreme Court is taking some
I tried to do my
and
understanding of this, but
it's
very
only
focused.
issues that the
I think
Supreme
that there
Court
are
would
rules
take this case
that
up.
we can better understand this outside of military
This
issues, right?
isn't it spills over to a lot of other. And the Republican coalition has changed.
We know certain radars classified, but technology
The kinds of people identified
digitization access to these things allow us to expand this conversation.
rising
That's why this
Republican
time
Party
access to
socially conservative Democrats feel for that and they become Republicans.
yeah, but like that regime
Is because to me,
a lot of the people that says that they were just intimidated to the point
now
that
I
they
would
would
say
talk about like
more and more
one guy who chased him off, threatened to shoot him and kill him.
I've
It's
seen
property.
legislation to California landmark is in relation to another,
Like your family,
and it's
don't
affordable
have.
housing.
And in addition to that,
National Civil and Environmental Protectionism
the Air Force,
was
United States plane
pointed
landed
to
the next day.
severe
Hey, thank you. That's kind of cool. You took that much time for a family.
Yeah,
That's
it's
cool.
harder to
That's
Biggest
might be in Brea, California. Saturday, dude.
Saturday, buddy. What's up, everybody?
Fourth. Yeah.
Come back on the 6th.
There it is.
San Diego, August 22nd and 23rd. That should be fun. And Charlotte, North Carolina.
All right, kids, drive fast on gas. July 4th sale is going on. Get 10 times order to the King Shocks collab. We got the QB Tech collab. You got a bunch of new merch on there. Go to Drive Fast. Automatically enters you to win that badass TRX. Get you and $10,000. DriveFastAllGas.com. This is the Fire Kid. Out.
Pollution protecting waterways. Environmental stuff seriously here. Well, mark this day on the calendar.
Around this money sphere right now.
The United States, and they rely on having good relations. That could be wrong, but if they had something,
Around this money.
By residents, well, those hurdles are being streamlined. Democrats and Republicans in California for that.
if there was some high level
Newsom said, address this issue
the head of
with
the military in Brazil,
and that's just the truth.
do you think they have enough
This is
money?
so serious for the issue itself. It's about the representation of not just Sacramento and the leadership and executive.
You're in the sphere right now. You're on the show.
Sphere gets talked about. We never get things. Unfunny comments. I knew it wasn't. I knew it. How did it happen to be one of the 6 comics?
Was it probably
Started doing testosterone from a company. It's like, you know, taking it, but like you should make sure you monitor your blood all to get to that at some point. I'm gonna keep taking it though.
shouldn't just give you testosterone.
My place did. She had men's health.
People that essentially predict within a couple of years of when you're
Doctors. I want to know.
Good taking shots at The Rock. You think you get The Rock?
Wait, why are you sick?
Well, I was hungover one day. Wait. I just, looked at Instagram. No, it's The Rock. It's like disrupting it. I was like, shut the. Yeah, and then he posts like a cheap. Yeah, and it's cookies. Fast and Furious movies at the WWE. Relax on yourself.
Could you imagine if Shane Gilligan, a person that is awkward harm? No, you're not imagining things. With Joe Rogan and his buddies and Shane Gillis, part of The Rock's years in the making of JRE.
This has been years in the making, man.
But there is way too much going on here. 063 of JRE featuring Dwayne Johnson. So let me give you just quickly though, for all my regular viewers, if you were thinking to yourself, finally an episode of Podcast Cringe that doesn't feature Bert Kreischer, I'm so sick of shirt on. Well, here's a photo of Bert posing with actual celebrities in Netflix Cup. To a former shirt up, classic Bert. Oh, and he also tackled the protester at the first tee. Classic Bert, huh? I've ruined your day. Let's get back on track. Dwayne Johnson, aka Years in the Making, appearance on JD this week, and there were a lot of thought this would happen. Not just because The Rock is clearly scared of us and had to hide behind Rogan at the gym, but also because his guests have been talking years.
When you look at The Rock's Instagram, I have to say this publicly because I respect this person so much. They bother me.
They're insane.
Indulgent. I feel like
It's like giant pancakes, cookies.
they don't look like regular pancakes. Never like buttermilk whipped cream. It's like protein, coconut, flavonoid, peanut butter, and then tequila. Like it's never like the full indulgence. And turkey bacon.
He has turkey bacon.
Lots of it. It's like where's that block of cheese? And like an IV of chili.
So this is one of the criticisms of The Rock. Is going on where his message is one of health and love and why can't we all just get along? And hey, if you're just the average day trader who jumps on Instagram like 34 of your corporate prison, that might resonate with you. Dwayne Johnson isn't a picture of health. In fact, he's quite the opposite. Is it possible that his whole persona is completely fake? We're going to dig up on there more about that, but I just can't go on without pointing out that Eliza Schlesinger is one of the only people that are to actually bomb on the podcast.
I liked Elizabeth Warren. She's cool. I liked her. I liked like her too. Yeah, but okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but did you vote for Bernie?
He wasn't available to vote for.
Did you vote in the? I
But I had him on my podcast. He was very sincere.
Okay, cool. I got my mom on my podcast.
I think he's very sincere. I think he's very idealistic. But give that to someone who's educated.
Bro, how do you bomb on a podcast? I mean, it's just a conversation. Anyway, too many today. I'm in a silly mood. So then let's get serious because, like I said at the beginning, most of us who have been following JRE for years and have heard Rogan thought he would actually go on the podcast. And it's to do with the whole fake all-out culture, which has blown up on YouTube in the past, which I absolutely love. Now, there are some this now. Two of my favorites are Phil Leon and, of course, Derek from Wits, who himself almost exactly go and take a wild guess.
So Rock says
He has implied it pretty heavily, but he doesn't end up in scenarios where he gets asked point blank way to lean into it and use it as like a marketing spiel.
The Rock should come clean right now. Make a video. I need to talk to you. Because the Rock's been lying. There's not a chance in hell. Not a chance. Rock is at 50.
Wild as he came out, okay, and I get this is with the message you would want to push too, and I don't think it's like disingenuous necessarily, but it's like he was on a Men's Health interview and he talks about the number one priority is longevity. It's like the hyper opposite of that, like in terms of a lifestyle, potentially exposure to maintain the physique to superhero at his age. Like it's clearly the focus is very much like how much can I milk this right now.
Isn't it great when Rogan has guests on who know their stuff and aren't afraid to voice an appearance on JRE this week? I just wanted to make sure that I give you guys as much content before we get to that a little later. But I want to finish off the explanation from Derek about what the Rock probably takes to maintain his physique and what the long-term health effects might be.
What kind of stuff do you think someone would take to achieve that sort of physique?
I don't think that's similar from what like Liver King's doing is pharmacy derived and prescribed. And why the compounds he chose, some of them are like, for example, Winstrol, not something that has a clinical application. Like there are certain medications that are only a pharmacy legally being prescribed seen by a doctor. So, like I would imagine the Rock is not, like an underground product that is not pharmaceutical standards for its production, and just not that any of them are safe, but like generally it's not the risk averse.
What are the risks when someone's and you're doing that? Like, what are the risks?
Significant, like heart enlargement and like impeding the actual function of the cardiovascular system in general, depending on if you're using liver toxicity. Neuron degeneration is going to be accelerated from high doses of androgens. It's just like broad spectrum, terrible.
So I think that's important. If you don't follow Derek from latest updates, you should go over and check breaks. There's a lot of male celebrities and what they're probably taking to prepare for meals. And you only have to go down to your local gym and see boys walking around just out of their brains to understand why this is a problem. I mean, takes the stuff as well. Anyway, read this week out with the little bro stroking session, raising each other in Rogan's gym. That's where this photo came from. Joe's been trying to help his comedy brain buddies out by having them over for workouts 3 times per week. Into the 3rd week, when The Rock came in for the podcast, workout with them. And so the first 40 minutes of the podcast being that workout talk. that Joe Rogan has well and truly exhausted ice bath obsession, followed by the sauna obsession, active and the whole, you're not living life, man. But the worst part is the whole, you know what, guys, I'm just so crazy. That really makes me want to bitch.
There's a lot of people out there who just bust. Happy. You and I are like, I don't like the position I'm in. I want more. I want something more. Yeah, but I'm going to try and enjoy it. Earlier on in my career, I felt like it's the grind that I love and just go and get after it. But, but man, that time in my mind, like exactly what you're saying is now. But because I've worked hard to get here, whatever this thing, anybody else, with this idea, like let's have it while we're doing it along the way. It has it affects other people, attracts other people. Before you know it, everybody's vibrating at this rate. And excitement. Fun.
Did he say vibrating? I'm pretty sure he just said vibrating.
Before you know it, everybody's vibrating at this rate.
Yeah, he just said vibrating. Okay, I'm gonna need a moment here.
Moments later.
Look, I get that he's trying to spread a positive message and motivate people. Well done. But that's all he does. This whole episode, one big toxic positivity seminar. Lex Friedman of Hollywood. You've just got to love one another, respect the and going and keep pushing. And once Rogan took it, he jumped on the bandwagon as well.
Realize what I got a development deal for I was 20. I got this development deal. I think it was like $100,000, and I had this is crazy because I felt later. I was like 20. It was a development deal for a show, and all of a sudden, like my whole life, I was poor. And my whole life, I was like wondering how I was going to finish when I was alone. How am I paying the bills, eating? But then the moment I got that check, I remember feeling light had been lifted off me. Like now, I didn't have to worry about my rent. Now I didn't have to worry about food. And immediately, oh, this is the key. You just gotta not worried about your bills. So that means like spend less money. That means like live a more prudent lifestyle. Whatever you have to do, but get to that place where you're not worried about hanging over your head. Yes, causes stress that's ruins people. So then I was like, okay, now the most important thing is like make sure you don't around here and keep going. Because now you know what it's like. Continue that. Do whatever you have to do, whatever work you have to put in. And then when I got to it, felt like I have money secure, then I started to learn.
You haven't, folks, the Joe Rogan secret test. Get rich and stay rich. Wow, that's insightful. Rogan's trying to say social studies have shown that happiness doesn't continue to increase in income. So once you're at a point where you go out for some food or a movie or whatever without having to worry about how much it is, there it's just cream on the top. But when you put it all in context, even a bro stroking about kettlebells, it just ends like a 3-hour YouTube short that you can't swipe out of. Then we get into social media is bad conversation. Oh man,
social media break news stories long before mainstream media. It allows tell you about fascinating stories that maybe you would have never heard of, and ecological discoveries and scientific. And it's incredible, and it's also dealing with human beings in a weird where they're not in front of you, they're not talking to you eye to eye.
Whoa. Second there, cowboy. Let's get that bit again.
Also, you're dealing with human form. In front of you, they're not talking to you eye to eye.
So, 2 millionaire celebrities in Austin, secured like a military facility, are complaining about social media ruining society while they broadcast their one-way conversation through the spot app on everybody's phones with no comment section. Yourself.
It's almost. The problem is, a good damaged, and there's a thing about the kind of interaction that people have on social media that just makes, whether they realize it or not, just and this weird need to constantly check, see who responded to what you tweeted, comments on your Facebook posts, and reading them all, and not living your life. You're just right in this weird battle of a big stranger.
Does Rogan Rock has almost 400 million Instagram? Like, this really gets under my skin. Just described is exactly what Dwayne Johnson's whole brand is. Equal physique, due in part to the and years of juicing, and promotes fitness and well-being, blah blah social media, which is how he became a Hollywood. People don't realize one of the biggest reasons box office numbers out of the park is because he has followers on social media. The big Hollywood for that. So to hear Rogan going on and on and on how the very thing that brought into the celebrity stratosphere is the thing that I mean, you can't have both ways. The hypocrisy, I think, like that. But have a conversation. We don't get to about one another. They really hold up in a secured down form, having a conversation with celebrities. That's literally what he's famous for. Oh man, I'll tell you what, it surely can't get any worse, right?
All the people that have got education, there's a moment where you are up there, when you look down on the earth and you see things floating in the heavens, and you go insane. These conflicts over territorial and fighting over resources are ridiculous. We are one life form, one gigantic group of beings trying to live our lives on this magical thing base. And we unfortunately come from backgrounds, all of us, involved in these small groups of hunter-gatherers. There's thousands and thousands of years. We carry that DNA still. We carry fiercely loyal tribal DNA that allows us to look at a part of us as something less. Is that as tech allows me far more freely and to trans more freely, and or information is going to exchange a long time for this to happen. But we will eventually understand her to the point where that's way more difficult to happen.
Can't we all just get along? And look, I just pulled out a few short conversation. The whole episode was that just empty platitudes, all straight from Mr. Hollywood himself. Rogan should retire from podcasting. And I mean, compare this to the most recent episode that I covered in a video 2 weeks ago, where I said that episode would have made the perfect finale podcast. It was wacky, unpredictable. Rogan got his bomb. Even ordered pizza or protein pancakes or whatever that guy. And so many people have been calling out Rogan for years when he has shot celebrities on and goes silent. Remember Jack Dorsey's first appearance already? So after it from more plates, more dates about the Rock's, absolutely zero discussion about any of that. And don't think the Rock's handlers didn't reach out to Rogan beforehand and tell him that any questions about the topic were off limits. That was the conversation that took place. Dwayne Johnson iterated fake brands in Hollywood, and instead of having a serious discussion, Joe invited him over for a segment. Next minute, the headline will read, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, Boston. Anyway, that's my salty breakdown of The Rock's years in the making appearance on JRE. I hope you enjoyed it. It was a little bit tongue-in-cheek, so don't take it too seriously. Below, let me know what you guys think about all of this, and if you haven't, jump on board so you get all my uploads in your feed. That's it from me. I'll catch you guys in the next one.
One of the parties came to visit me.
No!
At the end of last year. For me to run.
Oh, gee.
It was
For president?
president. First of all, incredibly surreal. Because I was the guy who was wrestling at Fleetwood again. Surreal. Because it's never. I appreciate it, and I'm honored, right? Like you, in here, in our court.
It's so different than a pedestrian's brain, and like what can't help. What
Pedestrian is so funny.
I said.
It's better than civilian. That drives me crazy. It's like, arm. Let's relax. We are so lucky we get to do this bull street. I respect it. Even my favorite cop. Get that out there. It's like we give so much less to senator.
You know, it's a strange observe of two aesthetically challenged individuals success in the same industry have two different understandings of how and why they got it and what it all means. Burke could not have brought up his comedy brain theory to a worse person. Stavros is known by many for his candidness and comfort in his skin. From the outside is what he is and why he does the things he does, but a symptom of a cultural problem that this channel will recognize as the Rogan effect. This is basically a derivative of the Dunning this graph, and evidently just as untreatable as it Dunning-Rogan effect display excessive amounts of low levels of knowledge and or competence. Make a few appearances in this video, probably the most delusional famous comedian. Aside from ridiculing him just for fun, I think he had a philosophical insight into the brain that he's now famous for, not for the reasons that he thinks.
You know what we do?
Yeah, we do that. Here's the thing. That's not why you do it. No. You do it because it's a lot better than illegal. You know what I mean? Yeah. You do it because you get rich, you never have to write a spreadsheet again for the rest of your life.
No one's gonna drug test.
Yeah, yes, exactly. Sleep in, get relax with them. I just do it. So, you did it, at least for me, I did it because when I was 19, this is how I got my dick sucked. And then it's been 15 years, I have no other skills. That's why I do it.
Do you find yourself in that scene often where you speak before you actually think, like you promise something? That does that come with being a comedian? Only light your day.
Not you. I'm not gonna prove anything. I can't. I have no proof.
Let's all relax with them. I just do it to smile on someone. I did it, at least for me, I did it because when I was 19, this is how I got my son. And then it's been 15 years. That's why I do it.
So clearly that conversation with Stavros had no lasting impact on Bert, which again, Dunning-Rogan effect. Lacking self-awareness is also a symptom of having excessive confidence with low competence. But let's move away from Bert for the moment. Don't worry, we'll come back to him later. If you thought this illness was kind of a circle, you'd be sadly mistaken. It's hard to pinpoint exactly how or when this virus traveled abroad, but there's an increasing amount of evidence that it's an issue.
I think we're going through a gold period. But maybe it's just beginning. Comedy's quite a new medium. To be the Beatles and the Rolling Stones, or certainly someone else. You know, if you think about it like, Richard Pryor were John the Baptist, or someone's coming through. It's like that thing of like,
it's something is certainly getting bigger and bigger, so he's not entirely wrong. But if you missed my video on Jimmy Carr's, here's a quick recap of his grand idea.
My vision is he gets taught in schools. So we teach music, and we teach drama and art. And I think stand-up comedy is, and I think we need to get less magic and more, okay, let's put down a language like music you can write. Let's come up with I'm working on like, let's come up with analyzing this and teach people how to live. Like if your kid does stand-up comedy, okay, well they have to find their voice. They have it from a different angle, a different perspective. It's about pattern recognition. These are all transferable skills, and it's about finding your voice. The reason every stand-up is interested in your voice. What's growing up about? What's school about? Finding your voice. You're about finding out who you are. I don't think it's a dumb idea to teach stand-up comedy and to say,
all right, let's get serious. Because I think this is really interesting. The tendency of successful people to almost reverse in concise points that are easy to understand and digest by those of us who are it. It's like they reach a point where they think, why am I so successful? Why am I so rich? Well, I must be able to explain it, right? Otherwise, it could just be based on luck at the right time. Let me give you an example. Have you seen those the characteristics of the rich? Something like 5 all billionaires do every day. Points will be like waking up at 4 a.m. All rich and successful people will make the most of their days and maximize their productivity. Blah, blah, blah. Now, is it possible that if you're a billionaire, you kind of have to wake up super early? There's so much to manage, there's so much to do. It actually kind of makes sense that you'd get up so early. From most accounts, he was a lazy slobber. Now that he's one of the richest men in the world, he gets up super early. Every hour of his day is accounted. He does Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Good job, son. That's such a common theme with rich and successful people. As they achieve it, they're here to try sell you their good habits.
Morning go show. As soon as I woke up, I make the beeline for daylight, or as close to daylight as sunlight. For the first 90 minutes, salt in water, so I use element. Just taste, it's fantastic. Your adrenal system is what's active for the first system. The caffeine acts on isn't. Coffee is literally pointless. You just correct that, walk, get back, breath work, stay $1.50 a month. Progressive overload, really, really fantastic. 4 pathways, super simple. Then I did. I'm using Waking Up by Sam Harris. I'm doing insight like a meditation, and I'll read for about 10 to 15 usually the same, unless I'm traveling or I've got different.
Look, let me be clear about something. I'm sure doing most of those things is very healthy and it'll help you to maximize your day, blah, blah, blah. But who's got the time for all of that? Be literally morning routine. Try a normal job, a couple of mortgage, and you're faced with a completely different reality. My point is, didn't start doing these things until they became successful and money to do them. How many times have we heard Rogan wag critical about the benefits of having an ice bath and a sauna? The guy's got a personal gym at home. So fair enough if you're able to do these things, but are we really going to sit here and pretend that anyone who wants to be successful like that? And it's exactly the same with Canadians. They found enormous success later to us, trying to explain it to themselves.
Guys, protect our parks. Some of the biggest specials around. Mine was huge last year. Weeks of it. We're just waiting.
Oh, yeah. Gonna hack.
This coming. Where is it? I don't know. I haven't even thought about it. Because I've just been writing new material. It's probably a good move. I'm space. No, I just like right now. I like doing whatever. I feel like.
Here we are, balls deep in Rogan's comedy. He's got the biggest podcast in the world, which used to create a golden age of mediocre comedians selling out arenas.
I can't imagine trying to break into comedy. Like, if you're a young comic working, man, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't. Man, I got in when no one knew you could make a living doing comedy. I got in when, like, I'm doing arenas. I shouldn't do arenas. By the way, there's like 10 of us doing arenas. I've been an arena comic before. It was Dice, it was Dane, it was Steve Martin, and that made sense. They were great. And now it's like me, Tommy, Sebastian, Schultz, D.L. Rock, Chris Rock. I mean, you're at a comedy club and you're going to hit an arena.
Sorry, I forgot to mention this earlier. The symptoms of the Dunning-Kruger effect is to overstate your current success. Let me explain. What is the highest grossing stand-up comedy in history? Well, I'm sure it's one of his comedy brain buddies, right? Well, no, he'd be wrong. Heard of a guy called Eddie Murphy, 7 comedy special Raw is the highest grossing show in history. It made over 50 box office in 1987. And when you adjust that for inflation, in terms, that's $50 million. Now, I get that it was a different time. The landscape was different, and it's hard to it was being released on Netflix and Amazon. But Eddie Murphy's comedy specials were delivered. I mean, these were cultural phenomena. People were flocking to the movie theaters to watch some dude standing on a stage telling jokes. That doesn't seem so crazy, but 35 years ago, that wasn't really something that people did regularly.
Sitting in a hallway, we were talking about our buses and in transit, what best, like, what mid-size do you like flying the best? And that's comedy. That's comedy. That's just stand-up comedy.
Okay, so now Bert's really going deep. And it's this whole idea that there are these billions of dollars just from their stand-up comedy shows be further from the truth. How many of Bert's top-tier comedy buddies don't cast of their own and also don't have a regular spot on? 0. That's how many. Is a ecosystem that has its robust and the enormous popularity.
I was talking to a company the other day, and he's like, your stage setup, how much does it cost? What do you travel with? I travel with 5 tour buses. I have 27 for a month is what I pay for my stage. Like, it's God, make people laugh. You have to, one, negotiate the open mic scene, which is just getting the mic scene and is crazy. That's like little baby turtles have a better chance making it to the ocean, making it to deep water, getting out of a comedy scene. Then you have to get into the clubs, and we haven't even got you into Hollywood yet. Now you got to go to Hollywood, try and see if you're actually likable. I mean, there are so many crew that you go, oh, you've got to start a podcast, you got to have a social media team, you have a producer who's doing your content. Your footprint needs to be going to cost you $10,000 a month. You're not getting it from stand-up. I mean, dude, I run a fairly successful business, and I am one in the world, and I'm still going like, I'm checking, making sure I'm paying my own.
And as per usual, he forgot to mention the one major ingredient in his cocktails, being buddy.
Aside of that, that's really cool that it's gotten so wild out there. And this is the problem. Which jets they're going to fly on is that's kind of awesome.
Gorge. I was the first to go to Gorge. Seats 32. It's all sitting in the infield, all in the carved out rock, overlooking a huge sunsets behind me with Big J, Mark Norman, Andrew Santino. All these comics, 10 of the funniest dudes I know in the world, and women, and just tell jokes. That's it. But comedy's at a place now where you're doing these arenas and 20,000 people are showing up just to see comedy, and it's insane.
Of celebrity comedy podcasters really did blow up during the last 3 3 years since 2020, when most of us were forced to stay at home and consume more social media than we usually would. That's where many of these guys blew up. Bert talks about this idea of being famous only for routines, but I don't think it's that big. Matt Wright, he's been grinding it out at comedy clubs, doing his stand-up routines just like comics do. But then he blew his crowd work clips, and now he's selling out venues and doing world tours. Boys, but not many of us would know who he is if it wasn't media, and of course, podcast.
Strikes me the more you do, especially on live as well, is you've got the boundary you are. So you treat the audience as friends. I think you get all of that. But they go, you're not going, I'll tell this joke in a green room, but this isn't for joke. Right, sure. It's like really nice. There's a real intimacy about what we're doing. People go in our heads. Going in their bodies. Yeah. We're changing it. We're changing. They're laughing. They're releasing dopamine. Yes. Serotonin, and they feel great after the show. They did. It's performing, right? Yes. Being in the audience is performing. We think we're the only ones before because we're dummies.
I don't think I've ever heard anyone make life complicated. I mean, the mental gymnastics that do to inflate their sense of self-worth and self-worth truly entertaining within itself. Now, here on the video, I played a couple of Jimmy Carr's appearance on JRE, and he also made an appearance on YMH in that same week. A few days ago because of YMH's practice of banking. Similar to his JRE appearance, Jimmy Carr continued his desperate analysis, and it took on an interesting twist when they started modern movies just aren't really compared to
now it is just about the same. Not really. Have you heard this album? They just was the last time you saw a real movie as opposed to something with goodies and bads? Yeah, like a film that takes you on some type of emotionally. It has like. You look at what's out a lot of times.
Because it's profitable. Because it's the foundation of being profitable in the past. So they just and also we're
risks at all.
No, there's no one.
So let me just get right. Tom Segura is complaining about he's being boring, overly predictable, and lacking depth. But he spent the last year of Thrones. You see, everything they do is else doing it. Well, it becomes shallow garbage. And speaking of shallow garbage, this actually happened in real life. This conversation was actually recorded and released for public viewing.
Did you? Great.
That's great.
Dang.
That's pretty good, isn't it?
We're chipped on turkey.
I had it done by this guy at the mainland at Bulls. Like panic when it's done where you're like, is this gonna suck? Oh yeah, I might look like crazy. That's one. The next day you kind of go, is this okay? Yeah. Actually,
yeah, me too.
I want it to look like someone in the fridge.
No, great.
Those guys stand out. Weird, dude.
Are they veneers?
Oh, I got everything done. My dentist described it.
Yeah.
I want. Can I say something on everything? The wisest thing he did was not to like. Yeah, those people do it. You see it all the time, and you see it like
you get out of LA, but you can't take the comedians. And so there's this clash between old and old. Who was it on better display than when Dave Chappelle had who Andrew Schultz was? So Schultz a therapy session to cope with the heartbreak. He said, okay, I can't do stand-up, but this isn't stand-up. I shouldn't do stand-up like this because there's no audience. So the key to that, and he figured it out. He's like, you gotta hit it fast. One after the other. It's gotta be fast-paced, and we use all these visuals while he was hitting punchline after punchline. He figured out a new way to do comedy. He figured out a way to do Instagram 10-minute comedy.
that, like you say, that's no, like this thing that you're describing.
Yeah,
that's not what I do.
That's different.
Yeah, it's different. I'm showing what that crowd's not there.
Right. I mean, but for him, he's coming up still.
Yeah, and it's a whole different ball. That thing that evolution he was able to make. I'm like the old guy who is that high outfit from the 70s. Go fashion and go on without. I'm that. I'm good.
We're out there in air pools, and all of a sudden, people start hitting me up. They're like, "Yo, Chappelle, he's hating on you, bro. He's throwing." Right? Let me just give some context. Reacted the same way as Dave, given described. You know, describing this like kind of YouTube or Instagram comedy, and you know how we about like a funny YouTuber or a funny Instagram. Yeah, we're like, slideshow. We're stand-ups, yeah. We're stand-ups, so it's just like I understand that first, but then when Joe's like, no, he's a stand-up. It's different. Way to evolve within the times, and then dismissive to it, and he was like, "That's not what I do." And I guess the only pushback I would give there to Dave is a name, not because up, but because of a different type of comedy. I'm not going to get a Chappelle chain anytime. And you know what? I can live with that. Okay, you know. If Dave wants to rethink that, then
Ladies and gentlemen, these are the brats of comedy, the social media influencer stand-up comedians who most of us came to know from their appearances on JRE. Bill Burr, both great examples of almost the exact opposite. Brats rose to more than they need him. They validate him, and you can see that dynamic. They go on JRE instead of like lovesick puppies in front of Papa Rogan. Burr can basically say whatever they want, and Rogan no choice but to put on a laugh hysterically. They're comedians, right?
I want people to put a mask on. Let's not start this, John. Okay, let's start. I don't want to start this. Both degree, listening to you with no medical degree flag behind you, smoking a cigar. Acting like we know what's up, better than the CDs. I watch the news once every 2 weeks. I'm like, mask or no mask? Still mask? All right, mask. That's all I give a fuck. I don't care. But even they say you shouldn't wear a mask unless you're treating a coronavirus patient. The World Health Organization. Yeah, they didn't say that initially. They did, and then it gradually, and then everybody wore the masks. This is like rollerblading. And then there was that one homophobic joke, and then 100 million rollerblades got thrown into the ocean. We all wore masks, and then all of a sudden, people are sitting there. But you don't have the body type for it. Bubbles would scrape on the ground. I just love how wearing a mask became like this soft thing that you were doing, like being courteous. Why is it for big? I know this is stupid. First of all, with your open nose and throat, gee, Joe, this is a man right here. Man doesn't wear a mask.
There's probably a head that can go on JRE and speak to him like that, aside the fact that Burr was having a laugh. He was roasting him, plain insulted Joe's intelligent high. It's the way he talks. Man, that's what it looks like when it doesn't quite have the same sway with Rogan.
Pharmaceutical companies have done the same thing. It was revealed that this is why I was saying, let's go. Hold on, don't interrupt me.
Certainly a social hierarchy in the Rogan universe. He changes anybody's guest, which people do, so we shouldn't be for that. But we've heard that how Rogan has encouraged to take up comedy and start a podcast. There's an experiment which is Russia considers himself one of the best in the world, bragging about selling out arenas, his fleet of comedy tour, the payroll he's got to take care of. Stand-up comedies and guys, thanks to Rogan. And even of the comedy brats, Tom Andrew Schultz. These guys did one appearance on JRE. It was multiple appearances over several years that really cement comedians. And hey, I'm not saying these guys are complete hacks. I mean, Tom Segura, a comedian, I almost feel bad including him with the others. But he's taken such a big turn lately, leading a rich guy motivational Andrew Tate light version of himself. And it's becoming harder and harder to enjoy his comedy as a result. The endless podcast, these guys explaining to us the nuances of their comedy brilliance, insufferable. They're still buying tickets to their show, even though their podcast numbers are falling off. They're still turning up every week, speaking into the mic. So until we all stop listening and move on to bigger and better things, Rats will still be here loud and proud and full of gas. Enjoyed this breakdown of the Rogan effect on the comedy world. Drop a you guys think about it. If you haven't subscribed yet, consider board so you get all my uploads in your feed. That's it from me. I'll catch you.
It's all incredible. The idea that we're literally living off our wits. Yes. It's how few Virgin Territory.
Oh my God, the power went
I got two girls. They're both like 17, 19. Like I'm married. Man, when you tap into bro energy, when you get a bunch of like boys yelling at the top of it sounds so much like a man that spent 7 years in. He said, "Bro energy is bro so energy. Safe. Bro energy." Let me tell you something. I'm being dead
for another video. Thanks for joining. Shout out to any new viewers. Hope you enjoyed the show. A couple of Easter eggs. Get into the time Bert Kreischer made Rogan snap. I want to point out a couple of interesting BS with Jake Paul, as well as been waiting for from Tom Segura, the airport incident. So if you've been following Bert's social media accounts, you'll know that around a week ago, he finished his 83-day body transformation. He's supposed to be and adopted a carnivore diet, some sort of keto diet, which led to a weight loss. And judging by the photos, actually moving in the right direction. I mean, it's moved up to date. So that's why when he did this on Jake Paul's podcast, which was posted on November 3rd, reminded me of something.
What's the secret? Not drinking. I'm sober. Yeah, I've been California sober. Yeah, I haven't drank in like, I don't know, feel like 50 days or something. Wow, congrats. Yeah, and I've been in ketosis.
Their first day back drinking. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you very much.
So using the powers of advanced deductive reasoning, this podcast was recorded well over a minute. And I've said this before, there's nothing really, but for my regulars, we've been following this pattern, particularly with Bert and Tom, to be the most notorious for banking episodes weeks and months in advance. Wondering why I care about this so much, you should go and check out my recent video titled How Joe Rogan Rules It, where I explain pre-recorded podcasts and so forth. Tom Segura, we've all been waiting for him to mention the airport incident, and so on this week, which dropped on November the 1st, Christine said this.
And also what I noticed, like just in the airports, like coming back from Vegas this week, 3 weeks ago, is the joy.
So clearly, as part of the production of there's an open between all of them that they should have let it actually recording the episodes. Again, this isn't. But I previously said when covering Tom Segura's airport meltdown, it would be a few weeks to say anything about it because of the delay in publishing their episodes. We've made it up to the second week of October on their recording schedule. Listeners know what could be. Yeah. Any moment of it could be clicked off.
It's like, you know, you talk about some number that play check your bag, and then people look at it. I'm a good guy. You know, when you call, you see that. You can do.
Yeah.
There you have it, folks. It was Yeah, we just got it now. I have more to say about the Halloween special with Jimmy Carr in another video that I'm working on, so make sure you subscribe to this channel so you don't miss it. Now that you're on, let's get back on track with
Take hella melatonin just to fall asleep. That chick that but when I fall asleep.
Yeah, I've been sleeping really good lately when I quit drinking. Not quit. I'm like, when I stop drinking, I sleep. Are you an alcoholic? I don't think so. But people assess me as not. I don't have a problem not drinking. I don't have a problem being sober. I like impulse. You know, when during the pandemic, when everyone y'all started moving and everyone started doing, like, Schultz moved down to Miami, Puerto Rico, or whatever. I'm married, really depressed because I was like, I want that. I want the newness. I want the sparkle in life where you get to explore a new city and be like, this is where we're living. I love shots. I love when people are like, out of nowhere, we're like, 2 shots. You're like, the impulse of life. So I wouldn't say like, oh, I've seen that. It's pretty sad. When people have no control over it, it's rough to watch. I don't have that. I don't got the other thing either. I don't have drinks a week. I don't get that.
But right at this point, around a month ago, binge, and it's clear how much he was missing his lifestyle. Just the look in his eyes is kind of crazy. And if you watch clearly, it becomes scary how passionate he is about that lifestyle. He needs it to be happy. It's a defining characteristic of his personality. And this is one of the problems for Byrne. He literally in delusion that his food chain have become swamped. He makes claims about things he could never do. He still seems to think that he has some kind of street cred because he was voted the animal.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm great, actually.
What's your neck of the woods?
Making awesome Digicore and step.
What is that?
Making Digicore and step team.
What is that?
It's music.
Okay.
FL Studio Mobile.
Okay, how'd you find out about it?
I just found it, through through TikTok.
TikTok?
Yep.
Really? You didn't find me through Discord?
Oh no, I'm talking about Studio Mobile.
Oh, okay. How did you find me?
I found you through Discord.
How's your day going?
It's going great.
Excellent. Well, we're just watching. Need to adjust it. Just
Slow. FL Studio Mobile.
And apparently being a drunk menace in jail gives him a free pass.
So you're running for
3.5 years, yeah. Thanks, big dog.
Have you ever been beaten up? I got really by my big brother. No. Go to the hospital. Another man took your manliness from you. And you woke up on the floor, and people looked at you were knocked out, man. And then
you know who Diddy Blood is?
What happened?
No, who's that?
I've gotten into a lot of fights, dude. I talked
They
to there were times
optical
Rogan
blood.
wants me. Like, I talk wild. That's what I love about you. But you love dudes
Okay.
that get out over their skis. I love Dion. I love all that. I love that. That's why I love you. It's also why I love Nate Diaz, the Diaz brother. That's why I love Connor. I love all that. But I was the guy that did it and then just couldn't back it up.
I love how you name some of the world as examples of God and how he loves that. They quickly realize that he's just like them, without the world-class fighting and toughness. And that's how he got into deep Rogan. When he's hanging around with his other, they clearly consequences. Remember all that drama about him getting son at Mark Norman's bachelor party and drew instead? So he completely lost his marbles and threw a temper tantrum. Funny, because classic Bird. With someone like Rogan. Rogan's built different.
So when's the time that you thought Rogan was gonna fight you?
Oh, a million times. First over October. I thought he was like livid with me, challenging him. I was talking to him. He did this video. I thought it was funny. He did a video where he was like, out here, hills, 2 miles. I got my dog Marcy with me. What's up, Marcy? Video. I go funny. I go, sorry, Rogan. I saw you do 2 miles. Every 2 miles you do, I do 4 miles. And I brought my dog. Priscilla, well, where's my dog? I thought it was a Rogan heard was, you do 2, I do 4. Rogan goes, okay, I do 10. The next day, I think he did 20 miles of just running on treadmills, and I was like, wow.
So these competitions that Rogan does with his buddies are a recipe for disaster, right? With like Bird and the group, whose entire personality is based on being a 50-year-old, you can see how someone like Rogan would lose patience with him and go into beast mode. I mean, next to Bird, Rogan has the discipline of a monk. That's why things flare up between them every sober October. Rogan's a black belt in jiu-jitsu and in taekwondo with decades of market. Not to me, he's pretty jacked for a midget. Must be all the AG1 he drinks. But Bird, on the other hand, he's a self-delusion.
And then he stopped talking to me. And then he was like, and he said, there's videos of like, he's like, yeah, I had to stop doing Sober October because of Bird. He's like, I would get in, I don't know if I would get in his head. I don't want to say that. I would feel the I have legit great. Yeah, no, you don't. They're really good this year.
You don't really mean it, right? Like, things you know they're not true. I just mean right. You say things you know aren't true. To the split.
Time I said to him, I've never been able to do a split. In his face when I said I could do it, he goes, no, you can't.
You gotta know that you can't do the splits. Like, why'd you say that?
Same reason I said I could run a marathon with no training.
Yeah, but a marathon you can run 5 miles. I've seen you run 5 miles. Yeah. So just keep going. The idea of doing the splits is crazy.
For me, was when you did a split, and then you looked at me and you said, have you ever done a split? And I said, no. And then in your eyes, you go, like you're almost trying to talk to an island of people you discovered. You go, what made you think you could do that? And I go, I don't know. Yeah, you're like, never done it. And you go, and you were willing to hurt yourself? I was going to see if I could do it. I just thought I could do it. And he would do it, and it was hilarious. And then he goes, wait, you can't do a split. And he goes, what made you think you can do a split? And I was like, I don't know. I'll blow out my traps to fight.
It takes a long time to get that flexible. Well, that's not a normal human thing.
Roll the dice. I like that. That's Cinderella
story. That's a one hamstring.
Yeah. But like,
you find yourself in that situation often where you speak, actually think like you promise something. Does that come with being a comedian where my only
is to lighten your day? I'm not going to prove anything. I can't. When I did Secret Time, I didn't realize that until they did the billboard of it. And they did the billboard, and I go, that's not my stomach. And it was
it's the craziest, most delicious perspective. I think that next message you sent us the other day, I do more push-ups than anyone in this group.
I think I did push-ups and marks.
Yeah, but cheap push-ups I can do for days.
You know, I've been thinking about, aside from realizing that I need to get a life and thinking about it, I also realized something else. Joe Rogan can never get rid rid of him. And a lot of us have been speculating for years as to whether or not Joe realizes. And I honestly think he's well aware of it. He's been pushing friends into the spotlight for so many years. He's responsible for a lot of the success that they enjoy. Okay, that part we already know. But what happens when one of his main buddies starts to implode? Like, I mean, think about Brendan Shaw. How many times hasn't Joe just cut him off? Sure, they're friends and everything, but some just haven't worked out. Why does Joe keep it regularly? And I think the answer is that he doesn't really have a choice. Think about it. If Rogan started buddies, it would become a... Joe has way too big of a public profile to actually... Every single move he makes is so highly... that he's basically trapped in his own little bubble. It's almost like he's on autopilot. And I've noticed a few of you saying that exactly in the comments of a lot of my videos. He's so censored now, he doesn't really push back on anything anymore. Everything he says is centrist and safe. I agree with you guys. He's so big and machine moving, otherwise it'll be severe embarrassment. Imagine Joe stop a podcast and Bumper 2, maybe
Welcome.
Others like Brian Callen and Tony Hinchcliffe. Okay, pretty quickly. So dropping off his hack friends who wouldn't have without him. The backlash would be way too much for him. Eventually they'd all start turning on him because of anymore. I think Joe knows that. I think he knows he's become Papa Rogan. And that's why he has no choice but being in wheezing. Joe in legacy mode. He's got the comedy club now, so he isn't working on any comedy specials. Probably still doing UFC commentary in the next couple of years as well. He views himself as the comedy world that he's created, and there's no turning back now. I think we're stuck with Bert Kreischer for good. Anyway, guys, today I hope you would drop a comment below and let me know what you think about all of this. You viewers, I hope you decided to subscribe at the end, and of course, a massive thank you to my regulars for guys. I'll catch all of you in the next one.
Last night, me and my friends were looking for a movie on Amazon Prime, and the machine.
Thank you.
I was. That's okay.
Perfect. Yeah. Let's go. Are you tame? You'll be sir. I'm going to So we finally on the latest episode of JRE, Rogan dressed up for Halloween as a random guy who looks like he shot an arrow at Elon truck. And then he ordered a double pineapple, double anchovies delivered to the studio. Meanwhile, Chris was a Prime bottle and posted it on Twitter. And uploaded the first 2 hours of this 2-hour, 40-minute episode onto Twitter with the ads embedded in the video, tag ad, which Elon then retweeted. Dressed as a Prime bottle. Wait, speaking of power bottoms, Elon Mark Zuckerberg challenging him to a fight anywhere in any style. Well, maybe. I'll go into fighting using taunt. So I'll tell you what, this was easily my favorite episode of JRE in recently. He captured old school JRE mixed with one of his biggest friendships. This represented Rogan's full. I'm telling you, this is a culture. It's all downhill from being the perfect finale episode of JRE. Am I the only one who thinks Joe or his podcast is straight up outrageous? Maybe I am. So we'll come back to that because first I want to start with this Cybertruck business. This was so random. Elon drove over to JRE studio in a Cybertruck, and he was to the recent testing they've been doing.
Maybe that was a little too hard.
Hang on. So Elon's whole shtick is, if you're going to build a truck, one of the most important is that it's tough. I mean, you're not going to build a truck that's weak. And as part of this toughness test, all kinds of things at the Cybertruck to test its impenetrability word. But when Rogan heard he wanted to put it through one of his
3D demonstration people are aware of, which is, we got into the side of the car, shotgun, and no penetrations.
wow.
And that comes out from the backseat.
Can I try with an arrow? Do you think so?
I mean,
I bet I can get a crossbow, light, compound bow that shoots 520, 300 feet per second with a razor sharp.
All right, now go.
hey, cutie.
Well, now we know. So we just shot an arrow into it, and it barely scratched.
I've never heard Elon laugh before. He was really chilled and he was having a laugh, but then he was hungry, so they ordered pizza.
Is a real thing.
You can get arsenic from sardines too. I found that out the hard way.
Really?
Yeah.
Ate too many sardines.
Yeah, I ate my work done. And the doctor says you have arsenic in your blood. Someone poisoning me? He goes, that's very, very low level.
It's like you, because you're going for an angry.
Do you eat a lot of fish? And I said, yeah, I eat like 3 cans of sardines a night. That's a lot of sardines. Yeah, I love sardines. I love them. I always love sardines.
Okay,
I love them.
But turns out I can't eat too much of it because they okay. Yeah, I mean, a little sardines once in a while.
Well, for me, it's like I come home late from something easy to eat. I don't want to sit on a can of sardines food, so I'll open them. So TV, eat a few cans. And then I stopped doing it, and I got my blood work done a couple months later. It was gone as well. Yeah. One of my favorite pizzas ever is pineapple and anchovy.
Okay.
Anchovy. Wow. It's amazing. It's sweet and the salt, the tomato sauce, and the cheese. My favorite pizza.
Yeah, good. I mean, as a kid, I was like very much against Hawaiian pizza, and as an adult,
Hawaii's good, but I'm telling you, anchovies and pineapple. Yeah. Dig it. Okay. Dig it.
So anyway, can we order some right now?
I'm good.
Let's try. Be sick.
Yeah.
Hang on. Did Elon just say, let's order pizza?
Can we order some right now? Is that feasible?
I bet we could.
Who says that? Oh man, he really needs to spend more time around actual building rockets, electric cars, and wrecking Twitter. A strange dude, huh? So finally, this double pineapple, double anchovy pizza arrives, and well, we got to see 2 rich dudes eating pizza.
Grab a piece.
All right, so that's awesome.
What's the name of this pizza place? Pizza Leone? Shut up. Oh, yeah.
I really hit the spot.
I said I'll say it again. Joe on JRE with Elon Musk, one of the most most outrageous things I have ever seen in this podcast, but on the sheer audacity us watch a conversation about Roman and pivot into his favorite pizza topping, followed by actually ordering it, then proceeding to record themselves stuffing their faces. Offensive. In fact, it was so offensive that I decided to put together pizza ASMR compilation for you guys, and don't dare turn down the volume or fast forward this bit.
Oh yeah, that's fun. I'll switch it. That's okay. The combination. Pineapple and anchovy. So, yeah. Good, Jimmy. Want one? I want this present. I like the creeps who used to run Twitter. I don't know why though. This is my last piece. Deal with it. This is my last piece. Are you taking it away?
I don't think I'll ever go for that. That was just simply outrageous. So then anyway, after we were forced to sit through that grotesque exhibition of toxic, now with a full stomach, Joe proceeded to stroke Elon's ego with a question that turned into a monologue, more of a love letter, and I'm still searching for the answer.
What is it like to try to judge these different things in your mind on a daily basis? Like, what is it like to try Tesla, all these different things at the same time?
Human brain to handle.
Yeah, I would imagine. Right. It strains my meat computer. I mean, do you need something like that? Does your meat computer need more solving than which one? I mean, something like, if you only have one thing to work on, do you think you would get bored? Or you would get distracted, satisfied? Like, do you need these things to be so complex and have so many of them simultaneously juggling? Because you didn't pick 3 easy ones. You picked 3 of the hardest things you could ever get. Difficult manufacturing. It's one of the craziest things. Like, not only that, completely innovative that the land. Like, that never happened before. So you're doing that, right? And you said, you know what? We've got to save humanity. Let me 4 billion on Twitter. What's it worth? What do you think it was? Yeah, not for the market. Like, for humans, yes, I do. I mean, I really genuinely do think that, and I've said this many times publicly, I think you did humanity service. And if that didn't happen, the narrative of this country would have gone further and further down that road to the point their mind.
Wow, hang on. After watching it again with you guys, I think I'm looking for.
What do you think it was actually worth?
Everything. See, this is the thing that I don't get. He'll sit there stroking a guest for half an hour, and then the guest will crack a joke, and Rogan will just refuse to acknowledge it. This episode had all of Joe's signature moves in it.
I really enjoy is, I guess you still have to call tweets. That's a good word for it, but yeah, it's to the X.
All my exes live in Texas.
People who proclaimed that they were leaving go threads.
Oh, come on, Joe, that was funny. The PC made a joke. Honest opportunity. But let's put Joe for a moment, because Elon, the tough guy billionaire, was trying to pick a fight with another NP, and Joe switched. This was pretty good.
So I'm excited we've kind of rekindled this Duck versus Elon fire.
He's checking out.
He's checking it out.
Yeah. So, he's checking out.
You think so?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'll go into fighting.
Work. Yeah. Got him on front green. I was stunned.
Surely you will respond to a tone like that.
Surely. I mean, there's
Exactly. Let's go full schoolyard.
no consequences on the line. Like, what if you guys had a real bet? Okay, like the moderation team from X takes over moderation of Facebook if you win. No problem. And if he wins, first
Fight for civilization.
yeah, a literal fight for civilization. Wow. And you wouldn't even train for this?
No, I train.
Like, how many weeks you need?
I mean, I don't have to train. I can do it like tomorrow. I tried going to his house, actually.
Did you really?
Yeah, because he lives and we're doing some, Tesla full self-driving testing. So I'm like, well, got a big test.
Press the button, go navigate to Zuck's house.
Yeah. Basically. It's not 3 miles away from the Tesla California headquarters.
That's probably Hawaii.
According to a spokesman, he was traveling.
Oh, yeah. I've been wild if it was there.
I literally, I thought it was funny. I'm coming over to your house.
It's even more funny with the richest guys in the world.
Yeah.
That's Mad Logan Paul, Dylan Dennis vibes. Which one's which? I get the feeling that Elon's massively overestimating his skill level. Sure, he's done some training over the shape, but I can just imagine Zuckerberg it out in the early hours of the morning preparing himself for a class. But then Elon Paul, and I'm not gonna lie, this has to be one of the creepiest I've ever heard. I get what he was. I don't know. It just didn't sound right to me.
You know, there's a friend of mine who is pretty good at fighting. What I do, and I said, let me show you why there's weight categories. We pulled the walrus, and you're just, I'm just gonna lie on you. I'm not gonna do a lot or anything. I'm just gonna, I'm gonna, position myself such that it's hard to, and I just want to lie crossways on you, and you're trying to get away. You won't be able to get away.
Yeah, that's still weird. A lawsuit. And this is where Rogan and Elon have a disagreement. Elon basically thinks that because he's 200, not 260, only 240, that he can pretty much pin down Zuckerberg. For those of you who don't know, like half his size. But Joe started pushing back. Guy has a much higher skill level. Then it's not uncommon for them to dominate, especially in things like grappling. By the way, I don't think this fight will ever happen. They both have too much. This would easily break the record for the in history. Imagine like a full MMA fight between these two tech titans. It would be absolutely insane. Elon Musk versus Bill Gates. Now, we definitely know that's not going to happen. Be the one to make the excuse of this. Zuckerberg seems to be the kind of guy who would make the commitment and stick to it, whereas Elon's known for the delivery. But anyway, clearly I've just been having this will go down as a classic episode of JRE. I really enjoyed it, so go check it out if you have time. Like I said at the beginning, the first 2 hours are on Twitter as well as Spotify, which is pretty cool. Because I didn't want to have to keep Twitter open while I was listening. That's a major problem. I mean, who wants to keep Twitter open for 2 hours just to listen to a podcast? And then also maybe Joe and Elon are lining up some sort of deal to get his podcast exclusively over X after his Spotify deal expires in December. I made a video retire, which you guys can go and check out if you. But I actually think he'll try to stay on Spotify. I've been thinking about this a lot lately and reading all of your comments
And I think I agree with you guys today. He really doesn't have that many options. And if he moves to Twitter, I think he'll actually get lost in there. Twitter isn't really built for content. I know Elon's been trying to push Twitter Spaces or whatever it's called now, but I've never really been. Think about what happened with Facebook, for example. Some of you might actually started hosting podcasts, but eventually they just canned it because it wasn't really popular. Saying people go there to scroll and read a few posts or look for breaking news or whatever. For Rogan to risk the biggest in the world to move over to his buddy's platform, it just at this point with too much risk. So yeah, I'd be interested to hear that. I wonder why Joe posted this episode on Twitter and what that conversation was like and how all of that went down with and so forth. Maybe he'll explain it in the next few episodes. Who knows? Anyway, that's it from me, guys. I hope you enjoyed this video. Shout out to you viewers. I hope you decide to subscribe. Thank you to my regulars for always showing up for me. You guys, I'm out for now, so I'll catch you in the next one.
So, I'm just excited that you're interested in doing it still. Sure. All right. You back up doing like the sumo. How are you so good at rock, paper, scissors? Intuition.
What's up, Palmer?
I only play for stage.
Okay. Play for.
I do the programming on your show.
Just, it's getting interesting.
Intuition.
What's going on?
I only play for stage. I do the programming on your show.
That's worth a lot.
What kind of roster? Whatever.
Like programming, like who's going to be on? That's not possible. We're booked up months and months. We're still confident. No, that's ridiculous. There's no chance. Yeah, we can't play rock, paper, scissors like that. Interesting.
Anyway,
See, this is the thing most people don't realize. Not really profitable. I mean, if you're some hotshot YouTuber with millions of subscribers, because I'm talking real big money. Think about our boy Joe Rogan over here. 3 to 4 3-hour podcasts per week. So that's 9 to 12 hours of a single week. And if you compare that to a YouTube channel, they wouldn't put out that much content over a year. Podcasts like JRE, we're talking millions of dollars in ad revenue every single week. I told you, I wasn't kidding. But it's when you consider that podcasts like JRE are basically just him that you quickly realize not only is there big money involved, but all that money basically goes to Rogan. Well, at least before his $250 million Spotify deal. So let me explain this of this video so we're all on the same page, because as you'll know, we're not just going to scratch the surface here. We're going deep. Let's go back to June the 21st of this year when buddy Brian Simpson on. It was smack bang in the middle of crisis where the Titan submersible went missing after the wreckage of the Titanic.
You're real man, like your father. Oh, man, I don't know. That's the more I think about it. It scares me. I don't have a plan. Like they can't control. There's no emergency service button. There's no transponder.
They don't control from inside.
No, it's control from the ship. And the ship got directly above.
Oh no!
Yeah. And if that doesn't happen, if they lose contact with the ship is not directly above it. There's no plan B. What? there. Maybe somebody crabby. You know, maybe that window failed at a certain depth. That's what I think. That thing failed. I think it's.
Yo, buddy, you got to be 18 to be in here.
Seems like. I think the banging is just it's banging up. Maybe the banging is something else. Maybe it's the shaking. You know, they've never measured the sound and say that banging is outside the wall. Yeah, I mean the Titanic's down.
Take care, champ.
So first things first, Brian Simpson for being pretty much 100% predictions and analysis of that whole situation. It makes those podcasts so much more actually been following an event and has a well-informed opinion. They're Googling stuff and having Joe read out all the articles. But here's the thing, right? You know how I said on the 21st of June, well, we only got to hear it on the 11th of July, 3 weeks later. And that pretty much captured the world's attention. People everywhere counting down the hours until these guys theoretically ran out of oxygen. We learned that the sun floated several days later, and then we have Rogan and just a month later speculating about how they died, if they sacrificed someone to save oxygen, all sorts of weird and wacky takes on the whole situation. I think that's weird. I remember listening to it, and why am I this happened almost a month ago. We all know when listening to these guys talking about it. Now that it doesn't really have as much relevance anymore, it wasn't like they just mentioned it in passing. They several times. They compared it to getting eaten by a fatal shark attack video, which went crazy. I mean, the theme, right? So why did this happen? Like, while recording and releasing podcasts? Welcome to the world of banking.
We had this thing where we had bank episodes. So it means we were going into this, I don't know, 9 or 10, and then just getting the day. And I knew that when I got home, right, and we got, kids, we got to do dinner and get ready for this. So I was like, I'm just going to get up. So every day, I go here. Cold plunge first. So it's like, cough is the first thing I do. Right? And then right to the gym. And so that I would arrive. Yeah. Really great. Yeah.
So this practice of banking episodes is pretty common with these guys, and it's only when there's some massive wealth that makes you realize, oh, they were thinking. And Tom Segura and YMH Studios, they're one of the this drop it like 2 to 3 months later. Take, for example, situation at the airport recently. I think it was a couple of weeks ago when Tom Segura went on this epic PSA agent made him check his bag. If you're wondering, addressed any of that on his podcast yet, just getting the it'll take a few more weeks, even months, before we actually hear him talking about what happened at the airport. So listen out for him. Isn't necessarily anything wrong with banking episodes. I mean, if it's a good podcast, it's a good podcast. But a lot of commentary about world events or breaking news. And it doesn't really work if you're releasing the end later, because it becomes old news. But that's only part of the story. This is really one of the real problem. A much problem.
I would like a alpha based on stand-up comedy. Really? Yeah. Like, they paid me to write autobiography, and they in the UK. We had choices. Our managers all
Wrong.
I wrote a book. Good luck with this. Let's see if it works out.
You see, podcasting used to be or even educational, but now it's just become another puzzle for celebrities to market themselves, create another income stream. And like Jimmy Carr just said, it's the managers and the agents agenda. And have a guess why? Because they obviously get paid too. Now think back where you feel like a little ant on his shoe for suggesting he could carry his programming for a week if he won a game of paper, scissors, paper, rock. No, never mind. Managers and agents have realized is that if they get their clients podcasting and it takes off, they deals and ad reads for their podcast and take for themselves. So what started out around talking smack has turned into this big business profiting from ad revenue, basically whatever else they can sell.
That's why my you gotta turn around for the special one. No, my movie was the machine, that movie that we're not supposed to talk about. We're just not gonna be using your teaser. Yeah. I'm not technically allowed to show this. So what? No, you won't be in trouble. If we hear this, hold on, don't. If we hear this, I'm hyping up some intellectual property that is not legal for to millions of people. No. You want to solve lawyers in front of me? There are options. No, I said that I got this teaser a while back, and that's good.
That's right. JRE gets all the views. It's the place to plug your latest gig or book, or even your like Bert Kreischer. It just sucks off us even though he plugged it on JRE. And look, as much as I'm a fan of Rogan and he's personally blame him for all of this, he's the one who discovered the path and monetized the head of all his buddies on and convinced them to start their own podcasts. Who started this? Now we've got networks like Tom Segura's YMH Studios, which puts out several podcasts per week. Bert Kreischer's got a few podcasts. Everyone who's anyone has at least one podcast. But it's not just about ad revenue. It's also about when Shane Gillis got cancelled by SNL.
Alright, here, whatever. I'll just go do Joe Rogan next week and I'll be fine. Anyways, I thought that was funny. No? What? I literally thought that. Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought it would be fine. Yeah, I was booked up though. No, that's fine. It was just funny to. That was a conversation in Warren Michael's office in the middle of it.
Oh man, that's another one that went over Joe's bald head. But hey, I enjoy all these podcasts. I'm not suggesting they stop or they shouldn't exist. If you don't like my point here is really about how they went from being old to organized corporate media hijacked by the same suits in LA and New York that ruined radio. All the same thing now. That's why these guys all bank episodes in and tracks with advertisers that say they have to produce a certain amount of podcasts per week or every month. Even Rogan would have a contractual obligation with a certain amount of episodes every season. So they can hit their advocates and pay themselves fat. Podcasting has become one of the biggest shows. That's why we get all this out of guys don't care anymore. They're just booking and pushing out episodes because that's what they have to do in their contracts. And around the agents, well, they're the ones first place, so they could buy that beach house or their new boat. And you got to understand where I'm coming from here. There's nothing wrong with money. Good luck to all these guys. Segura, even Berkshire, they put out this image as if they're anti-authority, anti-establishment. No one tells them what to do. It's like the whole tortured artist comedian thing they have going on. But they've become the exact same thing that they are the establishment now, and important for people to know podcasting business. Hollywood. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed thinking. comments below, and best one. Don't forget videos in your feed, and I'll catch you in the next one.
There's nothing that you can program on the show. What are you going to give me? You'd have to give me a particular amount of money.
I say,
But guess what?
if you're making as a stand-up comic, congratulations, you made it. It's all incredible. The idea that literally living off our wits.
Yes.
I mean, there's no one doing it. It's like virgin territory. That Jimmy Savile guy's got more pales than you.
Don't worry. It seems like my guys are still on. Is the circuit breaker?
Stuff from my main audience.
So the video still recording?
Yeah.
Wow. Interesting.
This is fun.
You think it's a circuit breaker?
I think it's the deep
Step
step
back. We're about talking too much.
Joe Rogan is mixed. He is not yet, except he is. He's not very funny, so he got a comedy club. Yeah, his biggest achievement in life isn't building a comedy club. He's a comedian. One thing most people can agree on: Joe's a great podcaster. There's no. My favorite episodes of JRE are the comedians where they sit around for 3 hours, sometimes 5, telling us how quick-witted they are.
Sounds good.
They're very successful. And so one of them who break through race is this endless desire to package up their sell to the next guy. From master acting, screenwriting and directing to short trading and investing, there are even YouTube channels completely dedicated to helping you become the next Mr. Beast. All you have to do is like, subscribe, donate, and watch every minute of their videos full of flowcharts and whatever else they decided you need to know. Have a soul shirt and taught a few classes, shifting away from stand-up comedy and becoming a self-help speaker. Sorry. But it was sat down to listen to the latest episode of Ray with British comedian Jimmy Carr that I realised Joe Rogan and his them marvels.
The thing I'm working on at the moment is the club. I'll be honest, I saw the club last night. What this is to do. To set up a club, community, and I think that I'm working at the moment. I don't know whether it's a book or whether it's might be like an online course, but a comedy course.
And how to do stand
Jokes, how to be a stand-up.
That's great.
I think here's my vision for it. I think we're going through a golden period, but maybe it's just beginning. Yeah, we get to be the Beatles and the Rolling Stones, or certainly some, if you like George Carlin and Richard Pryor. Well, someone's coming through. It's like that thing of like it getting bigger and bigger.
Wow, these guys are onto something. I mean, it's not like the art of comedy has been around for thousands, dating back to the Roman Empire, the Middle Ages, in the English royal court. Of course, the decades-old form of stand-up comedy, which is exactly what we have today. No. Joe Rogan and his buddy with their jokes and observations and stuff. Seriously, what the heck? Hang on. Let's hear the guy out. It wouldn't be fair to jump to conclusions.
My vision is, we teach music, and we teach drama and art. I think stand-up comedy is enough to get less and more. Okay, let's put down a language like music you can write. I mean, I'm working on lines, but let's come a way of analyzing this. How to do it, because what does it give you? Like if your kid does, they have to find their voice to look at things from a different angle, a different perspective. It's about pattern recognition. These are all transferable voices. The reason every stand-up is interesting to watch individual voices. Yeah. And really what's ground. Finding voice, finding out what you're about, finding who you are. Like, I don't like to teach stand-up comedy and to say, well, everyone should give this a go.
It was only a matter of time before this happened. Forces of social podcasting have propelled a whole bunch to wealth and fame, and now we have to listen to them tell us why they're so rich and famous. They outformed their masters of their domain, so they must pass on their knowledge and experience down to the patient through structured lessons designed to hone in your stand-up voice and experience the ironies and contradictions. That's right, you can just teach how to be funny. Right?
We've actually talked many, and we've thought about doing it maybe at the club and professional comics that are on their way up, that are to a workshop, where we could talk to them about material, about the importance of editing, about getting to the point quickly, and how it would be great, because how many comics are doing
Right. That magic just comes to me. Yeah. And I need to check it out. Like, understanding how to write music has never damaged anyone's creativity. So I think that treating it like a job, and how you sit down and write just occurs to me. Well, okay.
Yeah, but like how I do it, so neither should you. I made a video last week called Is Joe Rogan Funny?, in which I documented Rogan's creative process and compared it to three of my favorite comedians, Bill Burr and Louis C.K. And I guarantee you, if you ask those three if stand-up, they'd spit out their red wine all over your $2 t-shirt and send you to the back of the line. Already so many college degrees and courses that many experts don't believe should exist. Film school or acting school, art school, fashion design, music, communication. The list goes on. Even Joe Rogan's daddy, Elon Musk, thinks engineering degrees are only. And here we have old mate Jimmy trying to convince us that STEM should be taught in school.
At the moment, comedy feels like and there's no circuit, but like music, sports, you've got the greats, and then you've got people that just do it for fun. Yeah, why not have that going on? Why not have more comedians, more comics?
Yeah, open mind, right? Never mind. So after spending nearly an hour of this 3-hour podcast talking about their vision stand-up comedy and how they eventually got into the dreaded, you just take a risk in life discussion. Oh man, this one really listening to two rich twats who had FU money decided to follow their dreams, telling everybody.
One of the beautiful things about stand-up, and one of the things I love about the takers, around people that are the same and that are maybe 10 years ahead of them. Ask them, like, you doing gigs, like you doing road. How you doing? Like, can you have any gigs? That's always the thing. How often do you write?
I would to young comics, how shows. It's like, because it's like about how many years you've been doing comedy. Right. It's about pilot. They tell you how many hours they got in the sky, stage, how many shows.
Yes.
That's the thing. I'm like, yeah. And I feel like, okay, I'm in a group. Yeah. Like, your match fit.
Did he just compare stand-up comedy to flying a plane? Flying a plane in the sky is somehow similar to the mic telling jokes? Oh, God. See, what this is that I'm only showing you a few clips from a 3-hour podcast. Most of this episode, they're talking about the art of stand-up comedy and how to teach it. And for those of you who don't know, Jimmy Carr went to Cambridge University to work in the marketing department, a large oil company, until he was 25. It was then that he decided to quit his dream of becoming a...
It's pretty late. life. But I do feel like it makes every other status game look petty. Go, oh, I thought I had skin in the game. I thought risking everything, leaving my job to become a stand-up comedian.
Right.
I didn't have any skin in the game. It was only me. Right. Kids. I go, oh, now things could go south. Now I've got stuff that's right. You know, so I thought I named the system, but actually I was playing a brain.
Right. There we go. That's the truth of it, huh? These days, all like they've lived in abject their way up through surviving off beans and rice and couch surfing because they can't afford rent. Service of their passion for stand-up comedy. It's all about the art form, folks, or the fame or the attention.
Being a comedian is more problem I have. You know, work is it's more fun than anything. A night out. Yeah. Went there, dinner. Okay. Did 1,000 people clap to the restaurant? No, they didn't. Did you get a standing ovation as you left the restaurant? Right. Well, no, I did very well at dinner.
I have often thought of how many people live never kill. And what a sad
breaking off the ego. Never have a group of people in history so desperately pursued of celebrity as some sort of art form like comedians do. Don't get me wrong, I'm a fan of stand-up. I'm not a stiff probably think I am, but this endless pontification when convince themselves that their fame and fortune has some deeper philosophical significance makes me want to vomit in my mouth and then swallow it again. They're just entertainers, and some of them are very good at it. I think we need to start teaching schools. Heck, they're teaching enough use crap in schools these days. There's a bunch of middle schoolers learning how to act. This is the confusing part, because apparently stand-up comedy is an older man's game.
A list of people that made it late in life. Like like Morgan Freeman, and they didn't have their leading roles till they were in their 40s. So it's a good list. It's like, I found it quite like calming for going. It's not a race. Yeah. Like most comics don't do their best work until they're in their 50s. You know, it's not. I find that very comforting. Yeah. It's like most of the stuff. It's not just stuff you watch, stuff you watch.
If everything goes well, you'll be enhanced with every day you're on this planet, and every life you have, and that you learn from, and that will enhance your expressions.
Alrighty then, so let's break this bit of a summary. Stand-up schools at an early age to help those kids who want to pursue the art form to hone their skills in. But make sure you've got plenty of stand-up comedy as an adult, because to wait until you're in your 50s to get a real feeling for it and become successful. I'll tell you, if you listen to a couple of egotistical narcissists for long enough, they'll eventually contradict themselves and prove that they're simply talented who crave the approval of others. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Anyway, I hope you guys. Shout out to any new viewers, and of course, a big thank you to my regulars. You get all my videos in your feed, or below, and I'll hit the best one. And you can help Big H School.
Have you ever seen that video from when they first started telling people you can't have an open beer in your car?
No.
You, Jamie?
Wear a seatbelt.
What's first light bulb?
Hey guys, welcome. Today we've got Rogan on with Alex Berenson discussing drugs, gambling, and alcohol. All the fun stuff. So I'm going to take you through the most controversial moments between the two of them. At the end of this video, I'm going to lay out my biggest criticisms of Joe Rogan. there are a few things that he always says that drive me up the fucking wall. So stick around for that. Before it's shout out to my 11,500 subscribers. Very special mention to my ground level crew for their shoulders. If you like this style of commentary and analysis, make sure you uploads in your feed. Now, who the fuck is Alex Berenson?
I was on with you one time before COVID. Talking about cannabis, but before you got kicked off. And then got put back. Let's talk about that. You came on for your book that I've referenced many times. It's called Tell You. I think it's important.
So the first thing to know about Alex is that him and Rogan have opposing drug use and legalization. More on that in a little bit. But basically, the TLDR version is that was a New York Times reporter for years, and he left in 2010 to write spy novels. Fucking random, I know. I haven't read any of them, so I couldn't tell you if they're good or shit. So he started getting back into journalism over the last week, and he became sort of this alternative media personality. He's pretty busy on Twitter, which he was banned from at the request of the Biden administration. Involved in that whole Twitter file saga, one of the reasons that all of that came out in the first place. He sued Twitter before Elon bought it, asked information about COVID, and he won. Twitter with him for a confidential sum of money and reinstated his account. And he's basically been using that massive win as a blitz. And you've got to admit, it was pretty ballsy. He backed himself in court and he bought all the shit that he was saying on Twitter about COVID. But the most interesting thing was during the period, which for those of you who don't know, is when both parties have to share emails and documents and contain certain key words relevant to the case. Twitter had to give Berenson any correspondence that mentioned his name, and that's when he found the emails from them telling Twitter executives that he should end, which, as you can imagine, is potentially an infringement of his First Amendment rights because it's coming from the government. He's in the process of suing the federal government for exactly that. And then finally, 19 called Tell Your Children the Truth About Marijuana, Mental Illness, and Violence, where he basically says that weed contributes to psychotic disorders and violent crime, commercial. And that brings Rogan and Berenson. Like I said, they have opposing views on drug use, which I'm about to get into, but I've got to say, I get strange vibes from Berenson. There's something about him that seems off. He's obviously a pretty smart guy, which is fine, but off as a bit of a nutty professor. Kind of like a crazy scientist, except he's not a scientist. I do agree, but just throw that in there in case any of you listening felt the same. So, with all of that in mind, let's see how they got along on the podcast.
Wrote about people get mad with the weed issues. Well, no, the traffic fatalities regarding marijuana. Google that, because that's nonsense. No, we wrote about it. Dropped. What do you mean? First of all, I wrote about what the sources are. The original science. It's an accident and they're high. See, you stop. No, you interrupt way too much. You need to stop. No, I don't talk about paragraphs. I make full point.
Sorry, Ron, that was some fucking tough guy. Here's the clip I meant to play.
I think when we talk about these things, some people like to use recreationally, like even gambling. When you talk about that there's consequences to these things too. It's not like every person is going to handle every situation well.
So they started off by talking about gambling before they move to alcohol, and they basically make the point as these things, they have different effects on different people. As it becomes more available to the mainstream, you'll get like a wider take-up of these products, and they have varying effects on people.
Look, there's always been stuff, and the legalize so people, want more gambling. They say, you can't really stop people from doing it, and so
you got to make it safe. Here's when you normalize it, you wind up opening it to people. Otherwise, let me go back to gambling because I think it's a little bit less. Once upon a time, if you wanted to gamble legally, you had to go to Las Vegas, basically, or maybe a city after even 1978. But basically, you had to go out to the desert and find that. We have gambling in 23 states. We have lotteries on every corner, and just in the last on your phone. It makes it easier. So what does that mean? It means it's going to wreck people who would never have been available to before.
I think I broadly agree with Alex here. It stands to reason that if something is more readily available on there are less barriers for big gamble, and it just makes it easier for those who might here and there have it. I think another reason that they didn't mention it profitable. A bit of inside knowledge for you guys. I've had a few online gambling companies reach out to do ad reads for them, and the numbers they throw is ridiculous. So all these social media shitheads like me plugging all the apps because they pay advertisers. Got this little gambling is everywhere. Anyway, now of the disagreement between Rogan and Berenson. Rogan lays out his vision for legalism, which is based on his ideas of free discuss more towards the end, like I said. Berenson basically just has a hard disagreement. It's pretty respectful though. They both lay out the pros and cons, and they accept that points on both sides.
The things when you consider whether you're going to set up a world allowed / encouraged / criminalized is the effect on young kids.
It's a really good, as a person who believes that I also come from a perspective where, I'm in a different place in life than I was when I was 20. And what would I, if heroin was legal? What would I be like if cocaine was legal? There's a reality that if you and you say, now drugs are legal, we're going to regulate them, and the way to stop fentanyl coming in these teens is to sell pure cocaine, better for everybody.
I truly don't believe it. I don't think the problem is the tainted drugs. I think the problem
I think there's both of those things. But what I was about to say is you would undeniably have a certain amount of that are going to get addicted that never would, certain lives that never would, a certain amount of violent actions, people on meth and heroin and coke, and they're going to do wild shit. And people are super unpredictable when they're fucked up on drugs, have real problems. And that's also true. But more people do it if it was legal. I think more people would try it, but eventually not.
So we just have to sacrifice to people learn?
Yeah, I think the number would definitely increase if more drugs were legalized. I know a few people who like smoking weed but just hate dealing with drug dealers. Readily available through legal, they definitely be smoked more often. And I think that's probably important points for me. Legalizing eliminates a lot of organized crime. Most organized crime is centered around drugs. That Netflix series called Top that Drake revived. And whenever I'm watching shows like that, there are heaps of them. There's many more examples. You see all the death and destruction that follows lives that are just collateral in this massive circle. And you can't help but think if this shit was just legalized. But then you have the view of the government taxing the absolute shit out of it and profiting from it. You can't win. You've got to choose your poison at the end of the day. And that's something that I think both Rogan and Berenson acknowledge.
I know that even with adults that have reasonable ways of approaching every other aspect of their life, some of them can't have a drink. That's right. They can't. They can't do it. They get fucking gerbil eyes and they're gone. Of course. Those are real people too. And what do we do with that? And but it's a question that unfortunately so many pros and cons of both sides, and the con of both sides is crazy empowering enterprise. That's crazy, and that was prohibition. That was the thing that was going on in America. They didn't whiskey. They stopped them from drinking good whiskey. And, that was what NASCAR was creating. Yeah, they were trying to run cars. They developed hot rod cars. Cops.
Okay, so here's the great discussion, and there are good points on both sides, blah, 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 all that warm and fuzzy shit. Well done. Things I notice when Rogan discusses this stuff. First of all, his for crisis is much higher than the average person. So where he says, some people can take it, they can use drugs recreationally, and it's not a problem for them. They become addicts and they can't function. So his basic argument is that if you're like him and you can handle your shit, you should have the freedom to totally disagree with him. But what he doesn't realize, his lifestyle allows him to get high basically whenever he wants, and it doesn't really affect his ability to earn money. In fact, where he is now, people like his laid back, I don't give a fuck attitude. He's got fuck you, whatever he wants. But for most people, if they did drugs and alcohol as much as him, it would take long before you lost your job and could have bills. Also, think about your domestic life, right? He's probably able more than you or me when it comes to his family. He brings in fucking cash that the people around him probably let hide. Imagine you were constantly high, and then you got fired from your job, and it's to support your drug addiction. That's a full-on crisis. Rogan will probably never have with that in his life. Same with Bert Kreischer, like I was saying the other day. It's about freedoms and all that. It's fine for him. But for most people who aren't in his, it's just not a viable way of life. It's like when he says, why can't people get along? There's too much hate in the world, yada, yada, yada. I'm so fucking telling everyone to just love each other and get along. What they're really trying to say is that now I'm on top. Don't criticize me. Don't take away my money and fame. What I say, giving me your money. Otherwise, shut up and go away. It's a dog-eat-dog world out there. It's possible for everyone to love each other and get along. For him to say in his position of privilege, everything's fine as people, every day is a struggle. People are living week to week. Love and getting along nicely just isn't a problem. Finally, Rogan definitely, that clip that I played earlier as a joke from episode 917 with Steven Crowder, Rogan was fuck and completely roasted Crowder when they were having a similar conversation to the one that he just had with Berenson. Berenson, who literally wrote a book confused on drug use and legalization, Rogan is able to have a civil with him, which is good. That's the way that it should be, right? Everyone should just get. I'm not trying to throw hate on Rogan. He's probably my favorite podcaster, as most of you know. I'm a massive fan. But when it comes to this shit, I really think he can't of what he's saying for the rest of us. He advocates for shit that he's passionate about, like gun ownership and drug use, and he even gets super defensive sometimes. Doesn't care about, whatever, I don't give a fuck. But I guess that's what most of us are like. We care about what we care about. Audience of tens of millions of people that really just can't relate to his lifestyle. Anyway, that's enough from me. To hear what you drop a comment as usual. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you become a subscriber so you can keep up to date with all my latest videos. I'll chat to you guys. See you in the next one.
There are absolutely people who have lobbied, as we talked about how the prison guard union lobbied to keep marijuana illegal. There's companies that have done the same thing. It was revealed. This is where I was saying, let's go. Hold on, don't interrupt me, fuck.
So, Jimmy, did you hear about this? This just popped up on New York Times. This guy claims he's like the last witness of the JFK assassination. I was just reading through it. He claims he's the one who found in the car.
Okay, so I'm sitting around minding my own business. I've got a few of the guys over to watch UFC 293 on the television, and we've got the JRE fight round. It's about 40 minutes in, and fucking Jamie out of nowhere ended a New York Times article about the last surviving witness of the JFK assassination. And straight away, Brian up Joe, he reckons he's not convinced about these conspiracies. He says he only believes. And you can see Joe exercising as much self-control as he can. Very long, and he ends up going deep. It was pretty funny. So I'm going to take you through exactly first. A quick shout out to my ground level crew. We're almost at 10,000. Come on, let's go. If you haven't already subscribed, shit out and get on board. We're the fastest growing rebellion on YouTube. A quick reminder that all the clips used in this are used on safeguarded by Title 17 of the United States Code. So back to Callan shit-stirring Rogan while we're trying to fight. It actually was one of my favorite things in life. This is how sad my life is. With JRE Fight Companion, pull the fuck out after a week of grinding out sick videos for my ground. And here we have Jamie, for some unknown reason, randomly up the JFK assassination. I think they're conspiracy theories or something over dinner. Maybe that's why. But anyway, Callan isn't convinced by all this conspiracy talk, so bless him. And he calls out Callan for not getting on board the conspiracy bandwagon. And it just escalated from there.
Well, have you ever seen the video where the seat gets pulled off? And he's like, what do we buy? And the car takes off because they were going down a different route. That's not a real thing. That's a real video. And what's really crazy
with him the entire time, and they pulled away from him.
It's weird because his whole trip, he's surrounded like the Beatles. There's one point in the plaza, they're standing around. It's really creepy. And you're like, what is going on?
So then after this, Callan starts questioning some of the detail of the podcast. When they were saying cheers and having a drink, Callan got shit for spouting CIA talking points. So they had dinner, like I said. And so they all just shut him down. And this is the beginning of what would end this conversation about conspiracies, while the rest of us trying to watch the fucking fight.
Didn't he say he wanted? He said he didn't want the shield around him. I think Kennedy said. I never heard that. Now, I heard that. You know, Chicago a week before CIA talking.
Going to that convertible. In that convertible, as soon as the assassination happened, that convertible wiped it. So there's
there's so much stuff, dude. The Stone talking about it was interesting because he was talking about Curtis LeMay and all those guys. It's not surprising that
the CIA deep mafia roots.
So up until this point, it was just fun and games. Joe knew Callan talking shit, just trying to be the odd one out. Callan said something that got Joe's attention, started to get serious.
Conspiracy theory, it does make some sense to me. Is that
the only one ever wrong? What about this pandemic?
Golf and Tonkin. Enron was a conspiracy, and they did
Tonkin. What about Operation Northwood?
Yeah, that's the craziest one. Operation Northwoods was. But hold on, here we go. This is the best. Operation Northwoods was a Joint Chiefs of Staff came up with a bunch of different suggestions for the president.
Brian, they signed that. The Joint Chiefs of Staff signed off on Operation Northwoods. They were gung-ho to blow up a jetliner and blame police
back Guantanamo Bay. They wanted to give us motivation to go to Cuba.
What's going on? I'm sitting there Googling fucking Operation Northwoods. My mates are all yelling at the time to listen to Rogan. I mean, fuck my life. So anyway, basically, Northwoods was a proposal by the U.S. Department of Defense in the 60s to stage false flags and deception to justify military intervention against Cuba. So we're talking faking terrorist attacks, hijacking fake casualty lists, and all of that took place on Cuba. So the U.S. government had a reason, an excuse to invade Cuba during the Cold War. But the President Kennedy rejected. We know about all of this because it was declassified back. So Callan was way off. Like, this actually happened. It was a legit proposal by the Department of Defense, and he's basically trying to say, because it never actually happened, it was just a proposal. And I agree with Rogan here. This was a full-blown Cold War code by the deep state. But it's still true. It was still an official proposal, like, full of details right into it, and Joe isn't having it.
When the president says to his joint chiefs, when he says to his military brass, he says, come up with different scenarios. Everything is on the table. You get 1,000
American civilians.
You get 1,000
That's a conspiracy.
And Kennedy said, no. It is a conspiracy.
100% a conspiracy to lie to the American agenda. It is a plan to lie to the American empire, to create a scenario that did not explode. Blow up a jetliner, they're going to attack Cuban friendlies.
Again, guys, it's not accurate.
Right, do you think they just took those plans and threw them out? Oh, he doesn't like them, let's just throw them out in the trash man?
The military comes to your civilian executive says, here are the no.
So then Jamie's been cooking in the fucking background and pulls up some random aid, and Joe uses it and gets all. Callan realizes wrong and tries to laugh it off, but it's because Joe just went full steam ahead.
Okay, the Joint Chiefs stepped up. Joint Chiefs never wanted these up because they were so embarrassing. Yes, for it. The whole point of a democracy is to have leaders. And here, this is the complete military trying to trick the American people into a war, Brian, that they want, but nobody else wants. That's on ABC News. That's ABC News. That is the most mainstream of all.
And so after they calm down a bit, Joe roasts Callan, calling him a defender of things.
Why?
You're the perfect guy to do a show like this with Sam Tripoli, by the way.
I know. That's why.
Because you're so bad at defending the deep state. You're so bad at defending the DJ. You make everybody like a Sam Tripoli fan. No. I love it.
It's just so funny how Joe will drop everything completely just to prove a point to someone who disagrees with a conspiracy or whatever. It kind of reminded me of that time when he was on Steve Crowder for dissing weed, saying it was responsible for car accidents, and when Jamie started pulling up all these and studies, they even found an article from Crowder's website where one of his writers had claimed that people who get up. So Joe basically verbally banned him, and even though Joe was mostly out of line and probably went too far, Crowder's a fucking bitch. So he kind of was almost like karma for Crowder threatening. Watch it. Well, you gotta love these plastic creatures, eh?
I love you.
Watch it. Fucking watch it. Anyway, so Joe gets riled up over the silliest shit, but it's pretty funny to watch do it on his normal podcast, not when we're all. It was pretty chaotic for a bit, and it was hard to find on TV at the same time. They missed him because they were distracted, and I personally Joe's UFC commentary. especially when he's just chilling in his studio. It's like he speaks more loosely, but fuck knows why he made the podcast. They seriously offer nothing half the time. Rogan is correcting Buffett's shit. You can tell Callan's just there to shit stare and fish for fire. Massive likes fighters and better suited for these fight companions. I don't know. Anyway, let me know what you guys think in the comments below, and I'll pin the best comment as usual. I hope all you guys had a sick weekend. Shout out to the new champ, Strickland Beast, crazy Adesanya like that. No one saw that coming. And that's what makes UFC so good, in my opinion. I'll probably do a whole video on that. Anyway, enjoyed today's video. And don't forget to become a subscriber so you can keep up to date with me. I'll chat to you guys soon. I'll see you in the next one.
There are absolutely people who have lawyers and guard unions lobbied to keep marijuana illegal. There's absolutely have done the same thing. It was revealed in WikiLeaks memos. This is where I would say, hold on, don't interrupt me, fuck. Native Americans, you can mind control really fast. Why is that? Well, it's like Vietnam, so Asians are about the most fearless killers there are. They can do my uses. The Americans are range. They just like 1 unit Asians. It's just like so crazy. Oh, it's nuanced. Less nuanced. Like, if you listen to the whole thing, you're actually just watching Alex Jones talking nonstop about totally bullshit theories on race, and Joe is just sitting there nodding his head.
Imagine discovering the biggest podcast on the planet in almost 15 years after its inception, and for offering your journalistic take on the film Joe Rogan. Johnny Harris is a journalist armed with a bachelor, makes videos on YouTube and does pieces with the New York Times and content for Fox. He does videos full of misinformation on international affairs, history, and geography. But a couple of weeks ago, for reasons still unknown, he decided to do a video on it. Was initially titled with this piece of shit thumbnail, change it to this thumbnail, and retitled it, Why You About Joe Rogan. Ooh, so provocative. So far, it's not looking good for John. Subscribers are turning against him. I took a casual scroll through, and it's full of hate from his overall audience. I'm saying Johnny for not exposing Joe or conspiracy theorist. I think he is. But while everyone was stuck arguing in the comment section about whether or not this video was JRE, something even more obvious, and it seems to be a trend when the mainstream media attempts Rogan. Instead of exposing him for being this or that, they end up exposing themselves and anything else. It's almost like Adam Smith's invisible into the invisible hand of Rogan, these journalists in the face, without him acting. It truly is Joe Rogan's biggest. It's almost like he wins by default through own goals. So I'm going to take you through Johnny Harris, show you how Rogan exposes them just by his sheer existence. Just quickly though, big shout out to my ground level crew and join the rebellion against cringe. Make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss out on any of my uploads. Johnny Harris.
Now listen, I am not a Joe Rogan listener. Well, I wasn't. Now I am, because me and my team have listened to a lot of Joe Rogan. I dedicated a significant amount of my time over the past several months to watching this show. I'm just scratching the surface. These episodes are long. They're like 2.5 hours on average, and there are almost 2,000 of them. We're talking thousands and thousands of hours of this stuff. Luckily for this story, our story Alex to help us listen to a lot of stuff with some longtime Joe Rogan listeners for some insight. We actually had some pretty nice heated debates.
I remember my first beer. And so after Johnny Harris and his committee of producers, writers, and listeners got through a few episodes, this was their collective hot take on Joe Rogan by Johnny Harris via a teleprompter.
He presents very kind of anti-woke, anti-political correctness type of vibe. And this is confusing, but also very appealing. People love to listen to a guy whose views and language are all over the place. A lot of people, it's like a respite from a predictable lineup of popular voices that tell a predictable opinions, views, and beliefs. Rogan's style is rare, and I like it. He goes to great lengths to stake himself out as anti-establishment platform where anyone can come and talk.
If you're in one camp, you're supposed to have all the opinions that one camp has. And if you do not align with all the opinions that one camp has, cast out of the group.
No woke police, no mainstream media bias, no corporate deception. Curious guy trying to find the truth and not really worrying too much about the politically correct sensitivities of the day.
What I didn't anticipate was social media and the echo chambers that it would provide.
Right.
And that these ideological echo chambers also come with virtue signals.
His brand is the anti-establishment place. You won't get censored by the woke police. But let's be right. Being able to say things, no matter how much I disagree with them, is a vital right, natural and precarious thing. People should be able to speak, and we must protect that. I believe that. And legally be allowed to give his giant megaphone to whoever he wants. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to critique him.
He finally discovered Joe Rogan and gave us the most bit. Joe Rogan's cool because he's chill and doesn't give a fuck about political correctness, and he should be allowed to talk to whoever he wants. That's some great journalism, but Johnny didn't stop there. Because after discovering what we all did a decade later, he had us studying in the middle of his video, which for me was when the real fun started.
Oh wait, no. Then I remembered that journalism, luckily, I sit around and fact check things all day.
The point where Johnny lost all sense of and copped a massive bitch slap from the invisible hand of Rogan. After all his debating and journalism and reading from a television, he inadvertently revealed the real reason why Joe Rogan is so big. It's not so much because of anything Rogan did himself, but also because of people just like Johnny. The truth police, the fact checkers, the truth and reason. The ones who make the rules.
Tacitly validate deceiving information and a voice to opportunistic characters. And so in the end, this modeling of an open mind outweighs the proliferation of seductively fake, especially in a time where truth and facts are all scarce and under siege and creating confusion for
the irony of Johnny Harris making Rogan's rise. And then within that video explaining why accident truly is a beautiful thing. And I think Rogan is right or wrong, or if he's good or bad. Like I always say, no one's perfect. This is who effectively created Rogan and didn't even realize it. Remember when Sid hit job on Joe during the pandemic? They filtered his skin tone to make him look more yellow and sick, and twisted his words to make him look like a mess. They're the reason why it exists. And Johnny, God bless him, was on the right track to start off with. It looked like he seemed to wears whatever he wants, says whatever he wants, and talks to whoever for hours and hours and hours. When the conversation is talking, not the break or they have to move on to cover other talking points. He simply lets the conversation to a natural end. Johnny Harris's video with people. JRE is produced by Rogan and Jamie. And then if you compare it to CNN, NBC, or Fox News, well, that's a whole different level. Even mine are produced by just me. And that seems to be what people want. They're sick of overly produced, committee-based calls. Authenticity is more important to people nowadays than production value. That authenticity lies out the window when people like Johnny Harris, arbiters of truth and fact checkers. I'll put this to you: no more or less information than the mainstream. The difference is Joe isn't trying to silence anyone. He exists for one. Journalism is dead. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below, and I'll pin the enjoyed this video. If you did, hit the like button and become a subscriber so you can keep up to date with all my latest uploads. I'll chat to you guys soon. See you in the next one.
Pesticides and herbicides are a real deal. Atrazine, you know, Alex Jones famously said they're trying the frogs gay. But they are. They're making them switch sexes. I mean, atrazine is a very disruptive, and it's a fertilizer. You know, or is it a pesticide? Pesticide. One of those. I think it's better be done about it. There's a lot of that shit that they spray out.
Oh, come on, Joe. Let's try it again.
I was joking with my buddy the other day. I went before, and I left the empty jug of the dirty oil sitting in his garage. And I was like, oh, I'll get it. No, man, so I'm selling that on eBay. That's it. Authentic used motor oil out of his truck. $20 for that.
Ouch. Tough crowd, huh? Oh, good singer. And I'll tell you what, if you haven't heard Oliver Anthony's Richmond, north of Richmond, hopefully you'll enjoy it as much as I did to review. Actually, a much deeper point here that I want to share, and it involves Tom Segura and a random story he told from his recent appearance on JRE.
The bank episodes of our podcast, we were going into the studio at like, I don't know, 9 or 10, right? And I knew that when I got home, having wife, we got, you know, kids, and we got dinner and get them ready for myself. I was going to get up, and so every day, I just got up a little earlier. So it's like that was my coffee. It's the first thing I did, which right the fuck up, and then right to the gym. And so then I would arrive at the studio, best. Yeah, really integrate the day. And I mean, even they were nice. Dude, it's like if you could take that in a pill form, it would be the whole world. 100%. Yeah. No question. Yeah.
So this story have to do with Oliver Anthony's rise to fame and his recent on JRE. Stick around, this could get interesting. For you, make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss any of my videos. We're the fastest growing podcast cringe on YouTube. Shout out to my ground level crew. We're on our subscribers, so jump on board to join. Now, back to Oliver Anthony. He's been uploading his own songs to his YouTube channel since May of last year, and his songs went viral due in part on his own socials. And then he found himself in the hot seat, sitting right little man. And what a breath of freedom. He's raw, and he's got talent, and he wants to do all of it on his own.
Song just about love that resonates like that. It would be almost, but you have a song where you're talking about how people are fed up with shit, and obviously resonated. I've seen songs go viral Montana, son. Your shit right away. And who sent it to me? I have to find out who sent it to me. One of those things where, like, once one person sent it to me, then it was like dozens of people.
It's funny because originally that song wasn't even in my top 5. Like, it's not normally the type of song. I've written songs with similar messages, but as far as that sort of, like, I guess anthem format is what people are calling it. It's like an anthem. Like, that's not something, but
it's an unlikely anthem.
Yeah,
at same time. It would be an unlikely anthem.
I mean, I had no idea that song would react the way it did.
So the themes of his song Rich Men North of Richmond are centered around poor economic outlook. Everyday man, bullshit pay, nothing to eat, $1 each. But he also sings about child trafficking. Miners on an island, the obese, and the elites who want to have total control. And I think it's fucking brilliant. It's even more impressive than himself and his journey to get where he is today.
Like when I decided I was in it to win it, it was probably about probably May of last year when I uploaded Ain't Got a Chance to Go. But that's when I decided, like, all right, I'm but
yeah, so you were just drinking too much.
Yeah. And so that, and you know, like, anxiety is definitely something. You know, I used to laugh about, and not laugh about, but I used to just not really understand when people talk about mental health. Everyone gets stressed out over stuff and see think of anxiety as being just like this normal phenomenon everyone deals with, but your mind plays to where that thing just it just holds on to you like a, you know, and it's very difficult for you to do anything. And so I spent at least 2 years of my life constantly just having what felt like just a knot wrenching at me.
Well, that's especially true for people that are pursuing a non-traditional life. You know, that doesn't have, it's a wild life to try just to choose to try to make it in this wild world of people that are singing in lungs and you want people to pay attention to you. Like, you know how many fucking people are saying? How many people are recording things, and now with YouTube and the like up on the internet for the big joint? It's a lot. Well, I get that you're going to stand out, so that you're filled with anxiety. Just that because you're,
I think for me, a lot of anxiety came from me just like I was running out of time.
So I think his song more weight about his own struggle, that he lifted himself up and effectively made a decision to be great. And that's what seems to be resonating all around the world. He also seems to have a simple yet mature mindset, which you can't help but his rise to fame has clearly been a battle for dealing with it quite well, due in part to his high levels of self-awareness.
On the subject matter the last couple of weeks, and you know, in everyone's defense, I probably haven't. I've waited for this opportunity. I get a conversation with somebody about whatever it is I am. So people are just trying to find who's this Oliver Anthony guy, and what is he, and where does he work, and who did he vote for, and what's his family like, and yada come image of whatever it is that the person behind the song represents, for better or for worse. People who agree with, you know, I don't know, it's really funny to watch on my end. It's not, and so like just even when I skim through people sending me like like this, like how many people have formed an opinion about whether or not I should be singing the Super Bowl. Like, I'm not singing at the Super Bowl, but you know, there's been hundreds of hours of people's time wasted probably talking about all these little like things that don't even exist. It's just somebody made them up, put them on the internet. So I'm just letting them ride. I think it's great. I just think it's great, like able to entertain everyone and get everyone's mind off like all over the world right now. Like at least everybody can have a good laugh, you know. So.
And finally, now that he is well known and has more money and resources, he's under no illusion about his own self-importance. He seems in his passion for music and doesn't seem bothered with all the trivial bells and whistles that come with money and fame.
Things again, I don't know that I'd ever let anybody even manage myself. It's just something that I'd like to have the hand on. And, you know,
I do mine. I do all mine.
Yeah. Like just with your, like we talked about earlier, your show in general, the reason people watch it isn't, you know, you can add more people in and have more special effects and what, you know, figuratively speaking, like you could make it into something bigger than what it already would just take away. Like sometimes the more you add, the more it's the fact that you have conversations with people. Like we don't have a conversation anyway.
Okay, great. Stroking his dick now, but you have to admit, even aside, he doesn't do. Now, at the beginning of this video, I showed you a story from Tom Segura that he told recently on JR, how he dealt with a particularly difficult time with everything we've just seen from Oliver Anthony in mind. Let's take another groundbreaking.
We had this thing where we had episodes of our podcast. So that means we were going into the studio like, I don't know, 9 or 10, and then just spending the day. Then I got home, I'd be wiped, and we got to do kids, and we got to do dinner. And so every day, I just got up a little earlier. So it's like that was my call. That was the first thing I did, and then right to the gym. And so that I would arrive at the studio in the best mood. Yeah. Really in a great mood. Yeah. And I would zip through the day, and I mean, even they were like, "Wow, you're like." You know, like the staff.
If you could take that in a pill form, it would be the most popular pill.
100%, no question. Yeah.
Now, on face value, it's a story. Some of you thinking, what are you going on about? There's nothing to see. But it was this in particular that under my skin.
We were going into the studio at like, I don't know, 9 or 10, and then just getting the day there. And I knew that when I got home, kids, and we got to do dinner.
What Tom there is having a job. He lectures described walking up to his studio at 9 or 10 a.m. where he has staff who work for him to record some podcasts and then finishing up after a day's work from school and do dinner and get them to bed and all that. And he just weeks or so. What the actual fuck? People do that for years and years and years. But when Segura has to, like most of us do, he's unbearable and has his cold plunge and hits the gym. Now, I don't care if he's rings and all that shit. I honestly couldn't give a fuck about that. It's his brain because he experiences what most people do on a daily basis. He has to create some wank. He needs a very particular routine to get. Why? He's special. He's not the ordinary man, so he needs a little more to cope stresses, even only for a couple of weeks. This is why Oliver Anthony resonated with me so well, because I'm so fucking sick and tired of having to listen to these elite wannabe divas, how great they are, and how we should value their time and energy more than the everyday man. Oliver's the man that we needed. Not just his song, but the man. And do you know why he's so excited about everything that's happening to him at the moment? It's not a new Porsche or watch. It's the fact that he won't have to struggle anymore to do the thing of making music for real people. And this is the power of he gets it right. You guys know I'm a big Rogan fan. Next to all these other yuppies, he seems to still be not too full of himself, apart from his insistence on being. But this is what we want more of from Rogan. These are the kind of podcasts that set him apart from the pack. Who else could swing that much power, help a guy who goes his podcast for a casual chat and smoke some cigars like a couple of, even if he couldn't get a box of cigars of the kids' jokes. Oliver Anthony obviously went on JRE to promote himself and perhaps even but he gave us something first. He gave us a lot, and he doesn't plan on. Most of the leeches in the Joe Rogan universe aren't funny anymore. They don't produce. Their number one goal is to sit back and cash in on material they wrote 20 years ago. At least something to offer, and has the drive to see it through himself. Let's hope he. I wish him nothing but the best. Anyway, that's enough cockriding for today. I'm starting to feel sick. Let me know what you go. Remember, I'll pin the best comment. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, hit the like button and become a subscriber so you can keep up to date with these videos. I'll chat to you guys soon. See you in the next one.
It's good that we did this interview and that we got to get. I don't want to talk a whole lot anymore. I don't think you don't have to. I'm not a Thomas. I'm a writer, and so I hope moving forward that I'll just be able to communicate music and not worry so much about doing interviews.
Hey, brother, thank you very much for coming in here. Congratulations on everything. Enjoy the ride.
Yeah, no, it's fun.
We'll do it again in a couple of years.
Yeah, talk a whole lot anymore. I don't think
you don't have to.
I'm not a talker. Yeah, that sounds good.
I think it's going to take a minute, so I got you. I'll only give you the gifts that I got you here.
I think one of them may make it on the ones of competition because you got like 100 people. Okay, so we'll see what's going to happen first.
So Joe Rogan had fucking Santa Claus on his. He came with a sack of gifts and up until the end of the podcast, you can see something covered up in the background, and the whole time you're thinking, what the fuck is covered up in the background? Patrick simply what he was doing. He knows that these long-ass podcasts have poor retention rates, so he came up with a clever idea to force idiots like me to watch all the way through to the end. And at first, I thought he was just being a massive fucking simp, which seems to be his signature move these days, but I didn't give him enough credit if David brought a sack of gifts to JRE.
Wow, yeah. Thanks. That's amazing. Yeah, that's amazing. Anytime. Still shit anybody.
Really? There you go. Yeah, I got that for my book is me. You can't buy the book right now. My book is on December 5th. But they sent me the first copy of the book. It's titled Choose Your Enemy. And I think to choose your enemies wisely, choose the wrong enemies. Portfolio sent us the first copy of Choose Your Enemies Wisely, and my first copy they gave to me, I'm giving to you, brother. Again, people can't buy until December 5th. These are gifts from us to you.
Here I was thinking that boy just came for a chat in a three-piece suit in the middle of fucking summer. I gotta say though, that Lenny Bruce gift, his original mic from 1959, yeah, that's a fucking cool gift, I'm not gonna lie.
Favorite comedians of all time. Richard Pryor, who else? Lenny Bruce. Okay. So, I called around and I spoke to Lenny Bruce's daughter. When he would go on the road, he had a mic stand and a mic in 1959. This is the original mic. Lenny Bruce.
So towards the end of the second hour, Joe starts to get annoyed because Patrick Cringe David kept about how Joe should interview Trump. And he straight up asks him if that's the recast.
I would say if you don't do the podcast with him, you're helping the guy named Joseph Biden.
That's kind of weird. You're helping Joseph Biden win that interview with Trump. Did you come on this podcast specifically to try to get me interview Trump? You brought up Trump multiple times. I never brought it up. It seems like you did. I think you did. I could tell you, Joe, don't go live with this podcast. And keep it until after you do Trump's interview. And then say, Pat told me this, even if it's 3 months from now, I wouldn't care if you did that. You respect all of the work you're doing. Talk to as if the camera's not on. Don't go live with this. They're Trump. And we can date it right now. It's 3/12, August 2nd, Wednesday. Okay, here's camera. Go live with this until well, I'm just saying to you, from my perspective, what I'm trying to tell you is I don't want you to think there is my purpose of being here in Austin, I've got a gift for you for God knows how long, which at the end of the podcast, when you said we're done, I'll show you, a couple of these gifts. One of them took us a while to get. I came here because, as a Middle Eastern, you open up a comedy club. You dream the way you build it. Everybody, tells me I gotta go. I'm like, dude, I gotta go, but I don't want to go empty-handed. So I came here to give you gifts. Then you said, if you're here, let's do podcast. Let's do the podcast. So now we're here, no one's here with a motive. The motive is, as a friend, a guy that's in the same space as you, and you're to Michael, you're to Brady, encouraging Michael and Brady. That's it. Okay. Yeah, there you go. I don't know you guys think about that, but if Joe wants to have a podcast, that's up to Joe. They're fishing for a viral clip for clout. PBD calls out Joe Rogan for not interviewing Trump. The clips have already started. Get it for yourself. Anyway, I wasn't planning on doing this, but my YD clip, I scroll through the comments and there's so much fucking love for him. I think he's brave and courageous, spouting his anti-establishment recycled Alex Jones talking points. People applaud, but this guy has to be the biggest podcast grifter out there. He's a get-rich-quick scam artist. You read the room, came up with a formula, tuning it to perfection. I used to love this guy too. Like I previously, he's put out plenty of good interviews, awesome discussion with current affairs. But once I found how he exploited hard-working own pockets, I started to see him for what he is, a slimy grifter who loves the sound of his own voice. If you didn't know, PBD made a fortune through a multi-level marketing insurance company, also known as a pyramid scheme. Guys at the top make all the money off thumbs scrambling around at the bottom of the chain for peanuts. CoffeeZilla did a full breakdown and investigated his company called PHP. So here's a real size of you who don't already know about to get you up to speed.
Wow, we got it all, guys. We smoking cigars, that's this is a lot like the younger airway. It's nice. It's fresh. It's exciting. So what is the reality? According to the disclosure they have to file. Let's check it out. They say they have the top compensation plan. So I'm gotta go through a little bit. The first thing you have to know is this is the average of the life licensed agents in the period of January 2019. So I wanted to make sure to get 2019's income disclosure because I know COVID threw things up. I didn't want to, get that in the mix. So this is that, and it's for agents that got their license because I know you have to get like licensed with these kinds of businesses. So I wanted to make sure we measured the licensed agents, and they said this is licensed numbers $800,000. Well, how many people get that? 0.13%. Okay. So it drops pretty steeply. 1,000, not bad. 0.14%. Now, going on from that, like you basically have 1% of people making a really good income. Because 0.75% make $148,000. That's living. You're going to do very well with that. Well, right, 1% of the people do that. Still great. Still good compensation. Here's what here. You know, you can see that 60% of paid agents getting $200. The vast only thing that makes sense. One made money with the agent, barely paid off their enrollment $100. You didn't immediately broke even on an enrollment over half. 20% of them made $2,000 in a single year. Terrible income. Let's just be honest. That's like a side hustle at best. 6% of people make that, meaning that about 9% make less than to the gas. Got their gas ready. McDonald's employees. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, number one compensation plan in MLM. The thing that's changing everything. That's changing a world that McDonald's starting salary makes more than 90% of double on those people, by the way. This is this MLM has a rule. It just doesn't work. I always tell you, MLMs are built to enrich the very people at the very top and basically no one else. After. Now the thing is, these people will tell you, well, of course, Stephen. Not many people succeed. It's just like owning a business. There's a problem with it. You don't have to go out and base your success on getting new suckers in the program. MLMs involve the majority of their work is, hey, you got to go recruit. So you to succeed, this is what makes MLMs completely unique. You have to make other people go lose. You get that? Recruit. You have to knowingly bring people into it. 90% of the people make less than McDonald's salary. Where actually it is. Because actually it's 95% of people. They 4.8% make only $15,000 a year. I think the minimum wage at McDonald's makes a little bit of it. How do they get away with this stuff, man? It's mind-blowing.
So here's the thing. If you haven't realized it yet, this guy's a slime ball. He stands for everything Joe Rogan stands against. For me, JRE used to be an unfiltered podcast where Joe talks shit with his mates, gets some experts on here and there to funny and unpredictable conversations, away from the curated, scripted talking points on establishment networks and mainstream. So why is Joe platforming this guy? By the time PBD's been on JRE, so break down PBD's grift because the site is actually pretty important. I feel like people need to know it. Basically, he fled Iran with his family when he was in the army after high school, and then he became a get-rich guru in a company called Valuetainment, which is the brings all of his bullshit through. It's actually pretty big. It's got around 5 million subscribers just on YouTube. But he runs the PBD podcast through its own separate channel, which had massive growth due to him basically calling out the establishment and asking a lot of the right questions. I personally caught on to him and became a regular listener. But like I said before, into how he made his money through that dodgy as fuck pyramid insurance scheme, everything quickly fell into place. Now he just recycles rivals. He spins conspiracy theories and talks analogies that don't always make sense. Here's the punchline. When he's had the chance to stick it to the establishment figures in real time, he gets starstruck and he simps out of all. His recent interview with Frito that I covered, also known as Chris Cuomo, the CNN establishment hack that got sacked for helping his creep of a brother out behind the while he was meant to be a journalist at CNN. PBD had been trashing CNN and the establishment policies for 3 years, only to drop onto his knees and suck from Frito's nutsack on air.
Chris has them earlier saying, hey, Chris, are you getting nervous with the lighting? I know it's not the first time. He says, yeah, I'm totally getting nervous. Camera for a long time. When he shines, he's a star. Latest show right now, Cuomo airs week p.m. On News Nation. He's got a YouTube channel, 100,000 the Chris Cuomo Project, and we're gonna put all his accounts below. Go subscribe, go follow the show. But with that being said, we have the one else. How you doing, man?
Of course.
Chris, let's get after it. Let's get after it.
So that's the thing with these guys. They talk the talk in their studios, build a big following of recycling these talking points, but then when it comes down to it, they pussy out and suck from the teat. Even Joe Rogan went soft when he had Tweet on JRE, and then had him on again, but brought his attack dog Tim Pool on to do the heavy lifting. These guys trash the establishment, but now they've basically become part of it. Have a listen to PBD challenges from this clip that JRE posted on YouTube.
How much, Joe, have you looked at Soho, State Street, BlackRock? How much have you looked at what they're doing and what their ties are? I've looked at it. Yeah. They're pretty. S&P 500. The number that 10 of the companies on S&P 500. 88% of them, the largest shareholder companies is either State Street, BlackRock, or Vanguard. 8% of them. Okay. And in defense contracts. Okay. So we went through again. I'm like, let me see if these guys, this ESG, everything, Vanguard, State Street, if they have any influence on military defense contracts. If you Google the large for 3 out of the 4, BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard. How do you feel about the kind of power they fight against them? Because this isn't like a billionaire can come out and say, I'm going to go up against these guys. They don't have a little bit of money. A billionaire to these guys is nothing. They got the kind of control that these fire boards, they can replace CEOs, they can replace leaders if they don't like. They have their hair. Many times when people say they, the people of power, the people are the people of power. Are you convinced these guys are really running the world, or what do you think about what some of these big companies are doing, like State Street, Vanguard, and massive amounts of influence? What do you think? The question is, how do you fight it?
Now listen to him talking about how he did research and tried to draw inspiration from some of the American families in the world.
I said, so I went and studied. I got 4 kids now. We're going, we've done estate planning now. I just sold the insurance company, so I'm doing with some of this money that came out of nowhere, Goldman, Morgan, estate planning. Do we do this? Do we do that? Let's go study it. We put our research together. Who did it right out of all the families? Okay. Medici family, 7th generation, they kept them both. Great. Fifth family, money lasted 1 generation, maybe 2. Like when Henderson or Vanderbilt's, you didn't get nothing, your own money, right? Okay. The Rockefeller family, they're at 3 or 4. Okay. We can go through all these families. Most of them that get a lot of money, the kid becomes a what? Drug addict. They're spoiled, they don't work, they're not this.
This was from the same fucking podcast. Guy has absolutely no self-awareness whatsoever. It's all just one big game to him. He got rich by screw, then he preached to the little guy as if he cared about the mainstream struggle, only to sit and join the establishment as he became successful enough for them to give him the attention. Grifting. PBD has mad same shit recycled over and over and over. They're one of us until they're not. Anyway, that's Dave on Patrick Ben David. I have no idea why JRE still platforms him. It sounds like Joe is either turning a blind eye to the obvious or simply just doesn't care. If you agree or disagree in the comments, feel free to set me straight. It's all good. I hope you enjoyed it. Hit that like button and become a subscriber to stay up to date with all my latest uploads. Chat to you guys soon. See you in the next one.
If you were really gay right now, Joe, would you care about coming out?
I wouldn't, but I do have friends that are my age that do care, and it's sad.
Okay.
But they're worried more about how their family is going to perceive it, how they're treated
about it. Yeah, but I'm not trying to convert you to, for looking elsewhere right now. Joe and Patrick Bateman came out and we're both getting married. We're both getting married. Who takes whose last name? So, hyphenated. But I see a dude with a hyphen. Oh, bro. Yo, I got a good last name, Ben. Hyphen David.
The most hated man on the internet.
No. Who is the most hated man on the internet?
His name is Hunter Moore.
Oh wait, we just broke 2,300.
I don't even want to get caught these crosshairs. I don't even want to be close. There wasn't.
Lord.
Very, very good relationship.
Black tea? Nah, they don't got black tea though. I mean, some shit like this though.
Basically become a parody of himself.
This is red? This is like red, right?
Brown. And to make matters worse, he went on the last week and attempted to rewrite again. My family was really bad. Really pissed. My brother was pissed after that. Like, see, it's a little. But my brother and my dad didn't know. It's like, before I even walked out for that UFC fight, I looked at my team before they were like, "You're up." I'm going to take my last one. I didn't want to do it. I'm never doing this again. So I just want to put that in. The fight on that was embarrassing. He's changed his story so many times now that it's hard to take Short says seriously. But before I take you through the most recent iteration of the world, according to Brett, let's take a quick look at where all of this started. In December 24th, after Short's embarrassing first round tip to Travis Brown, him and Brian Callen went on the Joe Rogan race. This is where Joe Rogan hit Short with some truth bombs that were so deep and personal, it seems like he still had just a warning. If you're a Short fan, I'd probably recommend going to a safe space watching this because I don't know, man. It was just critiquing the fight. I felt like I was doing good, mixing some things up. I was loading up on my punch. He used his reach back in earlier fights. He was more patient, not flying in. Yeah, we wanted to come in, and the wide stance when you stall, I started to throw inside leg kicks. Which I should have thrown a little more, and I threw a head kick. And then some of the critique I've been getting is how on the ground could you let him get the mount and do this stuff? When he hit me with the uppercut, I was out of it. And chose, I guess, looking at the play to go. It looks like I went for a takedown and kept it. I came to with him on top of me. I came to as he punched me. That woke me up. I went for a heel hook out of my body, just wasn't responding. You can see it's kind of a half-ass attempt. My leg go real slow. So then I turn over. He gets me again. Then I'm fully back to normal. I'm cool. He's on top of me, pound, 0 damage. I'm not Yamasaki. The blame's on me for eating. It's on me 100%. I should have. However, in those circumstances, I was talking to Mark, going, "Do not stop the fight." He's hit me in the back of the head. I'm looking at him wording this. Do not stop the fight. There's 10 seconds left, too. I heard you to that, and I can hear my corner going 15 seconds, shot 15 seconds. So I just remember talking to Mario, being like, "Do not stop it, man," and then he stopped it. And then there you go. You had to stop the fight, though. When you flatten it out like that, you just keep your hands above your head. No damage. I think you have to take a It's not like I was eating punches. Well, he was hitting you, 100%. You were flattened down. A lot of things are bad about that fight. You were lunging with your punches instead of getting there with your footwork and then launching things in the proper distance. You were really reaching and loading up. You looked very stiff. You looked very stiff. You didn't look fluid. You didn't look good. You didn't look like you were well prepared. Your movement didn't look like an elite fighter. What you were doing was very, very stiff. It was very stiff, and it was like a lot of action in your movement. You can see the way Travis is moving. Like his boxing was very clean, very clean. He's a bad motherfucker. I was worried about you coming to this fight. I can tell you that right now. This is the reality of it. I worry about fighting. I worry about where you stand, not your commitment to training, not your commitment to giving all. I think you have one more. I think you did great. I think you're looking at where the future is going to take you, and you can't do this forever. I think that's a very dangerous place to be. And I've seen it with a lot of guys. They early in their career, they're vulnerable, they're beasts, they're monsters. They're 100% focused. Fighting becomes their life. It becomes their. And then somewhere along the line, they start thinking, "How long can I do this? What's my exit strategy?" If you had a wrestling match with Cain Velasquez, how wrestling? Yeah, I think people would be surprised. Really? You think so? Be surprised. I really do. I think he'd fuck you up. And a guy who loves you. I think he's just on another different. It's a different kind of accent. You said that you probably end up back. Yeah, I mean, that's not the fight there either. The jiu-jitsu match is a different thing too. Well, straight jiu-jitsu match, it's very different. But you can punch you in the face with this guy on the ground. I just think there's a certain amount. There's a bridge. And the very best guys in the world. I don't know if you can cross that bridge. That's the reality. You look at your fight with Andrei Arlovsky, if you look at your fight with Travis Browne, performances in the octagon, not what you think you're capable of, not what you're best, but if you have to judge it by your performances inside the octagon, you can go to Nelson, you can go to your fight with Nogueira, you can go to your fight with Ben Rothwell. Well, you knocked out Krokop, but the reality of Krokop is, I'm a Krokop fan. Krokop has taken way too much. Sure. Way too much damage. You beat Gonzaga. It was a good fight. Yeah, good fight. The Chris Tucker fight was very impressive. You're a very good fighter. That's not what the issue is. The issue is, if you can't become a champion, are you knocked out 3 or 4 more times over the next 6 years? That is a possibility. It's a possibility. It might not happen. Okay, but it also might happen in 2 fights in a row. It might happen. If you if Travis Browne loses his next fight, you win your next fight, you have a rematch with Travis Browne by some strange chance. It's a fucking tough fight for you. Again, well, could happen the same way again. He's more fluid way for sure. It could, but he's more fluid on his feet. He's more lethal.
A mass open and honest with someone who he to be a really good friend, even if she didn't realize. Around a year later, back on JRE, signs of growth and maturity, he officially announced. At the time, it seemed like a move. All the points that Joe made in the intervention. Fortunately for the rest of us, it meant we had to endure Schaub's transition into stand-up comedy and podcasting, which is still going.
I talked to my family, close friend, Cal, my dad, going just, do I want one more? Fuck yes, man. I can't see myself, and when it comes down honest, I can't see myself in a Reebok kit walking up to the I can't. Oh, man. Yeah. I want 10 grand, you guys. I'm going to do this, you know? And I have other opportunities. And people think I'm this hater on the UFC or whatever, and I'll always be indebted to the UFC. When I did that live show the other night, Callan and our agent were honey dicking me. Like, this thing's selling out. And I got I was like, oh man, this is what I'm going to do. I love this. What? This ain't man. Oh, now they want to do this tour and the things are selling out. No, you know what? Let me go find some monster who's been training full time, not telling dick. You know what I'm saying? Selling fucking big brown shirts full time. Let me go fight that guy. I want to do I want to do that. So unless I could focus, there's just no way. And signing this Reebok deal, it's not going to happen, man.
Yeah, I completely understand. I completely understand the. If you're not 100% focused on fighting, it's just not something you should do.
At least Joe thought it was a good move on jail. They mentioned again, and it seemed like to me it looked like he was back tears. His voice just goes to show you how much he can a good friend and someone that he cares about.
I'm so happy you're not fighting. You know? And what we're saying is, I know that I was a dick to you to get you to stop doing it. I felt like way you were gonna. I felt scared. People that are just there's a moment where it changes, where they stop being that person fighting, and you see it. You see the deterioration, and no one stops them, and then. You'll talk to him alone, man. Maybe you run into him in Vegas. Maybe you both have a couple. You see each other at the bar, and you're like, "Hey, how's things?" And you have these conversations, and then the reality sets in. These are not good for a lot of these guys that have taken punishment for too long. There's no bringing them back, man. They get to this knows there's something wrong, and no one says anything to them. And I was going to happen to you. I was real scared, you know. Like, we did that crazy podcast that wound up being, this like, I was going to do it. But while it was happening, I was like, you got to stop. That's all. I was high. I found out, I don't even know if we were drinking, we probably were. But I remember being so sensitive to it. Like, there's something, like now, you had so many other possibilities. It's like most guys, they don't have anything on the side. Like, there's almost nothing else there. There's almost just fighting and maybe a family, right? Flourish. You're hilarious on podcasts. Way. Become shells. See it, right? Yo, dude, you're out. You see it, right? Yeah, thank God, or whoever's up there, man, for you and Brian Callen.
So you would have thought that after the way everything on, Sean would have put everything behind him and grown as a man. At the beginning, he went on Chris Van Vliet's podcast and basically embellished the intervention story, added in new details that contradict things that he's previously said. He previously claimed it was good to keep the original intervention. He said he disagreed with Joe. He thought he still had what it took to keep going and be the best. But now, almost 10 years later, trying to rewrite history again.
Do you think that conversation, the intervention, how much do you think that played in? Man, I maybe need to rethink my career and focus more on life after fight.
Well, I mean, obviously, my brother, we talk all the time, and he's major influence in my career. But I think it should be noted, I've said this before, like, I thought, like, months before the fight, I said to my last one, I think he would play, he's coming from a really good place trying to protect me. I think, in hindsight, it's like, now, it's like, yeah, that was the move. Now, if I'm working at UFC, Jim Bolton Bits, I'm like, man, Joe knows his stuff. He's one of the smartest people I've ever met. So he knows his stuff. So, you know, not to, and my family was really mad. Really, man, I told you, I was like, my dad was pissed. My stuff for that. Like, see, you know, it's a little embarrassing. My brother and my dad didn't know. It's like, you know, before I even walked out for that last UFC fight, I looked at my team before they were like, you're up, dude. Like 3-2, I got to win the last one. I never do this again. So I knew it was the last one, but then no fuck that up was to, I was embarrassed. It was to, you know, I was pretty emotional. But thank God he did it. You know, I go like, man, we could have talked about this off. When that happened, there was supposed to be a fight with the kid, and the last second, Brian called and was like, hey, Joe wants to do it with us. I was like, man, let's just do it. I'm finding the kid to be better on our show. And he's like, no, Rogan's, but Rogan, that's not actually a JRE, that's a fight with kid on JRE. Does that make sense? Yeah. So I mean, so I show him all fucking time. We could talk about whales, so we don't show Rogan, but it was on Rogan's. It was in his studio. It's on your feet. Yeah, and also, but you know, whatever. You get 50,000, 100,000 people watching it live, but the numbers coming from when it gets up there, who knows? Dude, I didn't want to have that. I didn't think we were going to go that route. Who knows? But he goes, I didn't think we were going to go that deep. Let's not post that. We don't post it. Brian's like, I agree. Let's not post it. Let's not let that in your mind. Let's post it. He's like, why? Like, because there's a lot. This might help somebody else. And it's also real. Like, I never believe in, like, editing and all that stuff. Like, say something right with it, man. Unless or something like that.
I'm Joe, listening to that, I'd be pretty pissed off. Like the issue had already been put to bed, and Schob was grateful for the intervention, but this just goes to show how damaged he was from the whole situation. He's going around in circles, ego is still getting the better of him. It's a pretty petty thing to do to bring up the whole situation and add in new details, which clearly contradict his state of mind from back in 2014. He definitely thought he was still in his prime after this round, so to make it out like he was in control of his decisions back then and had a future, it's just straight up bullshit. I used to feel kind of bad for Brendan. He cops a lot of hate and most personal, but I'm starting to see why there's so much hate for him. He clearly brings off burning bridges with people about him. I also think he's a compulsive liar, many times making up stories for clout. If you want to be taken seriously as an entertainer, you have to have you seriously. Even if you're a comedian, Theo Von and Bob are good examples of how to build a career talking shit, but still be taken seriously. Everyone knows they're talking shit, but at least they're creative and open about it. Whereas Brendan Schaub's ego is front and center for him. He'd rather feed his own narcissism. He jumps in the back of trends, but it ends up just being cringe as fuck. I shouldn't complain too much though. Watching his continuous implosion is kind of funny, which is ironic seeing as he's trying to be a comedian, but isn't actually. Let me be clear. I don't harm or anything. I hope he's a support around him for his own mental health. But at some point, he's going to have to look deep into the mirror and decide what kind of man he wants to be, what kind of legacy he's trying to build. At the moment, he's basically the most hated man on the internet. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, hit that like button and become a subscriber so you can keep up to date with all my latest uploads. I'll chat to you guys soon. See you in the next one.
You do that History Channel show hunting Hitler. That was fun. Did you find Hitler?
He died.
This is how you root for you guys. You're in the sphere right now. You're on the show.
Every time the Rogan sphere gets talked about, we never get the Williams said 6 unfunny comics. Who was it us? I would have been happy to be one of the 6 unfunny comics.
Was it probably his point. But
testosterone from a company, it's like, you know, it's above board taking it, but make sure you monitor your blood all the time. And I'm like, yeah, we'll get to that at some point.
stimulating talk.
He can't talk about that. I can't talk about that. No. Why not? We don't know where it's SJW. Social justice. Oh. Remember we were on a podcast last time? He was talking about when they were shaving on the shoulder. Yeah. Oh yeah. Whatever happened? Yeah, we'll see. The holidays. You got a little fun. It's been pushed out a little bit. Pushed out. It's okay. It's coming.
We all can't be afraid to be scared. And they try to frighten me with a car. I'm not going to do that.
Listen, I said chance with everyone in the gym. You're retaining a listen for. Like I went a few days where I ate.
No matter where
I love it. Barely eating.
Don't lose hope. Eliminate or reduce
Steadily at
generous programs. So now available that can give you our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a whole plus with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need the IRS any longer and your tax ID today.
I don't know if arm wrestling that means anything, but it's good enough to bet on.
Tax relief advocates, real solutions for real people.
It's like we don't have what else?
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train my day, Joe Rogan. All day.
Nice to meet you. Is that to hide your identity still?
Yeah, actually, it's.
Every year at Countdown Kids commercial free plus 1840 show from July 4th, 1970. Just open the search classic 1840. Make it increase that now.
Feel like you feel more energetic, like yeah, I felt more jump out of bed every day.
All of us. Cheese makes it worse.
Oh yeah, stop doing that. Stop taking that.
Tell you what it is.
You don't want to be. But during the day, I couldn't relax. I couldn't just chill. Shut my brain. I just felt like the only way to make myself feel let me work out 24/7, cardio, wear myself out. I always felt that way about racing. So why didn't you just
old saying
dial it? I heard it. I sat and tried down your back like halfway through.
And I was sitting there
Were you hungry all the time?
and I heard Vince Scully say,
There was days where I care less. There would be days where it felt like there was sad.
it's very easy to make people mad. It's to make people laugh. And this one of these stories, this is a very sad story. There's a lot of hurt people in the story. It didn't have somebody flew out of
Try the
control,
Lord.
and now it's changed. Family forever. And so you probably it's sad.
Try everything.
And mad might come.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train my day, Joe Rogan. Podcast my night. All day.
Nice to meet you. My pleasure. You always wear sunglasses. Is that to hide your identity still?
Yeah. Actually, it's. I have to see where I reside now. My neighbors have no idea that they're living next to Donnie Brasco.
Well, you have a very distinct voice.
Yeah.
I don't want to ask where you live. What a wild life you've had, sir.
Well, pretty much. And never expected to go like that, but it took off.
When you first started working, it was with the FBI, correct?
Well, I was with Naval Intelligence for 3 years. And then I always wanted to be in law enforcement. And I was working in Philadelphia, actually. And you do a lot of work with the FBI.
government installations, government base. So I became friendly with some FBI agents, and then I figured if I, when I finish this tour with NIS, I'm going to go into law enforcement. So I might as well try to for the best, the FBI.
And so, how does that lead to you infiltrating the mob?
Well, I didn't infiltrate the mob right from the get-go. In Patterson, New Jersey. I grew up in the neighborhood. Knew wise guys. Went to high school with sons of wise. And when you're in the neighborhood, you know who the wise guys are. You hang out at they let you hang out at the social clubs because you're a neighborhood kid. So when I went into the FBI, I was, I really Joe. That's what it comes down to, And my first assignments were bank robberies, fugitives, gambling cases, and I started doing some little undercover work. Back then, the FBI was big into the gambling, interstate gambling cases. So what was it? First was a gambling house in Jacksonville, Florida. Actually, that's what it was.
What kind of gambling would they do?
Craps. There were a casino going. And, I felt comfortable around that stuff because I grew up with that stuff. I grew up, like I say, in the neighborhood, crap games, card games. It was anything new to me. And being around gangsters was not like, I was around gangsters growing up. So, I didn't have any problem with, getting into these games, and identifying the major players, and who was running them, and that's basically what it was.
So when you do this, did you have to testify in court with these guys?
Yeah, later on after the case goes down. But most of these guys plead guilty because it wasn't where they were 15, 20 years, a year or 2 years, and then get some time knocked off this. So most of it they plead. So you never have to appear in the court.
So, but was there an issue with you being discovered and then getting worried about your safety afterwards?
These cases, no, not too much with those cases. And then I worked buying, buying stocks and bonds, swag, stuff like that.
So, for how many years did you do stuff like being undercover in the mob?
Let's see, probably 5 years. Yeah.
So you slowly sort of got acclimated with being undercover. You do a bunch. How do they approach you?
Well, what happened is that New York office of the FBI, there's a big case in Tampa, Florida. They have a case going on guys that were automobiles, high-priced automobiles. In other words, and you say, like, okay, what color do you want? All right. And then they go on. So they had, they grabbed one of the guys, and they flipped him, son. And they said, hey, look, you help us, and we'll cut your son a break. He said, okay. So, look, we want to put an undercover agent in this crew all up and down the East Coast, from Baltimore all the way down to Florida. And the guy who was running it was what we call a half-ass wise guy out of Baltimore.
So he says, all right. So he entered, and as a car thief. But before he introduced me, I steal cars. So he gave me about a week's lesson on how to steal cars, how to hook cars.
The hot wire. This is like, what year was this?
This was in 1970, maybe 73, 74.
So you essentially just pop in the ignition,
pop in the ignition,
crossing
wires. And some cars had alarm systems. Taught me how to get under the car, disarm the alarm system, how to use a Slim Jim to get in the door, and then how to pop the ignition. And once I learned, I figured I could do that. Then he introduced me, and I got in with he was running like 5 or 6 guys. And I did that for a year and a half. Stole cars, stole tractor trailers. I knew how to drive tractor trailers because I did during the summertime. I drove a tractor trailer during the summer.
So you take the cars, load them on a tractor trailer?
No, we just stole the cars and I bring them to you.
Oh,
but I mean, we stole rigs too.
Oh, I see.
Because we were used to, these guys that own some trucking companies.
So you have to trust this guy, though. You have to trust this guy to not fuck this up and say, hey, this is a car thief.
Exactly.
That's got to be air racing.
Well, it is because, the guy's an informant
and he's already in trouble.
He's in trouble. Because his basic reason for getting me in was he wanted to get his son out of trouble. So, we have short hairs there that, hey, if this goes good, your son is free. We're gonna cut your son free. So that's what happened. So I did that for a year and a half. I get back to New York. Make the arrest. Filed in that case, but that case was in Florida. And a funny story on that case is, if you want to hear it, I hooked a Mercedes and delivered to this guy, and go to his house, and he wasn't home, but his wife was there. So I said, hey, deliver this car for your husband. And she says, oh, okay. Yeah, give her the keys, because he had already paid. So me and the other guy would leave. Fast forward now to court. I'm going there. I'm sitting in the outside the court, getting ready to testify. And there's this lady. She looked familiar. Two ladies, and so she walks up to me. She says, aren't you Donnie? And I said, yeah. She said, you delivered a car to my house, right? And I said, yeah. She said, we know my husband's on trial now. I said, yeah, I know. I'm going in to testify. She says, after he goes to jail, you want to go to dinner?
Dirty lady.
I said, no thanks.
She might poison you.
So I get back to New York, and I had a real quick shot. I can't remember Joe so long ago. If she was, I would have been. So I had a real good supervisor named Guy Barada, Italian guy from the Bronx. Good street agent, and the truck hijacking squad. And back in the day, they were hijacking, and all these hijackings were orchestrated by the mafia. And they were probably, 8 to 10 hijackings a day, which was big time money, because they were pharmaceutical, high value food items like lobsters, coffee. You're talking about 40-something foot trailers, so you're talking a lot of money. But they're all run. So I get back to New York, and he says, "Hey, I'm thinking about doing this undercover operation. See if we can get something going with these truck hijackers." So the idea was we're infiltrating the mob before, actually the mafia had some informants in with them, but nobody had actually gotten in. The idea was let's fences are the guys that sell the swag, sell the goods. So, you need to have a profession. I mean, nobody's going to do anything with you without a profession. And it has to be one that's attractive to them. And plus, in the government, if you're going to go undercover, your profession can't be one of violence. So, who's not violent? Jewel thief. So I figure, okay, I'll go in as a jewel thief. Well, if you're going to go in as a jewel thief, what do you have to know? Diamonds and precious gems, right? All right, so I went to school. I went to diamond school, diamond and precious gem school.
Oh, so you have to be able to identify.
Yeah, I mean,
use a lens.
Well, that's how you're gonna get caught, right?
Right.
Is if you get in a conversation, you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Right. How long is this school for?
I went, I think, for a couple months until I got, where I was comfortable. Now, take it another step further. If you're a jewel thief, what else do you have to know? You gotta know how to get in places.
Right.
So,
pick locks.
I had to learn how to pick locks, right?
Crack safes.
You gotta know about safes.
Yeah.
You gotta know about alarm systems. So I had my guys. When I say my guys, our guys, school me on lock picking, different types of safes and alarm systems. So all that took a few months before I felt comfortable, And then I went out and on this operation, we didn't do anything with contacts. Everything I did under Donnie Brasco. I rented an apartment. I bought a car, utilities, everything as in quotes, Donnie Brasco.
They gave you a social security number and the whole deal?
Social security, how they do that, but, nothing can be, they couldn't. So once I got my apartment, I had all that set up. And again, you have to know New York City, a place, and say, hey, I'm a jewel thief.
Right.
Doesn't work that way. You gotta get seen. You gotta be around. So I moved out of my residence. Of course, my family wasn't in New York anyway, but I had to move into my apartment. And we had certain bars and restaurants that we do these fences and wise guys. Get my face to get in a conversation with somebody.
How do you go and get your face in? Just show up by yourself?
Just show up.
Is that suspicious? A guy shows up by himself, not from the neighborhood?
Yeah, see, because I couldn't say, hey, I'm from Brooklyn, right, Manhattan, I'm from the Bronx, because guys had the contacts everywhere.
Right.
So it was up to me if I got into conversation with anybody. My story was, and then again, you have to know your enemy, okay? And mafia. So you have to know about the mafia. You have to know if you do get into conversation with these guys, and they're trying to put your backstory, where you're from. My background was I was an orphan. And I moved between Florida and California. Why an orphan? Because then I wouldn't have to produce a mother and a father. Because again, if I was lucky enough to get in, they'd say, well, where are your parents at? I couldn't have any siblings that I knew of. So I couldn't have an ex-wife or anything because I would have had to produce somebody. So my backstory was I was an orphan. To back it up, we found an orphanage that had burned down and all the records were destroyed, so they couldn't check that. I mean, these are all things that if you're going to send somebody into an undercover operation, deep cover, and remember I had no inform. It had to be a call. So I hung around maybe 5-6 months. That's all I did. And that's another thing too. It's a 7-day-a-week job. Because if they see you Monday to Friday, and then they don't see you Saturday and Sunday, where the hell are you Saturday and Sunday? So it was 7 days a week. Did you have family at the time? I did, yeah, but they lived across country at the time.
Crazy difficult for them.
Very difficult. It was.
So you just kind of just hang around restaurants, bars?
Yeah, and my only comment is what I'll have to drink and what I'll have to eat. And I'm not a drinker. I never was a drinker. So, and you know, for young undercovers, you don't have to be a drinker. You don't have to do shit that, you know, that you think gangsters do. My extent of drinking was, and it still is a half a bottle of beer and maybe a glass of red wine. And that's it. And I never went outside those boundaries because that's me. I didn't do it. So I used to go to this one place, and actually this place wasn't too far from my apartment up, and wise guys would come in there. I don't remember if it was Wednesdays or Thursdays. I don't know, girlfriends for dinner, and I always would sit at the bar, you know. Never talked to the bar. What do you want? What do you want to eat? What do you want to drink? So one night I go in there, and the wise guys are there. One of the girlfriends, but there's one guy missing. But the girl that he was always with was there. So I'm at, I guess she gets up, she goes to the ladies' room, she comes by, and she says hello, and I just said hello. Now again, knowing your enemy, know how they operate. So the first thing I did to over, right? Now, I know his name, but I don't call him by his name. I was never introduced to him. So I just said, sir, I want to go on record. That's a mob term. I want to go on record. And ask that young lady to just stop and say hello. And he just nods. That's it. Well, fast forward, this happens like 3 or 4 different times. And they're in there. She's in there. He's not there. On the phone. She would come over, and I would call him. So finally he says, hey, he said, if you want to talk to her, go ahead. He didn't go to Disneyland, Joe. They whacked him. So I said, no, I don't have any interest. So now what does this guy know? He knows that I'm a street guy, right? So he, now he comes over to me. I would call. They're in there. She's in there. About the 4th time, the same. We're introduced to him. So I just said, sir, I said, I want to go on.
Farther back, maybe a couple rows back.
Eat what he wanted to drink. So one night I go in there and the wise guys are there. One of the girlfriends, but there's one guy missing. But the girl that he was always with was there. So I'm at the bar and I guess she gets up, she goes to the lady. She says hello. And then hello. Now again, know when you're ready, you know how they operate. So the first thing I do is I call the bartender over. Right? I know his name. Now, one of the girlfriends, but there's one guy missing. But the girl that he was always with was there. So I'm at the bar and she gets up, she goes to the ladies' room. She comes by and she says hello. She says hello. Now again, know when you're ready, you know how they operate. So the first thing I do is I call the bartender over. Right?
His video. You know, I used to own you know where you are right now? I used to own condo. That's what you're telling me. And then it's just Brian.
Okay, like, oh, right, that's right. Man, what are you doing? What's the time slot? I said 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI. He's like, oh, okay. Isn't that Brian? I said, yeah, that's Brian. I said, I started trading. He goes, where's Brian go?
They go out and catch him. I know that area. So, you know, I said,
I don't know. I'll find out.
On the rest, I was on the Tuesday.
I said, yeah, I will.
Actually, I got a word. I don't hear. I told you.
I said, yeah, that is. I'll see here, Brian. Washington in the morning. What's the? It says here. It says, can I get that on the internet? Can you show me how to get that? Do you have his phone number? Honestly,
Fishing boat?
I
was the DOT department. They were with these two guys' jobs. Their job was to go around Florida and dive and inspect all of the.
We're live on campus.
So that was their job. This guy was from They got us full of water right after this happened. I was the first one in. First one. Matter of fact, we saw
he was 90 years old. That's next. All right, you're going on a cruise with me. And now just the details on how you do it. Because look, we've been through a lot together. Me and you.
No.
We've been through COVID together. Then you had to do it. Obviously there in your car with your wife, her husband wasn't.
How about two?
Like a good
Coast Guard black.
Maybe had a
right, ship the summit mission. No. They did that because
you had some free time. And you're like, so let's go.
Bridge collapsed and charged. Matter of fact, all we get is the saw along the
I'm leaving out in Seattle on July 21st. 2026. You have some time.
Both
you really have to have it before they sell out.
And I have to go. There's a giant concrete, or again, massive concrete.
We're in 104. This is the biggest room, the biggest rush I've ever had.
Yeah, well, we used to jump
She's going to be part about it when you left that.
I used to know before
you know, this 800 765 40. We'll have some laughs.
Now, I know his name, but I don't call him by his name because I was never introduced to him. So I just said, sir, would you, I said, I want to go on record. That's a mob term. I want to go on record. I didn't ask that young man. He just nods. That's it. Well, fast forward, this happens like 3 or 4 different times.
You know, when we were going,
and they're in there, she's in there, he's not there. About the fourth time, the same thing, she would come over, we'd call him over. So finally he said, he said, do you want to talk? My boyfriend went bye-bye. See, I had jobs. They whacked him. I don't have any. Now, what does this guy know? He knows that I'm a street guy, right? So he, now he comes up to me, and now we start talking, right? Talking about baseball, talking about how screwed up at the time, and finally he says, "Hey, my name is Charlie." I said, and that's another thing. These guys don't introduce us like normal people, Like, hey, my name is Joe Rogan. Or, hey, my name is Donnie Brasco. It's nickname or first name. So that's another notch with him that this kid knows something. Oh, a couple of weeks maybe go by, and then one night he says, hey, you like to gamble? I said, sure, why not? He said, when I bang up, I'm going to go to an all-night game. Yeah. So we with him, and takes me to a game, and obviously, they got a whole casino set up. But I'm okay because I'm with him. All right. So this is a couple more weeks, maybe. So now I and you don't ask me what I do, and I don't say anything about jewelry. But now I figured now I'm gonna try to set the hook. So I come in one night, and I got a packet of diamonds. Right. So I put them on the bar, and I got money for this envelope. I don't tell them what's in it. I just said I need X amount of money. But I give him a street, make money himself. So he takes it, okay, puts it on the bar. A couple of weeks, I don't ask me, he comes in one night on a bar, and he said, Don, somebody left this for you. It was okay. I put it in my sport coat, get back to my apartment, and there's the money. Right. So now what does he know? Because I'm giving him diamonds. I'm not asking him the prices, right? The game, and he introduces me as Don the jeweler. So he introduces me to this Colombo guy. Guy's name was Jilly. So Jilly said, hey, Don, where you from? Hung around around Summit, Florida, hung around, California. I said, just move around. So why don't you come out to my place? I'm out in Brooklyn. So I go out there and I go out to his club. He has a store. And so he was at the Columbos. So I started hanging out there with the Columbos, and I got in with him. Did some stuff with them, because you got to do something. Otherwise, if you ain't producing, you ain't worth it. Well, they did some hijacking and unloaded some trucks for them and different things. So that went on with the Columbos, and I was getting good information with. That went on for a couple months, and Finally, I get to the club one day. Dude, I didn't know. So he introduced Frankie and Patsy. He said, Donnie, Frankie, okay. As it turns out, they just got out of the can. They were part of Jilly's crew. One of the guys was a maid guy. Maid guy is a guy that's been officially inducted into a particular mafia family. And these guys were with the Columbos. I think Patsy was a maid guy, and Frankie was an associate. Right? But they had just got out of the can. So they're looking to set up scores because, they've been away for a few years. So Jilly tells him, hey, Donnie's a good thief, and he knows alarms, he knows locks. So they had a couple scores lined up. So we go out. I tell him, hey, I can't bypass that alarm. Because, if you say anything, nobody can do everything, no matter how good you are. I can't defeat that alarm. Okay. A few days later, they got another one set up, and it's a safe. We go in. I said, you gotta plug this safe. You wake up the whole neighborhood. Okay, so now they're off. So, a couple days later, I get to the club, and Jilly, he said, Donnie, let's take a walk and talk. I said, okay. So we walk. We're talking. That's what I walk and talk. Because they don't think anybody can hear you. He said, I told you, and Steve Yards, and they're pissed off because, Patsy's pissed off because she turned down the two scores. I said, what do you want me to tell you, Jimmy? I bypass the alarm, but honestly, I don't want to blow a safe that, you got to blow. So he said, well, they want to have a sit down. We go back. So we go in the back room, sit down. They lock the door. And Patsy pulls out and lays it on the table. I said, Donnie, if you don't convince me that the thief that Jimmy says you are, you're going out of this room is rolled up in that rug. Oh boy, so it's crazy what goes to your head. So I said to myself, Persian, we're gonna go out of here on the rug. So we're in there, and where you from, Donnie? Now, in these situations, you want to be on the offense. You don't want to be on the defense, but I can't really disrespect him because he's a made guy. And, if you know anything about the mob, you can't disrespect the main guy in front of other people. So I said, hey, look, I'm an orphan. I'm not from here. I travel the country. Well, tell us some people that you stole with. I said, no disrespect, but I'm not giving you any names of people that I stole with. I said, why would I do that? That I did scores with. Right? So this goes on and on and on. After about 4 hours, Jilly says, he's been with us for months now. We know what he can do. It's over. It's over. I said, okay. Now I got a problem. The problem just called me out. So in their world, I can't go shake their hand because it's why isn't Donnie pissed off? Right? Of course, there's some kind of physical can't do anything to Patsy. I can't touch him. That's one of the rules of the mafia. You don't lay your hands on the paper. They'll get you killed. So, this is Frankie. So we get up, start to walk out, and I call cock Frankie. Oh, Jesus. But that's the only thing that's going to be, because otherwise it's, why is it not even pissed off? Right.
Was it Frankie question?
Yeah, too? Yeah, oh yeah, but he's not a big guy. Right. So he's fair game. So I hit him, he goes down. Now Patsy's jumping on me. He's punching the hell out of me. I can't hit him back. I can just, so. But I figure, well, you hit me once. I hit Frankie twice. So, it went up. But now I know I can't stay with these guys because, you know, you can't get into it with big guys and have it come out. So afterward, everything settled down, I'd say, Jilly, let's take a walk and talk. So we do. Jilly, look, no disrespect to you. You know, I said, but not here anymore. I said, because you know, Daddy, I realize that. He said, but Billy's between you and me. I said, okay. I was introduced to a Banano guy by the name of Tony Beer. They had never done it. I was introduced to him. So I go back. I go back with James. I did up to this mirror. It was a complete psycho case. A complete fucking psycho case, which I find out later on. He's a big, brawly guy. And, he says, I'm downtown. I said, yeah, okay. So, he was from Little Italy. And he hung out, bus stop lunch at Little Italy. But he was psycho. So I started hanging out with him. And my first Banano guy that brings around. One night, and he was shaking down nightclubs, and I was helping him. When I say helping, I was with him, you know, shake down owners at nightclubs and stuff. So it's about 3 or 4 in the morning, one morning, and we go to a diner for breakfast. And the eggs come out cold. So he starts berating the waitress. And there's, you know, we were with other wise guys and stuff. So I said, Tony, I said, you know, I said, she's only doing her job. I said, why are you taking it out on her? You know, she's here 4 o'clock in the morning. So he tore the shit out of me. He tore into me in front of everybody, but I back at him. But I have to let him know that, you know, I'm not a pushover, you know. So the next day, now this guy, as I had gotten to know him, like I had seen him in action. And so the next day, I told him, nobody else is around, so it's my word on his. I said, don't ever tell the people. I said, because I'll fucking stab you. I said, don't ever embarrass me like that and call me those names in front of other people. And he was like, so, introduced me to, kept me to do the Banano McDonald's, and then he
After that,
after that.
so after that, you get his respect by saying
Yeah.
down. I don't think people realize data collection industry really is. Experts say that data brokers already have an 1,000 data points on every person. That includes your name, credit history, medical history, who your friends and family are, and your current location. Imagine if we're just some guy and his mom's got this info about you. It's fucking gross and scary, right? But there's a way to stop these creepy data brokers from invading your privacy, and that's with a product called ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN is an address and reroutes all your online activity through a secure encrypted tunnel, so any third party trying to harvest your information can go kick rocks. ExpressVPN can also help you access content from all around the world. There are titles that streaming services like Netflix aren't showing you just because of where you live. With ExpressVPN, you can change your location up to 105 countries, unlocking thousands of extra titles. And extra months free if you tap the banner or go to expressvpn.com/Rogan. vpn.com/Rogan. And if you're watching on YouTube, you can get your 4 free months by scanning the QR on screen or by in the description.
Because he knew that, he knew that I wasn't bullshitting him. I mean, he just beat me down in front of other people. I mean, not physically, but, just calling me, as waitress. But that was him. So he introduces me to a guy by the name of Lefty Ruggiero, another main guy in the Bananas from downtown Knickerbocker Village. They all lived in Knickerbocker Village. And he introduces me to Lefty. So Mira had just got out of the can back. Alright, so he goes, he's a big maker of bananas and dope. He was a big bananas. But he had violated his parole, so they sent him back with Ruggiero. But Mira never did, and what Ruggiero did. His captain was a guy, and
he ended up selling.
Once Ruggiero got to know better, he brings me to Mike, who's the captain of the crew, and he said to Mike, "I'm going on record that Donnie's with me," and that's when you're a main guy, I'm an associate. You go to your captain and you go. So now nobody else can fuck with you. Nobody else can take you. Mira never did that, even though I spent a lot of time with Mira. He never went to his captain and said, "I'm going on record that Donnie's with me." So I get to know Ruggiero pretty good. I start doing stuff with undercover now. Now this is probably going over a year. Yeah, over a year now. Yeah.
Now, are you reporting to anybody during this time? Do you have to go back to the FBI?
Never. Once I stepped down, I went back to the office. I had a contact agent, Joe, and that's somebody that if you have a problem, you call him, and he helps you solve it.
You're totally on your own.
You're on your own. Ellens. Because, you're in New York City, right? Working 7 days a week. My day, o'clock, morning to maybe 3 the next morning, 7 days a week. So, your only lifeline is the phone to your contact agent. Yeah. Wow. So I'm doing a lot of stuff like that. And I'm gaining all kind of intelligence, though. Identifying made guys and other families that are made.
Are you writing this stuff down? You just keep it all in your head.
And what I do is I would regurgitate it over the telephone guy, and he would reduce it paper. Yeah, because like these guys would come to my apartment, and I didn't wear a wire with these guys. Very seldom did I have a wire on. Most of my recordings are on the telephone. I wore a wire a couple times when I knew I was going to get a contract to kill people. And when I feeling told about hits, and what I do is I had a mini cassette recorder that I bought at what's that radio show? I just put it in my sport coat pocket.
Yeah, they're really worried about getting caught.
At least, what he's tapping, because if once you get in with these guys, when you meet them for the day, they kiss each other on both cheeks, they kiss you on the lips, then you're done. That's the last fucking day you're gonna be there. So I didn't make many body recordings because they're very touchy-feely guys. I mean, when I was with Mira one time, and we stopped. He said, "Hey, pull over, Donnie. Pull over." There's my water park. Now, we saw the movie they had Lefty do that, but that was in the real life. That was Tony Mira. I mean, so I couldn't have my car wired.
Right. Suspecting you or suspecting somebody else who's tearing you down?
Well, I'm new. Right. Nobody could go to anything new, Donnie.
Right.
So that's how they check you out. Because they had no other way of checking me out, really. So I, hanging over with Jerry O, doing stuff with him. And now we come to a point where I'm worried with the Bananos. I mean, they're starting to talk. They would talk business with me there, and they felt comfortable with me because, again, reverting back to my early years growing up, hanging out at the social clubs in the neighborhood, I knew that interested in a conversation, walk away from it. And that's what I did with these guys, is if they started to talk about something, I would get up and walk away. Because in their mind, Tommy's not really saying it's not. He doesn't want to get into our real business. So that made them trust me more. That made them trust me. You knew the protocol. Yeah, I knew. You're right. I did the protocol. Exactly. So now what happens? The FBI had an operation going in Milwaukee, undercover operation against the Milwaukee family. Right? The Bella who's connected. Chicago. Now this will give you how the mob works. So they're not really good. They're not really going anywhere. Right? They had a vending machine company set up, and the undercover was an undercover actually that I do, which is because I had a rule. If I didn't know you, I don't care if you're an FBI agent or not. I'm not introducing you. I'm vouching for you. I don't you know. So they reach out to me and they say, hey, we got an operation going in Milwaukee. Yeah, and this is what it is. We got a vending machine company. We got truck. We got a warehouse. We're not getting anywhere. You know, the undercover. Who's the undercover? Ty Cobb. That was the agency. Ty's the undercover. They said, yeah. I said, okay, now you can, I'll listen. Because I know Ty and I had done undercover work in Chicago. Yeah.
Now, not only alcohol, you couldn't buy a truck and drink it. All this crap was free. It worse unless you're some religious children. I'm not. And you might have a mistrial on that fifth count. You may have a hung jury. But anyway, plays out as far as the other. I think they'll accept the first four. That seems like that's the head. And when there's one person, it's true, just keeping all of this from coming to an end. I mean, when you look at the definition of what sex trafficking is, in this case, I can definitely see where the keys can be made. We know how those things go within these industries. But if you're to say that your associates are somehow all come together and create a front to an organization that is trafficking and that's a stretch. Everything that you have connected to him. What were you doing? How old were you? It's not like he's not fights. I ended up giving money. He's the one spending money off of it. No one is we need for you to event that we've got going on, buying some of your bad boy girls. No. Just having a bad boy party is going to and this is what's going down. But that's not racketeering. Or at least not in our concept. May not translate to this jury top to bottom. That we didn't pay. And you got that would need all 12. We'll have more on this daily. Sort of like everyone iHeartRadio app and on YouTube. This was now let's go to Mark Warner. Good evening, Mark. Here's the latest. A woman who was executive working at 7-Eleven Hollywood has not usually her family alleges her assistants turned attacked her or physical. Just unconscious.
So, I said, well, call me, I want to talk to Ty. So, he tells me what's going on. He said, I'm bars and restaurants, and they won't take my machines because of the machines. I said, all right. So I said, well, what plan? Well, maybe you could bring, and we could get us with the balustrades. I said, well, let me see. So, we were Jerry one day, and I got a call the other day from a guy that I used to steal arms down in Baltimore. And he's out in Milwaukee. He's in Milwaukee. I said, he's got a vending machine company, and he wants me to come out and help him. He says, is he crazy? He said, they'll blow him up out there. He said, you can't do a vending machine business out there. That's the mob. I said, well, he doesn't know. He doesn't know anything about the mob. A couple of days later, I said, I left this. Call me again. He needs help. He said, Donnie, what do you think? He said, you can't just go out there. And then he looks at me and says, this guy got any money? I said, I don't know. Let me ask him. I said, I've got any money. So I called Ty. He was going by name of Tony. And I said, hey, Tony. I said, Lefty wants to know if you got any money. He said, tell him I got $200,000 in the bank. And, I got a warehouse full of machines. I got everything set up. So I go back to Lefty. I said, Lefty, Tony's got $200,000 in the bank, and he's got this big warehouse set up. He says, all right. He said, let me talk to Mike. Now, Mike's supposed to be the captain, right? So Mike said, all right. He said, out there, just sit down with him and make sure that he has what he says he has. Don't tell anybody you're going. I said, okay. So, call Tony and tell him to send us airplane tickets. Because, they're not spending their own money. So the Bureau, Tony gets us 2 plane tickets. Me and Lefty fly out there. And he takes, they got the whole operation going on. And he said, okay, so we go back. And he said, okay, he says, now hurry. Tony's been with the Banano. He's been an associate of ours. Because that's Chicago and Milwaukee. Donnie just met this guy. And they said, well, he's not with you. You didn't claim him. So we'll take the whole business. So here's the way it works. Now we go to Consigliere Banano. Right? Got a name of Bobby Badhar. You know why they call him Bobby Badhar? And then Badhar. Easy, right? So he goes and Bobby Badhar, right? And tell Chicago that, hey, we got a guy that's been with us for 10 years. He's settled now. He's been in Milwaukee for a couple of years. And he wants to go into the business and everything. And we'd like to have a Sid Alistreri, the boss of Milwaukee. Okay. Chicago now calls Balistreri's consigliere. Relates the whole story to him. So now we got to wait and see the sit down. A week or so goes by. Chicago calls back and says, okay, well, you guys, who's coming out? Well, it'll be Lefty Ruggiero and Donnie Brasco. Now, Lefty's a big guy, so, so they say, okay, check into this hotel and wait for a phone call. So me and Lefty fly out, check in, and we wait about 3 or 4 days. No, we can't go anywhere because so get the phone call. I said, okay, come to Snug's restaurant. Such a time. It's Ballesteri's restaurant. He owns a hotel. And it's a restaurant in his hotel. So me, Lefty, and Tony, the other one, we go there. And now, if you know the mob, Joe, you don't get to sit down with a boss.
You were going to get an A-ball.
Unless you're another boss. You know what I mean? Guys, main guys that are just main guys in other families don't get to sit. So now, who's there is Ballesteri, the boss, his underboss, is Sigma's two sons, who are both lawyers, right? So we're in, why do you want to be here? Well, Tony's been with us. Lefty's doing all the talking because he's the main guy. Tony's been with us for 10 years, him and Donnie. They did a lot of art theft together and stuff. They've both been with us. And Tony thought he could get the business with the machines and stuff. This whole dinner, probably about 5 or 6 hours. He said, okay, we'll get back to you. All right. So a couple of days later, I want you to have dinner at my house. The fucking boss is inviting us to dinner at his house. If you know the world of the mafia, he gives us the address. Me, Lefty, and Tony. And Lefty's like, you gotta know wise guys, right? Lefty's like, we're going to the dinner at a mob boss's house. We know it's a big deal, but to a wise guy, it's a big fucking deal too. We go to his house, and big table, like you see in the movies, and got the base, service. It's okay, he said, we'll go in partners. We're 50-50 partners. Tony does all the work. We'll tell you where to go to put your machines. So now, what do we just do? We just married 2 mafia families together, Bananos and the Ballesteris through Chicago. First, married 2 mafia families that do business together. Me and Lefty go back to New York. He's going good. Tony's meeting with the sons, because that's who he said, you meet with my sons, right? After a few months, nothing got me with them.
I'm not feeling bad. And
I don't know why. They won't take his calls. So I said, Lefty, they have not responded. What do you mean they're not responding? I said, they're not taking his calls anymore. He said, what do you do? Try to, I said, Lefty, this guy's not like that. Make a long story short, Tony had been a cop outside of Milwaukee after he got out of the Marine Corps, before he went into the Bureau. And somehow they found out a leak somewhere. But they don't tell. We find this out later that this is Mr. Lefty, which saved my ass, because I vouched
Right.
So we're trying to get in touch with Chicago. To say we don't know why they stopped. We don't have any idea. So that goes in now. That's that hanging on me. Right. So Lefty sends me to Milwaukee. Go find out search for this guy and blah 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 blah. And I come up with a story. I found this car. It's in the parking lot. Yeah, parking lot of the airport. And then when so I go and they said, "Oh, the cops." It's all. I gotta cover. What happened to this guy. So now we gotta go tell Mike Seville, our captain, because our money source dried up. So we go sit down with Mike. And this is hard to believe, but right. My punishment was I couldn't go to the Christmas party. That's it. He was banned me from the Christmas party
because you introduced him to the cop.
Well, he didn't know he was a cop because the operation. So the money wasn't coming in anymore. So I said, well, that's the best thing that happened. I don't go to the Christmas. Because crew is, I'm saying, this is what I was.
I don't suspect you at all.
No.
How do they not suspect you? How do they not question?
Well, I had been with them so now, Joe, 2 years now.
Right.
And, always on edge because I don't know why aren't the Balistraries telling Ruggiero embarrassed. You know what I mean?
Right.
I don't know.
To this day.
After we found out that, to this day I have no.
Whatever happened to Tom?
Oh, we just shut it. They just shut it down. So I'm going on. Nice cup. Thank you. I got some swag coming for you. Yeah, buddy.
I got swag too.
So on the Donnie Brasco swag that I'm gonna mail to you.
All right.
We're supposed to be at the hotel. It never made sense to me. It is because now I'm like, and he's grilling me again about my relationship with Tony.
Right.
But I gotta stick to the story, So I squared things around with him, because and Mike. So now what happens is that at the time, Carly was the boss of the Bananos. And they killed the Lindy. They whack him. Right. Because there's kind of beef within the family. And, like the Lindy, so they whack him. Mike was associated with Galenti. So they tell Mike, either step down or we're gonna whack you. So he gives up his captainship and just becomes a regular soldier again. Right. So one of the originators, when I say instigators, whatever, was a guy by the name of Sonny Black Napolitano. He was out in Brooklyn. Remember, we were with Mike Sabella. So they put me now under Sonny Black. They make Sonny Black becomes a captain. Black out in Brooklyn. So that's who we report to every day. And when you have to check in with your captain every day. So every day, we're out the Motion Lounge. It's on Grammar Wither Street in Brooklyn. Sonny's our new captain. And again, the intelligence information I'm gathering is like no other than anybody else can get, because informants are going to get, and I'm meeting different people again. I'm meeting people from different families through these guys. So I'm rocking out there in Brooklyn under Sonny Black. And I get another call. Then when headquarters wants to talk to you. Well, we got an undercover operation going in Florida.
Get that daddy right now. I hope they put this up.
Yeah. I want to see if you can. Just, hey, wait a minute. I just went through this in Milwaukee. Well, the supervisor wants to talk to you. I knew the supervisor guy. So I called. I said, Tony, what's up? And, it's pretty good, but we can't get into Santo Traficante. And maybe you can do the same thing you did in Milwaukee. I said, I don't know, man. I said, if I do it, number one, who's the undercover? Because running a nightclub. And they said, well, one of them is, I think so, Mary Steve. And I said, I know Steve, I did undercover work with him, so I said, I got no problem with Steve. And they gave me the other guy I knew, but I never worked with him. I said, but as long as Steve is involved, I can do it. But I don't know how long it's going to take. So you got to just let me think about this, all right? Because I don't, I'm not going over the story, hey, I got a call from a guy that I like a date with. So I figure, okay, after a while, so we'll do. We used to go to Miami a lot. And I said, me, Lefty, nice guys, we'd fly to Miami for a long weekend. We had a hotel down there that put us on the arm, right? Give us the suites and stuff. Stay for the weekend. He says, okay, here's what we'll do. We go to Miami, right? You guys go down there, and whenever we go to a restaurant we're going to go to, and you guys just happen to be in the restaurant, Steve's not married. It's going by Chico. I said, Chico just come to the table. Hey, Donnie, how you been? So it's like a bump, right? It's not like, right. So that's what we did. So we're out at this restaurant. We set that deal up. Chico comes over. Donnie, hey, I haven't seen you in years. How you doing? Well, what are you doing down here? Club. You got a nightclub where? It's outside of Tampa. It's up in Tampa, Florida. No kidding. How long you been down there? I don't know. 3 years, you know. What are you doing? And it's a nice club. Why don't you come by? Now that's over a nightclub, and, you know, so it's dollar signs. So, but if you want to take a ride up today. So when they leave, he says, I said, well, I know Chico. I said, I don't know the other guy. You know, Chico, he was a good thief, you know. I said, I haven't seen him in a while, like maybe 5 years, but he's always was, you know, always a good thief. So, all right, I should take a ride up. So we take a ride up. It's a nice nightclub. It's not like 5 acres. They got tennis courts. We hang out. A lot of business, you know. And, it was open. Yeah, I don't think very well so. I don't know. 9 o'clock. It was running open all night. So he said, nice place. He said, we have to tell Sonny about it when we go back to Brooklyn. So I go back to Brooklyn and tell Sonny about it. Now, you know, now I'm like in my 4th year with these guys. So I go back to Brooklyn and tell Sonny left again. Hey, we ran into one of Donnie's old friends. When he got a nice club there. Yeah, I had. Well, maybe we'll go down. They see a lot of potential. But now they can't operate anything illegal because Central Traffic can't be owns Florida. So now we got to go do the same routine. All right. Traffic can't these guys. We got, you know, has a club down there. With its you know, Chico has had to be with the Venanos again for 5, 6 years. So we go through that same routine. And finally, this takes a while. It's not like overnight. So, and he says, okay. Santo will meet you such a day. Another fucking boss of a meet him. Actually, no, the first time we met him was at a restaurant in the Creek Fishing Village. I'm drawing a blank, but at any rate, we meet him in a restaurant, and actually it was Pappas Restaurant. That was the name of it. And I never met him before, but you know, they go through all the niceties. And Sonny tells him, you know, we got a nice start running gambling out of it. You know. So he said, oh, I'll come up and look at it. I'll meet you. So I don't know if we met him the next week. Now, this time it's in a hotel room. And he sets everything up, right? Again, now, this is the second time we married 2 fucking mafia families together. So he said, all right, he said, what do? Yeah. He said, I'm going to set my 2 guys up. Okay. A couple days later, two guys come up from Miami. Card show. I sat at a hotel with these room guys, Joe, and they were marking all the decks of course. I could not, after they get done, I had no idea how they mark these cards. They were very black. And craps table. Dice were fixed. Everything was. So we set the club up. And night for the veterans of Florida. We even had a certificate. All right. We're paying off somebody in the sheriff's department to protect us. Well, we got the game going. And doing good. Doing pretty good. And places jammed. So what happens is on the door. One of the doormen's line comes to me and said, Donnie, there's a bunch of sheriff's deputies outside. We get on the phone. I can't get our contact in the sheriff. He's not answering his phone. And then we had just paid it that day. I said, I clear all the money off the table, so we get all the money off the back on the table. I said, because we had everything. And what we had done was every so often we collect the money in the furnace room. Right. There's a lot of money stashed. What we had was an old time one-arm band. That thing 100 years old. Nobody had ever put money in it. It was just there. So they come in and they don't see any money. One of the puts a, I don't know, nickel, dime. What do you think happens? Fucking, you're running operation. Nobody's ever played that thing, right? Well, they wrecked the joint. We all get arrested. Why did he get arrested? Because I don't understand. The gambling charge. Right. They arrest us. Oh, because why? Because of the one abandoned. Because they won and they said that was gambling. Nobody did anything. It was just their you know, it was an antique. I'll just tell you something. Yeah, just use an excuse. But we were the month from New York. Right, that's what we were. Drugs in a can. And just for the one bandit. Yeah. We did it, but somebody did it. How much money? You don't hit the bait. It was over 30 grand. So they swiped that. I don't know. Somebody did. Probably somebody did. So we had Trevor Canty's lawyer. But he gave us I don't know who it was. So he gets us out of the camp. And now I'm at another fucking buy because now we go busted. And we didn't get off. And what happened to the guy? He committed suicide. Convenient. Yeah. You know, did he really commit suicide? Yeah, he did. Really? Because when he got a subpoena. Oh, he knew they were coming for him. Yeah. So that kind of screwed that thing up. And
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands. Here's the iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Have you ever tried Cialis? Is that do you get a headache from Cialis? Yeah, same thing. I both of them something. You know what's funny is I really think that I don't need it for the erection, but I can fuck way longer, and I can go like 3 or 4 times if I take a Viagra. It's so much better. The headaches just suck.
No, we don't get those. Have me, a friend, and
But there's a dark side.
he's a
So,
porn star.
what is this?
And well, you used to do that. I mean, lock.
Right. I just want people to see
And
what
so,
I
you know, we become friends and swinging anyway. So,
see. I see
we're and his wife
cover-ups.
after this, we're hanging out actually in my RV.
There are a lot of
We're in my, so it's only
and get
a couple years
We
ago.
have to sit down on the couch.
Why are you guys so fucking homophobic shit?
I'm not. I just don't want to sit there fucking
Come on,
up.
Anyway,
Movie to go with Larry's RV.
actually, I have a. So listen to this.
Follow this
So we
podcast
go
for
there
free
and
on the
we're
iHeartRadio
hanging
app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
The Senate has passed President Trump's big, beautiful bill. Votes tight. Vice President
I
J.D. Vance
35.
had to guess the deciding vote to get it passed.
Yeah,
On this vote,
I want to get these. How the fuck we did like that?
Vice President, the bill has been is
you know, Sonny knew that we were paying the guy off and everything. So, you know, they were just hazards of doing business as a mom, you know. But when we got back to the club, like I said, the statue was gone with the money. Somebody took it. And so we go back to New York. And now, it's beef in the Bonanno family, because after they whack a lemon, they make Rusty Rothschild the boss of the family, but Rusty's in a can. He's in a can. So Sonny Black is running the family along with and then there's a Sicilian faction of the Bonanno family, and they're running their faction. Now there's a faction of 3 cannibals that are against Rusty Rothschild, and they're against Sonny and the other capo. So now there's more friction in the Bonanno. So in order to solve this, they Sonny Black, the capos on his side, call us sit down for the other 3 capos to straighten this out. Well, the deal is, when these other 3 down, they're gonna whack them. They're gonna whack them. So, I was supposed to be in on that, but they cut. I was supposed to be in on the hit, but they cut me at the last minute. And then I was supposed to be on the cleanup crew, but they cut me out of at the last minute. Why they cut you out? I don't know. Until after, you know. So they whacked these 3 guys. And the next day, Sonny calls me into the club. And he said, Bruno never showed up. Wanted to call out his son. I was supposed to come, and he didn't show. So he gave me the contract to kill him. I think he's in Florida. So he sends me to Florida to look for him. He wasn't down there. And to find them, I called it FBI. Snatch them, and we stage it. Or if they found them, we do the reverse. They stage it. So now, all this time I never carried them. This whole operation, really, yeah. Don't carry guns out in the mafia guys. They don't. They're always getting roused by the cops. The only time they carry a piece is when they go do some work. So, no. I don't believe you. So, that was the sneakiest no I've ever heard in my life. So, let's move on. Yeah, let's move on. Maybe it's just like traded to a job. So, we're in a club, so I get the contract for Bruno, but obviously I can't find him. Can't find him. Did anybody ever find him? Yeah. So what happens is we're in a club one day. And Sonny gets a phone call, and he says, "Hey, Donnie," he said, "I think Bruno's at such a place." And, but it was bad info. It was bad info. So I was asked, "Well, what would you do if he was there?" I said, "I hate to say, but Bruno probably is a dead man." And, well, how could you say that? Well, because when you're given a contract, it's your responsibility that guy gets killed. And if you refuse the contract, you're gonna get whacked. So would you have? Well, if you found, I could get it to something. Don't want the other guys to do it, but it's my responsibility. And my whole my mindset in undercover is I'm not dying for a gangster. I'm dying for a citizen. I'll take a beating for a citizen, not for a gangster. He's gonna go whack either way. He's gonna go whack either way. So I'll take my shot with the government. It's it's not, a lot of people can't deal with that, but I get it, so it's a job. That's the job. Look, I'm there. I'm there to get you killed. I'm there to arrest you and try to hopefully send you to jail. I'm gonna die for you. Yeah, exactly. So, but did they ever find him? Yeah, they found him. They found him actually later. I'm not too sure, but yeah, he eventually got arrested. Yeah, he used coke, so. Yeah. Now with the war going on in Europe, we gotta shut the operation down. So, place on May 5th. And prior to that, I had to sit down with Sonny Black. And he said, "No, the books on him, open it up in December." He said, "Then I arranged membership into the Bonanno family. I get inducted into the family in December." He said, so congratulated him, thanked him, kissed him on both cheeks, So you're going to be a big guy. Yeah, I was going to be a big guy. Yeah. How attractive is that you're in it? Don't forget it. Must be so much fun. Yeah. Sort of the problem, right? So, no. Waking up every day to think is today. The day I go to jail later today, I get whacked. No, I didn't. Joe, I find it that fucking attractive. Please. I mean, it's all right. They fly. You walk into a restaurant, they know who you are. You know, you get the VIP treatment. You get the VIP treatment. You don't order off the menu. So there's perks. There's those perks, but dudes gonna wake up every day saying, "Do I go to jail or do I get whacked?" That's their mindset. It's crazy.
It is crazy.
It's crazy.
The guys in that life, and they love it.
Yeah,
That's what's crazy.
Yeah, they could. I know that became informants, and they wish they could go back. I said, yeah, well, no, I
that is a problem with guys who do undercover work, right?
Some of them fall in love with it. Yeah, they fall in love with the undercover aspect. And I think the reason that I was successful in all my cases, that I'm still 98% sane, is with it. And streets. You know what I'm saying? Right. I mean, I grew up and I was never attracted to it as a kid.
Right. Did you ever run the risk of running into someone that you knew who knew you as Joe Stone?
Did you see the movie?
I did, but I don't remember.
In the airport. Oh, that's right. With the lawyer.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
That's what Psycho down.
Well, I saw eye contact, and I just clocked him.
Oh, wow.
And Sonny, why'd you do that? I said, Sonny, the guy's looking at my prick would want me to do. But no, I never got attracted to the life, other than as a job, and to joke. Where a lot of other is they think they have extras. They change their personalities. Or be A in the daytime and be at night. I never changed my person, and a lot of undercovers are extroverts. And I'm the excellent introvert. So I didn't need the attention. And I never changed my values. Like I mentioned before, I'm not a drinker. I never was a drinker. I worked at bars, during my college years when I got out. And I wasn't going to become a just because I was undercover.
Oh my
God. I mean, I had guys, you never finish a beer because I can't. I only can drink half a bottle of beer. That's all I can drink. Probably. Or, you never have more than one glass of wine. That's all I can ingest is one glass. That's too many undercovers think all bad guys are drinkers, all bad guys. I never do drugs.
The coke is a real problem. These guys are going undercover.
Oh, is that correct?
Because they have to do it whatever.
Well,
they think they do.
They think they do. I mean, I was in a nightclub in Miami, and the guy offers me coke, and I slapped his hand, fucking coke over the place, and I said, don't ever pay. I said, I make money off of that. I go to the gym. Why would I do that shit? See, but too many young undercovers think, I gotta drink. I gotta do this, I gotta do that. I gotta act tough.
Right.
You don't have have to. All you do is you have to be yourself. That's all.
That way you don't have to ever change it. You have to change car.
Never call yourself. And you don't have to act tough. You don't have to talk tough. You just got to back up what you say. And that's it. Never say anything that you can't back up. You know, I never promised anything that I couldn't do. Never let anybody back me against the wall. And I never got into anybody's face to make myself look tough. You know, I mean, and that's where a lot of young undercovers go wrong. They think, you know, they watch it. Be honest with you. The only time I screwed up, I'll tell you, we're in my head, and I'm in another undercover's call. It might have been Chico's on, I don't remember. So there's three bad guys, you know, and he had his car wired up. So right by, and it's a strip club, and it said 22 naked dancing girls, and I said 44 nipples. That's all I said. Well, that came out at trial by the defense attorney, and I had to explain I was such an expert on female nipples.
It's just simple math.
It is.
Remember you saying trying to use that against?
Yeah, that was, you know, my character was, you know, was questioned. But you know, is that I would not normally say that.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
It was just it's always gonna come back to bite you in the ass.
Right.
So
yeah, you just got caught up. So what happened when they opened up the books?
Well, they closed the case down. So I got up to like, because we had one more meeting with Traffic Candy set up. So I got them to postpone it until after that meeting, but I couldn't get them to wait until after the family. They would have waited. So they closed the operation July 27th. Yeah, and 6 years undercover, 7 years of testifying. Wow. But I was lucky enough that after that, I did undercover work overseas. I did undercover work. Yeah. I had one kid, and so they had two Scotland Yard detectives who I knew. I did a lot of work with them, and so they were into the Chinese triads and their stuff like those, but they were credit cards. And I won't say which companies. And you could bang them out for like 50 before they were discovered, because they had the numbers.
Yeah, I knew a guy did. Yeah. So back when they had like the carbons, right?
Yeah. So Scotland Yard was trying to get to the location, right, where they were actually, everything was going down with the number 2 triad in London. So he said, I don't do it. From New York. mafia guy from New York who just have him sit down with him. He said, okay. So I flew to London, and I knew this guy. Done other stuff with them. But he introduced me to the supervisor of the Serious Crime Squad. He was the guy that was running the case. So I just jobs, you know, you can't, they don't carry guns or anything, you know. Even the undercover stuff, they don't carry guns. I'm sitting down with him, and I said, I got my gun, but I didn't bring any bullets. You have any bullets? And the guy goes, oh, shit. You can't carry. I said, your job's right. So he says to me, to this meeting, I said, I'm wearing slacks and a shirt. He said, no, you got to wear a suit.
I don't care.
He said, because all these guys wear suits all the time. I said, no, you gotta wear a suit. I said, well, I don't have a suit. I said, I'm telling you, I got slacks, a sport coat, dress shirts, that's what I'm wearing. So he turns to the undercover guy from Scotland Yard and turns around, opens his safe, pulls out money, says, go buy him a suit. I said, you're going to buy me a suit? What do I do with the suit when I'm done with it? I said, all right. So,
my RV, mega RV, they had all that super signature. You know, but what's that called? 100 grand? Yeah, 100 grand. $100,000. Fuck that.
Next step is it's probably after 3 or 4 years after the
No, that's like, I didn't know. You see the prices of it? That was $100,000.
And
like they were Washington.
great arts program dance. Then I got into the theater.
When I was rapping the
test, and I loved it. I loved it. But I also knew that I had a strong different path. I just began to run my parents, my family.
I buy 2 suits, one for me and one for Graham. Right. So we go to the meeting and I'm wearing a suit. So there's me, Scotland Yard guy, on the cover guys, and the triangle. So now, before we go to the meeting, supervisors tell me, look, you can't insult this guy. You gotta be nice. He goes, he's the number 2 guy. I said, I don't tell you how to run your serious crime squad. Don't tell me how to work undercover.
Oh, yeah?
I said, whatever you need, I said, well, don't tell me how to do it. So he's all nervous. And so we're in a resort. They rented a suite, big suite, and they're next door. So they got the suite where we are. They got audio, video.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
We go in. We get to all the niceties with the. So the guy keeps fucking interrupting me. So it's a chin. It's already starting the fucking middle of my. And he looks at me. And you can hear this dead silence. And Joe, I was called by Joe Marino at the time. He said, oh, Mr. Jones, I'm sorry. Graham tells me, he says, when you said that, he just blew it. It's over. The guy gave us everything. The location of the factory, the whole deal.
Do you feel like you have to do that?
I'm a mob guy. I know about the tridents.
Right.
If I would have let him keep stepping on me,
Right.
he's
That's
been
been out of character.
Yeah, right. So,
That would be fucking scary.
yeah, well, the triads, scary. Number two. And I give these guys credit. I mean, they got to the number 2 guy, but they couldn't get, So,
About life.
yeah.
How do you stay calm in these situations?
So, and I just say who I am. I get that. And, you go at it when you have to. And if you don't,
It seems off.
yeah. So,
But that's gotta be just fucking nerve-wracking.
it is. Because what's nerve-wracking is you always have to be on, right off.
Never relax.
No. I mean,
First of all, I don't.
I mean,
Every negative.
that they had same bosses of different families. I used to stay at Sonny Black's apartment with him in Brooklyn. And this guy was running the Bonanno family. He was one of the top guys. But how many hits he had on that? All these guys I dealt with, don't forget, all these guys had hits under their belt. These weren't novice guys. I mean, they all had, 5, 6, 10, 15 hits under their belt. I got into a fight one time in a bar with Tony Vera. Me and him against 3 guys. He grabbed the beer bottle, broken on the bar. It just raked the guy's face, Now there's another guy, always brings up the young undercovers. Is that this was probably the meanest guy I ever fucking met. These because they killed people, but he was just a mean guy. The other guys didn't like him. I never saw him overindulge in any liquor. Never. And he would stab you as soon as after that incident I told you when I had to go around to make sure I was an arm's length away from Tony Vera. Now, after it was over, they found out who I was and they killed me. Actually, because he introduced to all the Bonanos. Wow. And Lefty, the FBI picked it up, so they snatched him. Surveillance team snatched him off the street. They killed Sonny Black. Yeah, he got killed. Yeah.
So all the people that had laid in.
Tell you how Sonny Black got killed. You talk about a gangster. Alright. When it came out that I was undercover, his mom didn't believe I was another. And there's people the FBI had kidnapped me and was trying to turn me because we picked it up on wiretaps and informants. But once their lawyers told me he really is an undercover agent, so Sonny Black gets a call. You gotta go to a sit down. An emotion lounge. Diamond ring. Takes off his diamond ring. Takes his money out of his pocket. Takes all his KDs. Puts them on the counter. Says to the bartender, I just got called to a sit down. I'm probably not coming back. Is that a gangster? Calls his girlfriend. And this is how we found this out. Calls his girlfriend. Same thing. So what happens is that after they find his body and everything, his girlfriend calls the FBI, and she says, I like to Brasco. He said, because I got something to tell him. That Sonny Black, she calls him Sonny. She didn't call him Sonny Black. Sonny wanted me to give him a message. So I fly her down to D.C.
Over time,
and myself and the agents, the other agents, go out to a restaurant. And Sonny wanted me to tell you, this is what happened. She said, this is what happened. He got called to a sit down. And he goes into the motion lounge, bring his money, his car keys to the bartender, and tells the bartender, called to sit down. And then he calls me, and he says her name. And he said, I'll come back. He said, I want you to get in touch with Donnie and tell him I love him. And he was just better than we were. Wow. Is that a gangster? Life. Wow. Gangster, that's great. How did that make you feel? Well, it kind of threw me for a loop with him. And like I said, I didn't want to see anybody get killed. Even me get killed. I might have fucking done it myself. That guy was just playing me. But, that's not my job. For evidence. Bring it to trial and hopefully you get convicted. Yeah, Sonny was,
business.
The difference is, Sonny, we could sit just like we're having this conversation. He wasn't 24/7 gangster. You know what I mean? Yeah. We break jobs, we break balls. 7/7 gangster. I couldn't. I liked him. Because he was a great cook. Go out there. Cook. But there was always something. He was digging for, But like Sonny, main capo in the family, one of the capos in the family's apartment. He get up in the morning, I sleep on this couch. We get up in the morning, go, here's a guy that's running a goddamn Donatello family to get coffee and hard rolls and butter and bring him to me, and we'd sit there in our shorts and watch cartoons on television. I tell that to the guys at the FBI, and they say, look at this, and then he had a weight bench in his apartment. And back then, pretty good, you know. I mean, you can't tell me now. And I was pretty good at hand wrestling. I mean, he could never beat me. He was built like you. I mean, he was right. He's about your size and everything. Big arms like you got. But he could never beat me. You know, I don't know what it was. If someone takes me, Donnie, he's not going to beat you today in arm wrestling. I said, Sonny, you never fucking beat me. Why today? He's not going to beat you. And I said, okay. So the day goes on. So then he says, all right, let's go. Right. We're going. That beat you. But I mean, that's the kind of guy he was. Right. You know, and I couldn't yell at him, you know. But with Lefty, you joke around like that. Right. You know, I mean, he was something else, man. He couldn't stand air conditioning. Never. We'd be in the car, the windows would be up, and he'd be smoking English ovals with no air conditioning. And I'm dying. I put the window down. Donnie, I turn the air conditioner on. Why? I don't know. He had cancer, maybe it was, I don't know.
Cancer at the time while he's smoking with the windows rolled up?
Or that, you know, he had testicle cancer years before. He had eventually died of lung cancer. And he used to smoke English ovals. We go in the hotel room, and we always had a big suite, so, you know, we didn't have different rooms. We'd have a suite, 2 bedrooms. He turned the air off.
Kind of like Jackass shit. That's how we go.
So, you know, you have to sometimes, right? So, we're down in Miami. So, good son of a bitch, I'm going to get you to that, right? So I said, left like the head. I'm going up to the room. I go up. I crank where you could hang meat in there, right? And I put the cover back on. And I put the thing in there so, you know, if you moved it, take back in. I made it this. So we could do that. Connie, turn the air conditioner on. There. I said, I don't know, something's going on. He said, yes, get maintenance up there. So I pick up the phone, but I have a big rig up talking. I said, yeah, this is conditions, but could you send somebody up? But I'm not talking to anybody. Because I want him to freeze as long as it can freeze. So, after a while, did you call that? I said, no, you saw me call again. And I do the same thing. And now he's calling every name in the book. It's your fault. You did it. Nothing about air conditioning. Right. Finally, after about a half an hour, now I call and I say, hey, your air conditioning. Somebody up. The guy takes it. Pretty late. But that's sometimes, you know.
What's it like to experience all that and see it in a movie? Like, what is it like to see kind of like Johnny in a movie?
Oh, God, what an experience that was.
It has to be so.
You know Johnny that?
Yeah, I
love that boy.
He's a great guy.
I could cry, I'm telling you. What he's done for my family.
right?
He's a sweetheart of a guy. Like, I've hung out with him a few times in the comedy store. Yeah, I know. He's a very, very nice guy.
I love him. My wife.
If I was that next time, I'd go out and do that. I swear to God. If I was with a friend or his girlfriend, my wife, so you and I sitting there, hold on. I will get up.
He just flew in.
I swear to God. I swear to my God. So fucking bad. I just tell you, I don't do that. Oh, the man right there, your fan right there. He's a skateboarder, like a prankster. I can see you a skateboarder.
Making my own. Everything comes to things like, blocking or, don't start jacking here or something. But yeah,
God damn it, man. They're like, this is fucking real? Yes. This is real. I grew up in a different era. I'm not kidding. I have
almost 5
now it's like these videos are what inspired me to start making.
Creating your own, creating your true self, and it's still.
I come from the era.
Series.
He's a great guy.
He really is.
He's genuine.
He's genuine. It's odd. It's odd for a movie star.
Yeah.
I'm movie stars, and I always have this wall up because I always feel like, okay, I'm just gonna talk to some bullshit person. You know what I mean? Like, I've met a bunch of them, and they're not really there.
Yeah, exactly.
When you meet one and they're really there, it's amazing. Like you realize, oh, they're just human beings who are very unusual position, where they're incredible, and they're in a very weird way. They're famous for pretending to be other people and acting in films. You know them so well as fucking pirate or whatever.
We met in '96 and have stayed friends.
Mailman walked in.
He has friends with.
Yeah, I saw your video about
My grandkids that he knew since they were.
A lot of people love it.
And that was a guy. He takes my daughter.
Before his trial was going on, I had a conversation with him for half an hour on the phone in Hawaii. I was in Hawaii drinking margaritas in a lounge chair. My friend Doug Stanhope calls me up and says, "Hey, Johnny wants to talk to you." And me and Johnny were on the phone for like a fucking half an hour.
Welcome, Miss Aquarius. How are you?
Hold on, okay. Hello, I'm good. How are you?
I'm lovely, thank you. Just one moment.
Okay, hold on. There we go.
How was your day?
It was good. How was yours?
It was good, thank you. Are you ready for me?
Yeah.
All right.
Traveling up the 710 northbound in Long
All right, here we go.
right lane off limits until 6 a.m. And the 15 northbound, make your way through the Cajon Pass. You'll see some great lights.
All right. Nice way to start off with the 9. Perfect. Very, very nice spare.
Thank you. Come on, Rabbi.
Yeah.
You can get that.
Invisible pin.
Should knock that one down.
Yes, it should. Invisible pin got me. Wow. What a strike. I matched it. There you go. Get another strike.
Well, I know you can get it, Rabbi. You got this, okay? Nope, you got this. Come on, Rabbi. You got this. Come
No
on.
doubt, Mr. Quick. I'll take it. Got him. No doubt, no doubt. All right, Miss Aquarius. Get it. Oh, you got a bunch of them. Get these two.
Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Come on, Rabbi. You got this.
Get it. That's what I'm talking about.
What's going on? Oh, come on. There you go. Bye.
Strike.
Let's go.
Get these two. Maybe. I'll take it. 87. That's right, Miss Aquarius.
You are almost there.
Yes, ma'am. A different strategy that used in that game, and it seemed to do really well for me. I don't pull the ball back all the way, like you would, but like watch what I do. Well, never mind. It's your shot.
No, you look at maybe do. You did that.
Like basically letting go further behind the line, it could go a lot faster. I could be wrong, but get it.
No, I don't know. I don't even know. There we go. Get it.
Well, you've had no easy splits for you.
No. Oh. Okay. Come on, Rabbi.
Oh, I missed it. Yeah, what strategy? If you're not gonna hit the pin, it doesn't matter. Get it. Oh, beautiful. You're welcome. There you go.
Yeah. Good job.
Thank you. Oh.
It's all right. It's okay.
41. That's good. Get it. I don't know how you didn't get it.
I win. It doesn't matter.
Oh, for sure. Oh, no. Not good. Look at. I don't know how to get these. Okay, I got 2. I'll take it. All right, it all comes down to this, Miss Aquarius.
Yeah.
Perfect. Perfect. You're gonna get these 2, then you're gonna get a strike, and you're gonna win. And if not, you still win. Get it. Okay, you got that a strike.
No. Okay. You got this.
My cousins and I, we would take the theater, which is downtown Detroit.
Oh, get it! I got it. What a spare, Miss Aquarius.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you won.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
want to do one more and get the 200?
Let's do it.
Get one more.
Show like Game of Death or the Dragon in the theater in Detroit around the block every year. Everyone, it was like a thing to do to go see the Bruce Lee movie. So from then out, so when I got older, my cousins theater watched some movies. That was it. It was interesting and it looked cool.
Come on, Rabbi.
So I always wanted to study kung fu since I was a little kid, but there were no kung fu schools.
Oh, look at this split. I don't even know what to do. Just get one? I guess that's all.
And it's Shaolin Dragon. And I started studying again as an old man. Over and something that it's a beautiful thing. And I want to live my life in a way that I want to be.
Come on, Rabbi.
No doubt, Miss Aquarius.
Yay! Come on, you got this one.
No, Miss Aquarius. Getting cocky.
It's a life philosophy as well, and I've learned as I study it. So, yeah, I agree now. It's been a. So that means we need to get a role for you.
That's okay. Come on, Rabbi.
No doubt.
You got this.
They should just give it to me. Strike. Got it.
Yes.
Yes is right.
I get the mama.
Our 200th win. It's big time.
Yeah.
I think for me, my
Thank
demeanor,
you.
you'd be surprised that I knew kung fu. You'd be one of those guys, oh, shoot. This dude knows.
I'm good. I read that. Yeah, my hand must be green. It's okay. Go ahead. I want to get it.
Get it.
Yeah, let me see how that works. Let me see. Eric's a pretty savvy dude. I wouldn't get out yes, the dude's already ready. It wasn't in the vein of the show for me to do that. You got, people like Uli and Ahante, those guys, and I just Macho, and I mean, they know.
All right, Rabbi. You got it. Come on.
Get it. Get it. Invisible. Bull.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa. All right, Miss Aquarius.
Yay. It's okay.
Absolutely. You'll get it tomorrow.
Okay, you win. I win.
You win, I win.
Tomorrow, I got 200.
Yay is right. Thank you. Sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius.
See you tomorrow. Sweet dreams. See you tomorrow.
Excellent. God willing, we'll see you.
See ya.
Chicago shows. I'm mostly to all of them, but I've also been lucky enough, like all the other. But there's another season. There are plenty of seasons. Do you? Here's a question. Do you, as an actor, get emotionally attached to the characters? Are they disposable to you? It's like, oh, it's just a job.
Oh no, I'm attached to the characters. Yeah, one, they're part of it. Like really, that's how acting works. That you're giving your gifts, so you can't really let it go. And it's something that's been moving you throughout the stage.
I'll tell you a funny story. Is that do you know Vanessa?
No.
This is one. Excuse me. Well, I mean, I met John. He was first going out with Kate Moss, and they all love my wife.
Because I know someone is right now who's either at the beginning of his
so then he was one day he called it being Joe Stone Crab. I'm gonna be in Miami. He said, meet us at Joe Stone Crab. It's okay.
This is a journey.
So, yeah. And there's Johnny, his father. His father's a great guy. His father's a great guy, too. Really a good guy. And I had met his father shooting in the movie and everything, right? We hung out. So, he introduced us to, you know who she is, right?
His ex? Who's Vanessa?
They're in DC. She's the French whose kids are by.
Yes. His ex.
Yeah. So, now, my wife wouldn't, when she ate, she would not touch anything. She had to eat with a knife and fork, right? Irish. So, Joe Stone Crab, what are you going to do? You're going to break, you're going to touch him. So, Vanessa said, Maggie, you don't like to, but I don't like to touch him. She broke the claws, everything, took all of it. So my wife could eat him. I'd say, no, you could do that, you know. Only you could get somebody to, you know.
Did you know him before he played you in the movie?
I didn't.
You didn't know him at all?
No. I mean,
Did you get to meet him before he played you? I mean,
oh, yeah, we met. I guess we met maybe 3 or 4 months before.
Talked to life.
Yeah, I spent time with him, and amazing about him. Joe was he's like a sponge, you know, like we would just go to lunch, hang out, always talking like me. He has the same rhythms. Every once in a while I clear my throat, he's clear. He was walking. We're on set one day. My mother happened to be outside. And Johnny's walking away, man. Wow. Because
the way you are.
The way yeah. I mean, he's just amazing, you know. It's not like project about stuff. It just absorbs it. Yeah. He's something. But I've stayed in touch. I've stayed friends with Chrissy's sister. The whole family, basically.
How strange was it to watch the finished product, to watch this version of your life?
Yeah, it was. And what now? For you and your audience, I never slapped my wife in real life.
Why'd they have that?
I asked the director, because that wasn't in the script. Oh, Jesus. Asked the director. When I, you know, it's funny because Johnny used to pick me up every morning to go to work. Right. And here's the kind of guy, I tell you the kind of guy. We'd stop at a bodega and he'd run in and I'd rolls. I said, I go, no, I'll go in. To get to just a regular guy. Yeah. That day he was kind of like, wasn't himself on the ride. And then I saw them rehearsing that scene. I went ballistic, man. I went ballistic. But, the director of that shit, They always have to do something like that. Yeah. It didn't really happen. Yeah. It drives me nuts. So, what are you going to do? So, how after the case is closed, like for you, like how do you, about your life? Yeah, well, once they found out the commission put a $500,000 contract on me, and the FBI went to every boss, and I think of, trying to cash in on that. I was working out of Washington, out of Quantico, and families moved. I think we got like 5 or 6 moves since started back everything. Right. The Bureau was good about that. But it's not the legitimate gangster. It's some cowboy that thinks, hey, Brasco, might take him out. We're in Glitch. And I don't think anybody would have 100,000. You think the mob is, they don't use their own money for, so. Yeah. But that's the only thing that you worry about is, some cowboy. How long was it before you stopped worrying about that? Well, you never really do. Even to this day? Yeah. They're going to be famous about doing something. That. Right. So, it was more prevalent back in the day. As is guys now, I don't know any of them that are alive. Actually, did you keep in touch with? No. My thing in undercover, Joe, is I never arrested anybody that I worked against. My whole thing was I did the undercover. You make the arrest, I'll see him in court. Yeah. Anyway, you always sit down after the case is over, the profilers and everything, and they say, well, we think this guy will turn this guy. Now, one of my guys, when I say my guys, really? Never. Wow. One of the prosecutors in Milwaukee, he said, I think we should go talk to Ruggiero. I said, are you fucking crazy? You walk in here and mention my name, he'll go. He said, what happened? Exactly what happened. Yeah. He did 15. Never cracked. The only reason he had, he found out he had, I don't know if it was gum cancer or whatever. And then he had cancer in the other lung. So he had like 3 or 4 months to live. So he was such a pain in the ass, and for the demons that they let him out. He died at home. before Sonny had a shot. He said, no, none of them.
They tried to turn on.
They all can't. They all did like 15, 20 years. Wild, right? I mean, now, as soon as they put the last click on the hand, talk. I mean, they all hits under their belt, but as soon as they put those cuffs on, some of the guys, they do their time, but eventually they turned up, and those guys became snitches.
What do you think happened to the culture of the mob when this guy started?
They didn't want to do the time. I mean, some of them did time, some did 7, 8. But then I think when they kept getting beat over the head, you know what? The culture of the mob has changed too. I found near these guys said to the old timers, this was like their life. They were really committed to it. It's a me generation, just normal citizens. They want it now. I mean, I don't know. Like the old timers, they could cultivate politicians. They could cultivate enforcement. These guys today, they can't and judges like the old timers did. And drugs is a big because now the guys some of them start using it.
But it's also, you can't keep secrets anymore.
No. The only secrets with one guy.
Especially with cell phones, internet.
Yeah.
Else is so easy now. Everything you do is all
you're on camera
all day long.
I read somewhere or heard where the average individual is on the camera over 500 times a day. Around
walking around,
wherever you go.
And then your phone's listening to everything.
Everything.
Phone.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody. And that's what's tough. And undercover today is building your ledger to do 100% backstopping.
Right. How can you
with the internet?
Right. Also, Google image search.
Yeah.
There. Oh, that's that guy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
How do even exist now?
It's still there. They don't control every. When I was in, they controlled everything. I mean, they controlled every bit of Vegas. They controlled that commodity that ran. They still had the skims, and Balistreri had offered me with Lefty. He had offered me the job of running the skim from there to Kansas City. Wow. Yeah. But I was with the Dodanos. That was before the South.
That's so crazy.
Yeah.
Were you the deepest that anybody ever infiltrated the mob?
Yeah. Else that went in, they had. I had no informant.
You just made your way in.
Yeah.
Slowly.
Yeah. Wow. And I wasn't a mark. I have all this money.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. Where they can exploit you.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
crazy life, Joe.
Yeah, it was.
When you look back on it now, does it seem real? Must seem,
I think, if I did that.
Right. That's what I mean.
Yeah. And then other times, as deep as I got, I could have done more.
Like how? If I would have got made.
Right. Do you wish they had gotten you made?
Only because time. I spent 6 years. Cap it off with getting inducted. And not only that, think of the feather in the cap of the FBI.
Right. Yeah.
The mafia inducted one of our own. I mean, that would have really kicked him. But,
it's funny that you think back and that's the thing that you wish.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy.
But still, in all, it's like, yeah, right?
Yeah.
We pretty much decimated them anyway.
Yeah. It is kind of crazy how, and then it's
nothing moved in this country without them getting a cut of it.
Wow,
It's crazy, guy.
Did that all come about because of prohibition all started? Is that when they really got a stranglehold in this country?
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
Pretty much.
Yeah. With the cartels.
Yeah.
It's the same fucking thing. And it's like we never learned.
Yeah, it's history repeats itself. I think our problem is we don't study. Remember what I said before? Anybody I went against, I always knew who they were. I wanted to know your structure. I wanted to know how you treated each other. I want to know all the crime true. I want to know if you're how violent you are. It's against. I want to know your history. What you are as far as a criminal organization. I mean, it's a fucking Manuel Noriega. I'm talking about
What did we do in Iran Contra? What did we do? Why did they come to this race?
You got to study it. You got to know your enemy, the art of war. The art of war. And I've done the undercover classes. You got to read that book, The Art of War. It was written thousands of years ago, but it'll serve you today.
It's kind of crazy to think that people don't change that much over time. Human nature's still the same.
Yeah.
And the same strategies apply.
Yeah. And, and like I said before, the only change in undercover because of the internet. Right. Nothing else has changed. Now it's going to be on yourself the same way.
Yeah.
You do all that shit the same way.
Well, especially if someone had social media before they got in the car, become yeah. I mean, everybody's kind of ran it on themselves.
Yeah.
But there are other ways they catch people now, obviously. With all the surveillance. Did you make a bunch of notes?
No, I just wanted
to make sure you covered everything.
I just wanted to mention
always protect Angelinos against the actions.
Like that be up with Instagram.
Did they run it?
Yeah. I just about to turn my phone on and the real down in Brasco. And then cameo.
You have a cameo page? Do you send people cameos?
Sitting in prison right now.
Just
I was on
the real Donnie Brasco.
How do you spend your time these days? There it is. The real Donnie Brasco.
Yeah. That's from January, Joe. When he flew in for dinner. Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, well, I'm kind of right now. We got another book on the house.
And he was on my show with me.
And I spent time with
so Randy and
helping
I
out with that Southern California gang conference I mentioned.
So I did
It's really, you know, I did 15 years actually. Doing it 12. 1 year sick.
Nah, I don't mess it.
These coppers that run it, they all do it on their own time.
But
There's no administrative. Nobody gets paid. Really gets paid. They do it all on their own time. And the conference usually gets between 700 and 800 people at each conference. And like I said, it's held once a year.
And we did.
It's held in San Diego. But it's the Southern California Gang Conference. Anybody's interested. You have to be a police officer or law enforcement Department of Corrections.
By accident. And he won't do it again.
Email is scgc.inquiry@gmail.com. Go on and get information about it, or if they want to attend it, you know, that's how you can sign up. Okay. And they have great speakers every year. Some of my merchandise, you can see I have a shirt here. It says Southern California Gang Conference, Donnie Brasco. Shirts I give to the organization. I don't keep any, and the books we sell and stuff, I donate my books. I sign books there, and I give all the money to the organization. I don't take anything either, because he's police officers don't take anything. You know, their time is donated. So, it's, you know, when your spouse, one of the other dies in the line of duty. So,
So you were telling me before the show that all that money gets donated to the spouses of people who were killed in the line of duty.
Yes, sir. Yeah. You know, to help them get started after.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And it's a great conference. Like I said, they get between 700 and 800. Either a police officer or Department of Corrections, you know, and anybody that's in the is eligible to attend it. And so
Well, Joe, thank you very much for being here. Really appreciate it. Hey, what a crazy life you've had.
Thank you. I'm really excited to get the invite. And my grandkids were, whoa, you're going on Joe Rogan. They all love you, man.
Well, tell us and thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for being here.
Well, my pleasure.
That's one of the best Joe Rogans I've ever heard. And I've heard like 2,000 of them. Really? Why? Joe, shut the fuck up and just let this motherfucker talk. And it was fascinating. We didn't have to hear about cold plunges and bullshit.
Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
We were talking about golf, and Jamie was a full-blown addict. So you say Gagey's fully hooked?
Oh, fully hooked. It's crazy. Yeah, I don't know. Do you know what Fanatics Fest is?
No.
So Fanatics Fest is, it's just like kind of like Comic-Con, but for athletes. And Gaethje got to do like the Fanatics celebrity thing, where it's like 50 pro athletes do it, 50 normal people that they compete in a bunch of sports or whatever. He said he won because he was good at golf, so the fucking guy won a Ferrari because he got second place. Tom Brady got first, he got $1 million, and then like a normal like non-professional athlete got third place, he got like $200K.
Whoa, is that a Ferrari?
Yeah, dude, golf got a shit. Golf got him this fucking Ferrari. I think he took shit. Yeah, so that kind of just addiction more than that good. Yeah, he's pretty good. I mean, I don't know shit about golf, but he told me that he started okay, but over the time between the Holloway fight and his fight with Physique, he didn't do anything but play golf for a year. 60 days in a row. The handicap just kept getting better and better and better and better. So the next time he played, he was like, holy shit, he's really good now. Sounds about right. That makes sense, though. He's a psycho. He is a psycho or something. And he's single. He's gonna excel. If that guy, he's gonna excel. Yeah, he's a unique dude for sure. I really liked, because obviously, I started working with Whitman not too long ago. Get to know like that crew, like Trevor, Gaethje. Trevor's a unique guy. Yeah, all of those guys are pretty unique. He makes the best fucking MMA gloves that have ever been. He should have bought them out a long time ago. I think he wanted some crazy amount of money or something. I think it was like some nutty deal. Unfortunate. I know. They should have just licensed it. They should have just made some sort of a deal. We'll sell the gloves. Make the money. Yeah. Let's just get the athletes the best gloves. They're so much better. They're way better. Yeah, the foam on them's really good. The heat is better. The protection of your hands is better. Yeah, Trevor's one of those guys where too, like most things aren't stimulating enough. Like TV, kind of playing on my phone isn't really super stimulating to me. So like, he's always like doing something. So he's always like making shit. When I would go into Honest, he'd just be in the back, like with a smile, like working on the gloves, like every single morning that she's there. The style that they have is real cool. People keep asking me when they're going to come out with it, and I think it's getting pretty close. So I just really wish that it was just because they spend so much time and money to develop those new gloves, and then they throw them out. Yeah, I hate that too. I like the new ones. I have really thick, like my hands are massive, like some of these guys. The old ones are better for like if you have like a really thick hand. The old ones are way better, but I have a thin hand, dude, and those things used to fit me like perfectly. Because the old ones, when I would make a fist, they would stick out like this much. But the new ones, they would be like perfect. So I can make a fist and not have this like really awkward big space right there. But what's the issue with these gloves? Like, what did they not like about them? I honestly don't know. I think some people were just complaining probably because they were just guys with different hands. Because what it would come down to. There was no other reason that it was. I mean, the leather was different and stuff, but that's just how important is that. I think the more I do it, it's easier to close your hands. So we can eliminate some of the eyebrows. They were a little bit curved, but honestly, I mean, even if you bring it down 10% inches, I guess that's safe eyes, but yeah. But I mean, it wasn't, honestly, I don't think it was like significant enough to be like, oh no, what's the approach in the eyes when they're wearing these things. But when you come in, it's much more curved. Which wouldn't be a job curve. Yeah, your hand, and then you score permanent position, right? That's where you so for you to do that, it's effort. Yeah. What do you do that? You don't do that with walking things or maybe, when you're sliding an arm under, or you're going to choke or something like that, but I don't think there was significantly bulkier. Yeah, I think that was a while ago when they were doing all that. I think the idea of the new gloves was that the worst three knockouts. Also, they probably ran a number that was from like all of the years of the UFC, and then maybe just when they started using it, it wasn't sort of like just last year. Because of fair use, which by the way, no, I think there were a lot of
work hard.
I don't know. It's still be doing
Should have brought you some.
these shows we do right now.
Some ahead.
What I'm saying is,
yeah, for sure.
that was an amazing judgment.
Fucking hang,
Actually, as
working
learn
out.
it so that we don't have to deal with any of those frivolous lawsuits.
Like you can actually person and not be like,
thank you,
right, sorry,
thank you, British.
that's the thing we see your money. You get like a stiff pair of gloves and then you have to get someone to right. I know that. But these ones you
Probably is that, yeah. So that someone suing
that it's like having that are conscientious aren't going to fucking blast you.
It kind of breaks
The
us all
miles
down.
that guys take off the clock when they're
background on this,
so big.
I know
Yeah,
Drew's
it's big.
been
I
looking
don't
at this.
we smart great still. Not a lot of people are crazy about that, but you don't get it. It's just like, yeah, that's like a third guy, just like a fucking face first burn. Yeah, there's styles that enhance longevity. You have a style that enhances longevity. Because not only do you not get ill up, you're also like, you're a puzzle. You know, you're not, it's not like, oh, here he comes. It's like, where's Luke's going on? What the guy has to do for interacting. You have so many things, so many stance switches. It's such a smart style, man. I love watching fights. It's like, so the fighters, they don't even, by the way, they're probably not even trying to someone like him because there's not a lot of guys like him. You can see how there's all these adjustments that they have to make on the fly that makes you think. I mean, I always really looked up to all of the defensive guys that I would watch. Like, I know that in boxing, defensive, just winning the defensive battle is a big piece of boxing. The judges almost even score for it, but in MMA, it's just all like only offense scores. So that's not really the way that I grew up thinking was martial arts. Like some of my favorite guys were Mayweather, Whittaker, you know, they had like all these really awesome movers that did a phenomenal job at the time. So now, man, people, I feel like even more so now, people want and catering to the fuck off. Like whenever someone like boos and separate people or stand people up, what he's doing is they get the crowd. I think grappling is really hard to understand unless you got it. It's easy to understand. Like, I'll show you how that. Grappling is like, it's a whole probably obsession. You know, like a lot of what's going on in grappling is
the fighter that gets separated.
It's like hidden.
This is linked out.
You know what I mean? It's where am I sitting my weight? Where am I doing this? Yeah, so kind of just people just don't get that grappling. It's amazing to watch. For example, who's obviously like I never watch it. It's amazing. Yeah, like you're definitely not a smart nuance. Wrestling that's just like that is between us. So to jump let's create a campaign to shit up special. We are creating fake accounts, leaving awful reviews and one-star reviews on my IMDb. I spoke with IMDb and they said the same thing happened to Amy Schumer and Kevin Hart. That's why people are like, some fake accounts. The way to combat this is by having positive reviews and rankings. We can't shut the smear campaign down, even though it's just an IMDb. But still, I hate feeling like these fucking. Did the guy respond by then? Hear me out on this. By, hey, be more funny. Like, just be a better comedian. Actually, Mark, the way you responded was cathartic, Brendan. Thank you for reaching out and trusting me first off. You were on the top of the very high mountain. All sheeple below will always be yelling up at who's on top. Let me develop a strategy and plan. And while I'm finishing this, like. This leg workout. In other words, if you get this weight, I'm a bit sick right now. I'm going to call you to discuss what time. And Brendan says, I love that he's trying to make Brendan feel enough, by the way. Kissing his ass, jeez. So I'm going to go on a long run around 8 a.m. Won't have service. So guys will be like, oh, you're doing leg day? Guess what I'm doing? Cardio. Hello to him. Can we talk after 11? Perfect. Call me when you're free. We will correct this. I got you, brother. We will put together a 5-star ranking ninja team together. Wow. And he writes, yeah, it's embarrassing to even confess. It affects me. I couldn't sleep. Oh, he doesn't want this getting out. Well, he can sleep now that he's doing that shitty special, but he can't sleep over the campaign. He can sleep with his family hating his guts. Figured you'd have an idea and not judge me. Great position to be. My other friends who are in comedy or TV just say don't pay attention to any of it. And by the way, I've seen Joe Rogan tell him. Joe Rogan's like, I don't read the comments. Just don't read the comments. It's not read it. Right? He says, which I understand, but when it's a smear campaign against something I worked my ass off for, the competitive side comes out. It's not anything. He thinks that Pringle Poppy is a good product. It's great. Wow. All right, so this lawsuit, class self-sabotage. After getting taken pure spectrum, Brendan allegedly does what does best. Absolutely fuck all. The lawsuit stated, Brendan missed every single required social media post for those keeping school at home. That's 88 out of 88 missed posts. So it says right here, he agreed to post 5 Instagram stories per month. It's like 1 a week. Yeah. That's so easy. How did you fuck that part up? He's part owner. Sounds like you wanted to switch to SC. Right? Doesn't make any sense. How lazy are you? Meanwhile, get this, he still managed to collect over $370 grand in commissions from Pure Spectrum. That's right, Brendan allegedly pocketed hundreds of thousands of dollars while doing less. Chin does research for the fight, and honestly, that's impressive in its own way. But like every good lover scandal, things get dumber, because as Gringo puppies are taking harder than his Spotify download numbers, Brendan allegedly decided to get creative. Now, by creative, I mean desperate. This lawsuit contains possibly the funniest sentence I've ever read in a legal filing. On multiple occasions in 2019 and 2020, Mr. Shaw solicited plaintiff to send mass emails using Pure Spectrum's customer database to promote defendants' unrelated comedy specials to help boost more ratings on Showtime and IMDb. Let that sink in for a second. People are signing up to Pure Spectrum's products. They're dealing with anxiety, pain, sleeplessness, and Brendan allegedly tries to hijack the database to spam them with ads for Gringo Puppy. Now, as we saw in that text conversation, the owner of that was his idea. He's working the partners, he went on board. Is he just like, man, what can I do? Which, by the way, is a crazy question to ask this guy. He's his publicist, he's his manager, his partner. Man, you're smart. You like go to that guy. Is it his problem? It's not his problem at all. That didn't really work out too well for him, so he had to pretend he was retiring from stand-up, which is not something that successful stand-ups ever do. Well, stand-ups for the children retired. You gotta do it because this kid's playing baseball. You see the umpire get thrown out. They get that. Leans for cuts. You eat the lean brisket? Motherfucker. Hold on. You eat alarm goes off and you go, mother.
Until she starts eating.
You know, that's jerky capital.
I'm about to lose it. Why can't you eat so fast? Your wife, she's been off by your chicken. What? You don't know this? Harry.
Everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe you'll be 40 and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million in term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month.
But anyway, I can get on the
1749. Big Little Lance
How was he calling a role model? And then he's going. And a lot of people got it. Most people fucking Larry, do what you want. But some of the people about I doubt it. And I'll tell you what. Well, that's where I'm actually not going to call that. Right. Again, and all the least did a tax relief and everything else was tax relief and listen, what I should now available that may significantly reduce more than what you know. If you're afraid of an IRS leak, don't lose hope. You can now take advantage of these current relief programs to end your collection. No more fucking laws. How about we send some of these shit and we go to common sense? You know, there's laws you can't get laws. Are you fucking kidding me? I got something for you. There are A+ rated with the BBB. Watch out. That, yeah, you cut that right. You can cut that right through the paper. Leave it in the paper. Really? That's well, that one. Yeah, that it's just a little tip. Yeah, that's it. That's the cap.
American History Hotline.
That's the bottom. What do we got? We were at an event.
University of California. Huge coming up, and I'll tell you about it all tomorrow right here on the Comedy.
It was a shitty where I'm at again. That's funny. Oh, he did it. RT. I see a lion liquid death water. This is a first. I just get what's a bottle of water. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get my own water.
Looking for more activities to go on, and I think that's what's why. And I know
plastic will fuck you up. Plastic bad for the environment. It is.
There's no question.
All the recycling. Bullshit. You don't get the salad. You don't make your fucking taste small. It's just plastic. Yeah, salad and plastic. Wait. Now you're taking it to your fucking. And it's like inside. I said go. I said tape. Tape is like the actual like organ or something. It's called tape. Sleeping in there. Really? But that area. I told you I touch under there and sometimes that would be bad for you. Chains are getting small. Our chains are. What do you mean? Just getting closer to our ass? Because of the you getting this, bro. I swear to God, it's real. And Austin, what's up, fucking? He's crazy. I love it. No bullshit. Dr. Shanna Swan, Valley. Shit like plastic bottled waters. I have over thousands of years made our teeth shrink. What do you think about that? What do you think? Yeah, what do you think about what do you buy? What is your rule? Your change is super complicated. I think that human beings are 100 and also for hundreds of thousands of years, the climate has gone way up and way down. From ice age to
choose that's usually 12,000 seats. And you go to your cataclysm, and then also you go from freezing cold temperatures to temperatures where fucking when outside. So there's been a crazy history of the planet.
I agree. Do I think the why we go crazy?
Some money in politics and industry. Yeah,
Ocasio-Cortez talking about cows farm.
That's real. Burps, cow burps. Yeah, I don't know how much it means, but I know it definitely affects something.
I can only name one thing.
So that's another opportunity for you to check that out. The Coronado 4th of July celebration fireworks will be underway. So there's just a lot happening.
When I was a young
time for a lot of folks around Southern California and around the country, but this is definitely one of those times where I encourage folks to get together.
So I
just
just
be able to
I don't know what's
Did you know you could fit all 7 billion people?
Oh, I believe
that
that.
is rough. So,
And you know, it's I fly a lot.
and then obviously marketing business, and you can check out New Hollywood Games.
Nothing.
On social media.
There's so much nothing.
Everything's like crazy. Yeah, it's a little crazy. But we in climate change actually bullshit.
Fireworks off from the top of hotels along Las Vegas Boulevard.
Shut the
And
fuck
also
up.
send them
Here's what.
through Henderson and Sutherland.
What I do
all the areas of the valley that between really wild.
Absolutely
So it's kind of that whole immersive thing that we have here in LA. That truck is big, so you can always head up to the East and join me up there. If you want to stick around the Orange County area. Yeah, Steph, what's up? I know you do. You look at something that's on the chart.
And I don't know
And you have an incredible show that will be coming to you from July, Chateau Legault. Be sure to follow us on YouTube, Instagram, all
I do not put
out apps. Yes. Mark Browner, I show up on Friday.
watch this person. This and this thing. Now I'm working for fucking garbage company. What the fuck? And then they just raise the rates.
Find this simple plastic and wear it.
You know what? You know, this is I get a lot.
No, I don't know.
Goddess.
I lost you.
Illustrious folks that take good care of us around this
There's a fucking 1,000 ships right now dumping trash.
Of the 40 million tons of plastic waste generated in the U.S. in 2021, 5 to 6% are recycled. The recycled, like what happened to you as it's recycled?
You know, all of that we said.
Oh, wait, what did they go that back up again?
Plus the cost.
You know, 40 million tons generated waste.
Oh, wait. There you go. No, 36% of all plastic. So 85% of which ends up in a landfill.
Wow. Okay, 85% of recycled plastic ends up in a fucking landfill.
Don't start with the plastic. You know, everything's amazing. You know, they're talking about batteries. I fucking, you know,
we gotta evolve past the fossil.
you know, you can do it all you want, but you know, you know how you make batteries?
Batteries are just as bad.
Right. And then
what do you do with them when they're done?
absolutely, and they only have a 10.
Nuclear is the next big thing.
I
Nuclear.
The science guy,
Bill Nye.
Bill Nye just said on TV the other day. Yeah, Bill Nye.
No, what is it?
They just the United States had a big breakthrough about how they made food. He said it was like a big yeah, whatever. It was on the national. I see. I like Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah, I like them both. They have. Because I hate science. I'm a history guy.
Oh, this is Bill Nye.
Where's the important
Why?
Why?
YouTube's gonna flag us for using copyrighted shit.
Under 20 seconds, you can't. Under 20 seconds, you can win. I win them all. Really? Yeah. You say it's go fair. I use under maybe 30 seconds. Full screen. Pass this. There we go.
No one's mentioned that pre-K founders and his colleagues at the University of Chicago did the first chain reaction, which led to all the America on December 1940s. It's quite a little history, but it's very close to 80 years later to the day that this work occurred. So, guys, if this work, this is a Harvard trip, this is really the beginning of something huge. It would change the world.
It changed the world. I mean, clear fusion reaction. Wait, what does that say after that? It's C, maybe it's not. You know what you get? You know what's so funny? I don't want to. I love it. When I first got out of prison, and I was a CNN. They were good. They got so they did not goddamn. People should fucking know it. They should say it. I mean, they give you the little shit that I give you on the internet. Yeah. And I really do. It's something like fucking. I forget the number, but I want to say it was 5% ad revenue was from Big Pharma. So I think that's the right number. Well, yeah, because I do wear a mask. But I had to. I don't. I do. I had a grocery store like in the middle of the pandemic. Like I didn't want to be the one guy that took a dick. Really? I refuse business that mandatory, especially now. I become very. I don't like the word hate. I dislike myself. I'll tell you why. Because I've seen so much public bullshit about lying, so much stuff, fucking lying, cheating, DAs. Did you see about the get all the news about the DAs and now he came out. Look at that. But DA goes to prison in Miami, and you'll see state U.S. attorneys are involved. Other old ages are involved. Fucking how they fucking stealing money. It's war bullshit. Drug war on drugs is bullshit. Because they were going places just for trips. And saying and it's U.S. attorneys. You know, he's district as U.S. attorney. And that fucking head law enforcement. They are the head. The people they always be head law enforcement officer in any area is the state. He's the head. That's why attorney general is the head law enforcement officer. Right. He is the head law enforcement. Yeah, well, everyone thinks. No, a lot of people think it's the sheriff. Oh, the biggest mistake this country made in my life would be believing Trump really cared about the middle. I mean, that was the biggest con. Someone asked me what's the biggest con. Trump, literally, people from the Midwest, Alabama, Louisiana, Iowa, that he likes them. Right. I mean, fucking kidding me? That fucking woman? Yeah, that's funny. I mean, it's funny, but sad. It's sick. Shit, maybe I gotta get attracted to smarter than me. But I don't fucking know. So, the prison, the way like the war on drugs, Yeah, right here. Veteran Miami agent charged with bribery conspiracy. Look what he says in there. And, yeah,
current U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration agent, former supervisor in the agency, confidential law enforcement defense lawyers in Miami in exchange for $70,000.
No, that's a different one.
Cash.
No, put DEA agent goes to jail, man, or something. I think it's DEA goes to prison. Yeah. Veteran Miami charged. No. Former U.S. money. That him? Did he get how many?
Drug war on
Yeah, put a drug war. Agents traveling for free. Yeah, agents traveling
after I heard that after the Civil War, when the South first started like private prisons in America, that what we were seeing prisoners, we had a leasing program. So if they were the police prisoners to work in factories, work on their farm. This was basically a legal loophole for slavery.
They do that. I mean, obviously, prison labor. There's great 60 minutes about how a factory hats put out of business. Just slavery. I mean, think of it. We are the only country. First, you do know the United States.
Per capita.
Not per capita. We have more people than actually, India is the new India, okay. But neither of those countries get neither. Now people they cut their hands off. That's United States. That's United. You don't think the United States kills them?
China kills them.
You know, where do you hear? I'll tell you why I got here. That's why. So listen, execution. You want to hear too much fucking? It's true. Okay, listen.
You know, it's a tax fraud or any kind of financial fraud, any white collar crime.
We should make that the Congress. Let me explain.
Any kind of fraud in China is kind of
China. You know. Well, no, I was.
RICO is conspiracy, right?
RICO is 2 or more acting in defense of a county. Now, you take this. Here's what it means. You, me, and Austin are sitting. Your nice sponsor gives us more water than that. So, nothing disgusting. You say, I'm out. I don't. Okay. All right, we're bullshit anyway. I don't matter. You get arrested. We could have all arrested. It's conspiracy. Fucking most horrible. No other country does it. Did you hear about that guy Bow? Did you hear what I said? The judge in that case, when she gave him the minimum guideline, was talking about him. She says, you don't know he was going to do anything. You set up a sting operation. And you know what Bow's people said is correct. If you go by the standard they put him in, every one of these fucking arms people sell fucking guns and old it shows and shit should go to prison. But they don't. That's the problem.
I had the guy from $4 and he went to his.
But yeah, a good show. Talk about all yes.
That's main guy Ephraim.
That'd be a good show.
Main guy Ephraim went to prison for a few. He only got 5 years. David got house arrest. But I mean, they were selling.
What did one guy get?
One guy got 5 years. The other guy got house arrest.
Why did one get 5 and one house arrest?
Because the guy who did.
How to be
so the guy basically telling him what to do, and the guy David, who was his partner, he fired him and kicked him out of the company before everyone got taken down, and he didn't pay him a dime.
said the guy did. He was on house arrest. That's arrested. He got arrested. Yeah, he was on house arrest for is that feds? What was the case? Sounds like it was a case. What was the case about? It was about he was David. It's here's the movie. They were using the government's website where you can basically win federal contracts. Oh, that's federal contracts. They won a over 100 million arms contract to supply AK-47 ammo to Iraq, to our government. And they were from Albania. But I guess there was a law that was in place where we are not allowed to buy any sort of transaction with China regarding ammunition. Right, that's guns or anything. Just like Cuba. So they were buying it, and they found out in the process when they got the deal, they got these bullets for a really good price. And they found out one of this fucking ammunition was sourced for. Because it had Chinese markings on it. So there was nothing wrong with the ammo. It was originally sold from China, brought from China to Albania decades ago in another conflict. And so they thought, fuck it, we're just going to repackage it so no one knows it's from China. We're going to fulfill the contract. And hope nothing goes wrong. They were fucking selling all this weapon. They were selling all this ammo to the government. It was being shipped to Iraq. Nothing. All the ammo was firing perfectly. There was nothing going wrong with it. And an investigator in Tampa, I forget the name of the agency he worked for. I remember. Now I'm kind of like. There was a big New York Times article that came out, and they were trying to say look, these guys are breaking the law. They're fucking selling Chinese ammo. Kids, they were in their early 20s when they were doing this. And they weren't hurting anybody. The guy's from the fucking fine. There's nothing wrong with his ammo. We fired all of it. Not one round has been. But Biden could go over there and shake his hand and go to whoever and hang out. So, I was a big supporter of I smashed the commission every fucking show up because they wanted a monopoly. Yes. And here's what got me mad. They were just here 5 minutes down the street. Just here, the Pelican Golfer and Rory and all those guys. And I used to be a big Rory fan. I'm a big fan. I'm just a three-hand. And I golfed a lot of pros. I golfed with Bonams and I golfed with Nicholas. And I'll tell you what, I got so. Here's where I got going. The commissioner didn't really have to. Jay Money, every fucking when he enlisted, fucking write the letters. Survivors of 9/11. He enlisted them to write letters saying you should. He had the survivors of 9/11 calling these players to not go over. And this was a guy from the top guy at PGA. The PGA Tour, Jay Monahan, who's the fucking goddamn commissioner of the PGA Tour. And listen how wrong that is. The PGA Tour had a fucking. I did do that. February or last year, whatever. Is that the one where they interviewed Trump about it, and the protesters were there, and they asked Trump, and Trump was like, "Well, we still haven't gotten to the bottom of 9/11." No, it was about the Khashoggi. Khashoggi there, and it got me saying, buddy, every one of us are doing something with fucking Saudi Arabia with your 401k or whatever the fuck you're doing. There's companies that are invested there, and there's companies that are owned. So stop the fucking hypocrisy. Let's not do it because of fucking one incident. How many fucking people do you think the United States is killing? I see it kill people in prison. I see it all the time. I meant that. I mean, for real. And we had the balls to try to tell these players and do stuff. Independent contract. So they signed. I get what they signed. But fucking this commission. How does he find $52 million the next fucking, next year to get $52 more million into their pocket, into their prize funds? Oh, you just found fucking people. Yeah, they had a monopoly. Rory was fucked. I was a big Rory fan, but I'm not. I see that. school where I did golf. I was sitting at a bench right behind him in Jupiter Hills. And the general manager wanted my book. Right?
So I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's now that they're trying harder now, but they just did a fucking big PGA event right down the street from Pelican, and they did it at they did it at night. Really? So they had the fucking stadium lighting throughout there. I didn't go.
How do you golf with
like 10 grand a ticket? But like
what?
It was at night, and there
10 grand a ticket. Stop. You can't go by that quick.
I don't know.
You can't say
I
that.
don't know. It was in the thousands. Okay.
Thousands enough for a fucking golf ticket to go watch an
Go
event?
watch these guys. Yeah.
They better be giving me blowjobs every hole.
I know.
Hey, no blowjobs.
So they
no fucks.
They're miking up the golfers. It was fucking cool. It was entertaining. And I
get that.
I mean,
I like when they do those events. You know, Brady and the golf.
Yeah.
After. You know, because you see how fucking.
But I wonder if it's like they have competition.
First of all,
better. Competition is good. It makes you have to.
And you know, Liv has done too. They bring people who
Did you want this?
They're doing good things that people are not either. Because golf was a big one when I was younger.
Can I eat
Then
it?
it's come down. Got up with
I
Tyson.
said I can eat it.
Because you're a golfer.
I'm
You're a
trying.
golfer. I get it. Actually, I used to. I never
Oh.
missed a golf. Tournament. I can tell you what I was in '86. Jacket. I mean, that's a moment to me.
Yeah.
Literally.
Damn, I feel myself.
And I loved it, ate it, breathed it. I got so mad I did not. I watched Majors because they did that PGA, and I'm glad no Majors stopped. And I think the world golf story, world golf should come up with a system. I get where they don't want it.
Can I
There's
eat
also
it?
a no cut.
It says I can eat it.
You can do it. But there's no question in my mind that's the Johnson.
Oh.
Yeah.
30. First of all, you know.
Wait, it didn't say consume? Damn, I feel so
Go,
myself.
can you Google that, please? How much is Dustin Johnson PGA earnings? How's this? Dustin's running $5 million. He got $67 million. Phil Mickelson was the highest paid actor. He got $100 million upfront. He got $200 million. Pulling it up. I wanted you to. He got more money to sign with Liv than he got in his whole career. Yeah, and just put up Liv, L-I-V.
They offered Tiger like $1 billion.
Look at this, Dustin Johnson, $35 million with Liv. 1 year, 35. Did you know what every player say?
Find out how much Liv offered Tiger.
Was young guy, I forget his name. Oh, Varner. Harold Varner. Listen, they talked about it. This is my job. Jack Nicklaus, they offered a lot of money. Jack. And you know what Jack Nicklaus is not saying?
See, that's the thing. I wonder what those Liv contracts look like as far as
you mean like
controlling them.
Yeah. I'd like that.
Like you can't say no gay shit. You can't like this. You can't be like.
I have not.
Weird.
They got shorts. Who wear shorts in Liv? Yeah, they changed that rule, and that's the smartest rule they ever made. Why don't they? You know what
they
I
call it? Obviously, we can't speak out against the Saudi Arabian government. I mean,
nobody does that.
There's gotta be some fucking sense.
No, see, see, maybe you government, our government, United States. Oh, fucking less open than him. No way Jay Monahan told anybody. Yes, people are nuts. Yes, absolutely. What do you think black funds are and all that shit? They tell you what they want to tell you. You know, I'll tell you a quick story. Right? The ship, the Jarvis, which is out of Hawaii, 378. That was my second. That's when I the Bering Sea. Well, our job enforced the 200-mile fisheries conservation zone. You know, every country has its fisheries conservation zone of 200 miles. That means any ships in your water, you can check and see if they're taking the right fish. They take the wrong fish, they can find all this shit, whole bunch of shit. So we used to do that. But we used to go Russian. We used to go Peru, go to Japanese. We used to go other countries. I was sitting drinking vodka on a boat with the heavyweight champion. Okay? And the propaganda that we heard about them, and you know, the evil, you know, the fucking Darth Vaders, and everything. Yeah, they have assholes like you, whoever the fuck it is. We had assholes like Trump or this one. Yeah, whoever they are. I mean, not even Trump. I don't think right? Brain dead too. I'm saying is our country, we can't get two fucking other than these guys to run for fucking. I actually like the gay guy. I thought Pete was the best fucking president. Really? 7 languages. He spoke 7 languages. He fucking got there's a major military. He's the only fucking that ran anything. All these fucking congressmen and shit don't shit. He ran the city, he's a mayor. So you can talk about. Anyway, the propaganda. I learned back in the 80s. So I at that point I started. Don't get me wrong, I mean, I love it. But I don't. I've watched too much shit. You know, you see Kamala Harris. She did. I can't stand it. Actually, I had some people say that on the record. You can have seen the service. I didn't. But that bitch, I think that bitch should be shot. You know, now you'd say it offhand, something like that. Let me tell you why. She had evidence and the actual fucking data to release on thousands. Is that fucked up? People understood it for politics. It was bullshit. Exactly right, Danny. It's frustrating.
She's just trying to advance her career. That's the problem. All politicians, all they care about is getting into good graces of people that can make.
Well, politics. I got to get back on Liv because that was a big topic. My question was: have you watched Liv? They have fucking team tournaments set up in charts. Really, Cap picks their team. Dustin Johnson and their team have so much money on their team. See, you know what's made me laugh when a lot of these guys were talking out against Phil. Phil deserved it because he said this is right. Why should he be held back? Everything else. He was right. He was ostracized by a lot of the players that are playing in Live right now. Whether it's Pat, these guys were saying, you know, you shouldn't. You better. They fucking are. They want to monopolize it, and they did. They think they get. Did you know John Rahm, when he was the world's #1 money leader, best person in the sport, he made $7.9 million. You know what Steph Curry made? $40 million.
But he made, yeah, that's from the NBA.
Well, whatever it is, if you take the highest paid of every sport, Rahm went best year, #1 money list, most wins. $7.9 million. Now, don't get me wrong, they had the guy today, last year, the guy made about $18 million. He made a lot of million. What was his name? That's how much I don't watch it. He was a good young guy, came out of nowhere. Not young. Yeah, young. My point is, they were so underpaid. They were so underpaid. He can do all this shit, way of the game. And now you gotta remember this. For the guy that's on trying to get it, even a top 120, and you take $1 billion, it's not much to make when you pay coaches and staff and your taxes and everything. The guy's fucking like me, less. You know what I mean? He's fucking gonna pay if he pays $100,000. Now with a trainer and a fucking swing coach, and another fucking 20%, 30K, makes $500,000 a year. A lot of people make $500,000 a year. That guy's got no family life. He's on the road every fucking day. He's fucking, you know. I know, because I know a lot of guys.
Carry with a dental.
You know, I know a lot of those guys. And And the PGA Tour wouldn't change as well. Like Live changed it to shorts. Every single sport, you look at baseball, and they're coming with a clock this year. You know that? There's a clock. A pitch clock. Football changes all the fucking time.
Baseball's one of the ones that's like, it's not.
Well, it's just a slow game, and that's what they're trying to get a clock on. Because, you know, you go from football or fucking basketball or hockey, and then you talk about baseball, it's like fucking watching paint dry.
Right.
I mean, you know, but every sport.
Look at the big fucking sports talking head shows. Really?
It's show. You're talking about damn baseball shows.
Maybe like for niche audiences, but like the big shows like Undisputed or First Take, never talk about baseball.
No, yes they do. Especially World Series was great.
Maybe they'll mention it like fleetingly, but
they're only from that sport. Like
don't get me wrong. I think baseball's cool. I love baseball. I like watching baseball. I don't watch every game.
I like taking my kids.
Yeah, it's fun.
I used to cut school back in the day.
It's really fun. Like it just seems like it's not American pastime. It's past its time.
I don't know. My brother and I were the first two Yankee school program. Changed it. State. We jumped over the right field wall, the fence, the wall.
Yeah.
And we're $1 bleachers. It's not like a $1. To cut school. That was school. Jump on a train. I overlook kids that were pussies. Fucking school bus. We had fucking city buses. And fucking, we would travel the train. I was working down Manhattan on a fucking train. I remember 1970. I think you can look at 77 blackout. I was 16. And I got subway system. Middle of hall. Fucking middle. I hit under the fucking car. I saw a cab with light on. And you know, I look at that. I know by 77. Oh, Larry's right on, man.
I've never even heard about this.
The whole city went down.
How
look
long?
at me.
The New York City blackout of 1977 was
July 13th, 14th, 2 days, yeah.
New York City blackout 1977 was an electricity blackout that affected most 13th through the 14th, so 2 days.
Yeah.
The only unaffected neighborhood was Southern Queens.
Yep.
Including neighborhoods of the
And also, you could look at
what kind of fuckery happened during those 2 days? I bet you it was the purge.
Oh, go look at, scroll down. I think Co-op City, when I was young, after Co-op City was blacked out. Was Co-op City blacked out during sure. Nope.
They said the only two
No, that's what I think it's wrong. Watch this. Co-op City. They had their own generators. We were watching them where we live. Like,
they had generators?
They had their own electric outside the city.
Right.
It's called Co-op City. Co-op City blacked out. My dates are pretty good. What do you think? You're gonna like that.
You're on that fucking dip. You got a better memory.
When I leave, are you gonna go and
shoot me up with it? Give me a shot?
Yeah, of course. I've shot many people. Look at Co-op City. Oh, there. No, Co-op City is Co-op City. Did Co-op City have electric during the blackout?
You're saying it did.
I said it did. It did. It lit up like a fucking Christmas tree. Did you put that? I just want to see that. I think of my life. I said, I try to. I'll show it on. I'll show it on your. All right, show. Oh.
Holy shit. Line all the way from your ass to the top of your back. That was the microphone stand. No, this. You can't find it. Sorry.
I get on my
Alright, we just did 3 hours.
Okay.
Wrap it up. 3 hours and 15 minutes.
I'm not gonna get you.
1:30.
We started right away. What time do I do? Okay. If you're on air, you're gonna do the thing. You and I. Yes, you're gonna give me some. Okay. And then I always think other guys. My son asked me to get something. What it was. Yeah, I wear your shirt.
Do you really? I got another.
I sent you a picture of me in your shirt.
Oh yeah, you did. You gave me the corn up shirt.
Yeah, that was good. Let me tell you what. Some more. Let me tell you what happened. I was at the airport. You're Larry Lord.
Oh yeah,
he goes. Yeah, he goes. Concrete. Is that another show? Yeah, it's a friend of mine over in St. Peter. Holy shit! And that's when I took the picture because they notice shit like that.
Yeah.
People do. And I owe you. You want to clean this up here?
Yeah, let's wrap
I got something.
Plug your cigars, your YouTube, your podcast, everything.
Plug it. I got any of my videos. First of all, my podcast is the real deal with Larry Lord. Top 1%, 900 But here's the better nothing. We do something no one never ever cut. I have to tell people, you come in here, you want to get canceled on bullshit, say it. Because that's what's going to happen. A friend comes in, I fuck up. Garfield, we made a star, he goes on his drought. He said, oh, you're on Larry's show and shit like that. Look, we got a lot of people, Harry. And so that's the real deal. And that goes on every Monday and Friday. And we literally tape it. It's up. So it's not
every day?
No. Monday and Friday.
Oh, Monday.
Friday. We had some really good. And I had guys like Randy Diaz, CEOs and stuff. Like that. And then my YouTube channel. I still love it. I got something else. I haven't cooked. Get out first. I got something. On the road to Labrador. I'll show you the RV. That, and I got obviously my program, and I speak all over the country with the cigars. The cigars.
We got a website?
Yes. Crooked Diamond.
Diamond.com.
Is it Crooked Diamond? Yeah. Crooked Diamond Cigar.com. Cigar.com. Yeah, we can. And hold up. Is that a great pot right here? And look at it.
Magnetic seal.
That's it. Yeah, that's my cigar. We have 3 sides. We have 4 sides. The Churchill, which is a 7x50. Then we got a 6x50. We got a 5x50 and a
Larry special, the 7x7.
7x6.
7x6 with a smiley face on the tip.
Oh, nobody knows that.
Oh, now you want me to cut out my
You don't want to know anyway. I'm sure if anybody Google my fucking thing, it'll be somewhere, I guarantee. I'm gonna put this right next to the grill.
Take a look.
Yeah, go. I got them on my thing.
I got the Buccaneers ones too.
The porn, of course. Yeah, the porn's the best.
All right, Larry. Thanks again, man.
Thank you. Thanks again. And you gonna come over to see me? Yeah, let's do it. Come over.
Next time there's surf, I'll come over there. I'll have a surf.
Yeah. Okay, good. I'll let you surf. I know a lot of surfers too. And have a great day.
All right. Goodbye, world. Last time you were here, everything acts. Now you're the headline show. You're doing that.
Yeah, man.
You're on the corner.
Yeah, the last one I was definitely I was
explained to you, like I was telling Johnny last week when he was here, like
I will shout out
Johnny, yeah, he said the comedy is so much better than a lot of people because to me at least, when I watch roasts of people,
yeah,
I feel like the main difference, a lot of other guys, I can tell they're trying really, it's obvious that they worked hard on like the shit they're talking about in their bit or whatever. But you, I feel like it feels like you're not even trying. It feels like it just comes natural.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, that's different between somebody. Anybody who does something that makes effort, that's like, it's like natural. Instead of somebody who's not really a natural comedy. It's like, you know the difference in everything. Like somebody practice their like great baseball player.
Yeah. And being able to combine like the discipline and putting in like the hard work, the time into it, as well as having that natural ability. That's what sets people off. Well, 10,000 hours. Yeah. Oh, it's the fucking AC. Oh, yeah. I dubbed it out. Oh, it's not super. I mean, you can think, right?
Yeah, for y'all, I was like,
no, yeah,
I'm real sensitive to noise.
I'll get. Yeah, 10 to 10,000. Is that like a bad roll? That you talked about.
I still have a set that I put there, but like you were looking at comedians in the early days, like a lot of stuff you do in the early days, you do a joke, and then the more you do it, great. It's like nobody else can say it. That's the growth.
You kind of like fall into like this own lane you created, like, kind of like carved out a niche for yourself in a certain style. So you kind of like lean into that harder and harder.
Yeah, once you find your voice, that's what you'll hear a lot of comedians talk about finding your voice on stage, and that's what they do. Like I can go on stage and it's not because I found my voice and I know what it say and what's going to say and what's not. So
Right. Yeah, you definitely know how to.
That's very important, man. Like a lot of people, right? I'm trying to like have a scientific
just be you.
Yeah, just be you.
Yeah. You said you just moved to Austin?
Yeah, I'm out there.
Since Joe moved you down?
He had to get all the best people down there, man. He's creating like a comedy.
Didn't like Duncan move down there too? And a bunch of guys.
So what's the scene like? It's like way bigger than it was before all that.
So the first time I ever went to Austin was shortly after I did the podcast, which was like December 2020.
Yeah.
And Rogan did a couple of shows, and I came down there to do some shows at the time, and then I would hit up a spot, and the scene just wasn't the scene. Like it was just people on stage writing some shit. I mean,
local people and stuff.
Yeah, saying some shit that's like, fuck, bro. I'm like, it's not gonna make me better. Like, if this is the
gonna dumb you down.
Yeah, because I'm like, because then I have to follow a killer. You might have to follow.
You gotta be ready.
You might have to follow a Theo Vine. Like,
oh shit, I'm gonna bring my A game. If these motherfuckers here, fuck this. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So Rogan started doing the residency with a lot with the consecutive. Most every 2 days.
What is that?
Shows at the state.
Okay.
Yeah, so he does a residency at the place by phone. That's a great show. That's for me the best nation, because I don't feel like any comedy club has ever opened a comedy club to focus on. Every comedy club has how we're going to maximize profits. So he's actually opening a comedy club where it's like, you know what I'm saying?
Right, he doesn't have to worry. I mean, you do, but not like, you're not doing it just because you have to.
Yeah.
It's kind of like
that's like his whole like theme,
bro. Like Rogan's so dope, bro. Like I said, I've never seen a comedy club before, but he'll bring us all in. Because like, what do you think about this? What should we do? Like, I have probably that's going to be a historic comedy club. Not like I have been. What do you think about this? What do you think about that? What do you think about this piece? What do you think about having Drake? Like, we should lower the ceiling so it doesn't sound. I have input, you know what I'm saying? So it's like mine. It's taking a while because it's like taking everything. So we have this like, we have this measurement so that the sound stays in the room. So like we were there a few months ago, August. I had this first thing. So either August or September. We'll see. K was in town. So we're consider
just like that.
Yeah. What we gotta do?
That's all that they gotta be.
Yeah. And so he lowered the ceiling. Just
more intimate, maybe.
Yeah, more intimate than the laughter. Like you can afford. You put 250 people in a room. I think one of those people that ever won like 175. You put 250 people in a room. That's built a whole sound and singing it alone.
Yes. That's good he's doing that, bro. You know damn well he didn't do any of that when he set up that red podcast studio. He didn't talk to anybody. He might have talked to one guy. Yo, what should I do to this? Make it look like fucking a red hellscape.
Bro, that's him. Like,
yeah, that was Joe's vision. That was
like,
him built with him.
Like, bro, even when we were, talking about designs, it's like, shiny.
Oh shit,
you know what I'm saying? So it's like, bro, you got money, you know what I'm saying? You got money like that, and like he's real passionate about comedy, but also he's more passionate about the you know what I'm saying?
Experience.
He takes care of all his like, you know what I'm saying? That's why it was easy. This is the racing giving more.
Yeah.
I think I like racing.
Bro, it's so crazy how a lot of the comedians will just fucking turn their backs on people when they get called out for being racist or saying something like anti-Jew shit on the media or whatever.
Yeah, but these comedians will never make it.
Yeah,
these comedians will never make it. Or if they make it, they'll be so good. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, bro, your time's gonna come. Like, there's gonna be a time. It's inevitable. If you're in the spotlight, some shit's gonna come your way. You're gonna have some. You're gonna have some disgruntled bitch. You're gonna have some old employee. You're gonna have something when somebody tries, because America's just a greedy place. So if somebody sees, they try to, slide into the open. It's like, bro, like if a girl is doing, it's like, no, like. Maybe I did talk you into it because that's what guys do.
Yeah.
That's what gets drinks. You know what I'm saying? Like, let me get some fun. Every guy has done that.
Yeah, no doubt.
Every guy has coerced his way into a girl's vagina.
Yeah,
that's what men do.
That's what animals do.
Every guy has. Come on, man. Let me Yeah. Remember something else? Like every guy has done that. Girl want to say he coached me into having sex with me. It could be true. Right. That's the game. That's like life. Every guy gets a bitch out for drinks and hopes that she gets loose and go home and fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like the big difference in me taking you drinks and getting loose versus like popping something with them like Bill Cosby.
Yeah, bro. The crazy thing about that whole show that they tried to cancel him for, what? I don't remember how long ago. Maybe it had to have been over a year ago before the whole thing happened. Recently. Yeah. When he was doing his stand-up routine, he brought it up during his stand-up routine. Like, there's a video out there of me saying an N-word compilation a bunch of times, and he was like, I forget what the joke was. He was like, even I was. Yeah. He's like, even I thought I was racist for a second.
Yeah. Like, bro, hold on. Yeah. Like, I know your heart, though. Like, fucked up, but I know your heart. You know what I'm saying? I know your heart, though. Like, man, you help me take care of my kids, help me establish myself in Austin. So, what? Right. I know this dude's heart. It's a great man. He opened his house, his money, his pockets, and opportunities for me. So, bro, you're
problem because there's just trained and never have trained. Crazy. I know. That's like judging. You don't speak Chinese. Who knows that's fucking winning? I know. They don't understand when someone's on top. Oh, he's on top. I know. But near submission attempts that I think like I always go to the Arman Sorokian fight because I think Oliveira won that fight because Oliveira came close to finishing him twice, and Sorokian stayed on top and he had a lot of control. It was a very close fight, but I think those fucking moments, if 10 is checkmate, he's at 9 twice. That's big, man. Yeah. That you don't want to be there. That guy got you there. He's got a fucking lock. Yeah, you got out of it, but still, that's big, man. That should count. And damage leading up to a KO or that doesn't lead to a KO is very significant in the scorecards. But a submission that doesn't lead up to a submission doesn't count. And I don't understand that. You can't just count damage. You have to count like near falls or near subs.
I agree. Yeah, I mean, if you look at me in a TJ fight, like TJ was limping out of that cage, and I was kind of, like, oh, cool, and I don't think that should count for everything, but like you're saying, like the reason that he was limping out of that cage is because I popped his knee really bad. Like he had to spend the next 18 months making his knee better so that he could fight again, and I was able to fight pretty shortly afterwards. So yeah, there's like if you pop someone's shit really bad, it should count just as much. What do you think about the idea of like for like things that not just like, okay, this person won by a mile, but it's like in kickboxing they do, if you get knocked down in a round, it's automatically a 10-8 round. Do you like that?
But if a guy is tuning you up for like the entire round and you clip and he gets back up and he's still okay, I don't think that's a 10-8 round. I think MMA should be a completely different scoring system than a 10-point must system, because I think we just stole this boxing system, which is a great system for boxing because you only have your hands, you don't even have elbows, right? So think about all the different factors in MMA. We're limited to 10 points. To me, that seems silly. I think it should probably be 10 points for each aspect of the sport. Like, okay, who landed more kicks, who landed more punches, and then calculate all that shit up together. Who landed damage from the top? It should be a comprehensive system. And I think there should be more than 3 judges. When you have like some of them are so crazy. You see like a 5-round split decision, and they gave like 4 judges or 2 out of the 3 judges rather give like 3 out of 5 rounds, and the other person gives them the whole 5 rounds. Like this is too much variability. There's too much weirdness to it, and if you're a fighter, it's MMA because of the win bonus, which also drives me crazy. I think if you had 3 more judges, like you have 6 judges would balance it out. 6 good judges. So the ones that fuck up and make mistakes, they'll be canceled out by the better judges.
We could do like a. That'd be pretty cool, because then you definitely know who was winning that one.
What would you think about a no time limit?
Yeah, no time limit, submission or knockout. Pretty sick, actually. Well, you can probably section that.
Old school UFC.
Yeah,
I mean, it's UFC 1.
Yeah, it wouldn't really. No, I need weight classes. For my career would be good.
Yeah, weight classes, sure, but no time limit. That would be pretty wild.
Yeah, that'd be pretty.
Because like 2 guys are facing off each other, like, and they know, like, there's no rescue every 5 minutes.
And you go into it knowing you're either getting knocked down or submitted, or you're doing that to the other person.
That would be real. But again, the casuals would have a hard time with it because it would probably be a much more moderate pace.
Oh, really?
Or unless someone just tries to go for it right off the bat.
Yeah, and that could be a strategy.
Sure. I mean, it does work. There's so many fights where. Did you see the Azerbaijan fight?
I didn't watch those ones. I watched Curtis's fight and a guy named Muhammad's fight on my team. But
who was it? Mota and the other guy from Azerbaijan. See if you can find him. Salikov. I hadn't seen him fight before.
What weight class was it?
I think it was 45.
They were actually like
it was lightweight. Yeah, Sadikov and Nicholas Mota, Nazim Sadikov and Nicholas Mota, fucking crazy fight, man. It was so good that Dana White gave him double bonuses. But Mota landed a 75 punch combination. Like, I'm not kidding, man. He landed and then Sadikov came back and stopped him.
Oh shit!
It was wild. Like, it was a wild fight. Like a fight like that where 2 guys just fought, and Mota basically Sadikov had fantastic defense, just kept covering and moving, and you get bombed onto the body, into the head. It looked like it was getting close to stop. He comes back. Just taking a deep breath. It was wild.
Yeah. When that strategy works, it works, but when it doesn't,
that's the problem. The blitz sprint. We were talking about Gaethje and golf, and I was golf, and you were like, I don't have time for golf. The thing that happens with golf is it takes so much time and it's so addictive that it's going to take away time from other stuff, no matter what you do. And when you look at a guy, like I always point to Merab because the day after he beat Sean, the first fight, to go talk to him, and he was out running. The day after. Like, that's a guy that does not stop. And that extreme physicality and that extreme endurance, because he is just constantly working, that means something. It counts. If you take months off, you take, like this was the thing that I was thinking about with John Jones. John Jones said he needed 6 months to prepare for Aspinall if he's going to fight Aspinall. So they were trying to make him deal, and then he decided to retire. But it's 6 months because he's not training, like at all. He just doesn't train. Like in between fights, just doesn't train. He used to do that a lot when he was younger too, which is I always thought was crazy.
That is crazy to me. I always saw guys do that, like when I was in my 20s, and I would watch these really big fighters, unless it was a training camp time. I'd be like, fuck that, I'll never be in that way. I don't know, man. That's like a really weird one to me, but I don't want to bash it too bad because I do know a lot of guys that do that.
Like, how did he do that?
I really don't know. I don't know how that works. Like, I want it to make sense in my head that, like, the harder you work, the more shit you get from it, which is, like, true to an extent. But then you have, like, these weird outlier guys. They have something more figured out than ever, but, I mean, that to me is, like, completely unacceptable in my head. Like, I think that I really hate when people say that they want to be something. actions to like actually do that thing that they're saying that they want to be. Get to walk around being like, yeah, I'm gonna be a world champion. I want to be a world champ real bad, and then not do any of the fucking actions. You know, like then I'm just a stupid person. You know.
Well, I think John is just so fucking talented that he can pull that off.
Yeah, probably.
That's the outlier. It's like he was just so good. He was so good. He could do it. He could party and still fuck guys up. Like what he said to Cormier at the press conference for the I beat you when I was on coke.
I mentioned the other day.
This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. Sometimes it can feel like you're carrying the weight of the world on your shoulders, especially it can feel like you have to carry that burden on your own. There's a lot of stigma around men being the provider to keep it all together by themselves, but that's not good for you, your family, or anyone. Did you know that 6 million men suffer from depression every year in the U.S., and it often goes undiagnosed because of these stigmas? Real strength isn't bottling things up inside, though. It's admitting to your faults and doing something to better yourself. A friend, your partner, family, a therapist. Therapy is an excellent tool everyone should utilize. It's a great way to learn more positive coping skills, like how to manage stress, and help you live a more balanced and fulfilling life. BetterHelp is a great place to start that conversation. Judging by the millions of reviews and the 4.9 rating in the App Store, it's helped many people across the globe. Largest online therapy provider in the world, provide access to mental health professionals with a diverse variety of expertise. Talk it out with BetterHelp. Our listeners get 10% off their first month at BetterHelp.com. That's BetterHelp.com/JRE. This is the thing. When guys are that talented, there's so much, like, they're essentially until, you know, like with John, the first Gustafsson fight, which by all accounts he didn't train.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Barely trained for that fight. Barely trained. Just partying.
Yeah.
And pulled it off in the last rounds, which was really crazy. Then comes back in the second an hour tree and just destroys him. Just runs right through him.
Which god does he worship?
No, right? Well, I think it's just genetics. There's, an old specimen, and then he's got a great fighting. You can't discount his in-cage IQ because it's fucking phenomenal.
I do think two people have different wired brains too, where some people need for them to. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know how it works. I spend a lot of time thinking about it. I don't. On the other end, where it's like myself to this thing. I would hope that I get it one day. But then I know a lot of guys that are really successful that are just like, nah, man, I need off time. Yeah, that to me is comfortable. But I don't like chilling. You know, like me and my wife were just in Maui a couple of weeks ago. It's like the first vacation for 7 like since I was a kid, probably. I got a little stir crazy. I kind of liked it though, but like a piece of me liked just completely being like, oh, my home, my like life doesn't exist back there. So I liked it a little bit in that, but I didn't like the feeling of being completely like turning my nervous system off completely. That was like weird to me. I like being like a little stressed out and something going a little bit all the time. It kind of just makes me feel like, I don't know, but I didn't really like that feeling. I was kind of ready to come. I didn't like that I liked it. It'd be like if I started playing golf. And I was like, oh shit, this is fun. And then I gotta like do that more and more. I don't really want to get addicted to relaxing either.
Well, the golf thing is a 6-hour plus thing. That's your day. Jamie, you're whacking. Like Jamie's got a simulator out there, so he's whacking balls every day. He gets in your blood. But the thing about like relaxing, about vacations is that at the end I'm ready to go to work. Like when I'm done, when it's like day, if I'm on an 8-day vacation, it's day 7. I'm like, I can't fucking wait to get back to work. I can't wait to get shit going. You know,
when I was out there, I was like I can stay here forever. I was like, I'll stay. I was like, wait, can we afford this? I was like, let's just stay here.
Isn't that? It's a weird thing, right? Like when you're
training really hard all the time. You have this like momentum in your head of improvement path. You're in the process, you know, and you're feeling that. And when that gets disrupted, when guys get injured and they have to come back, or they get sick and they have to come back, there's like, you gotta like rebuild that momentum and get it going again. So it's like a part of your mind. Time to go.
Yeah, I'm pretty with like the process of like having to kick back into camp, you know, and I do realize that it takes me about 2 weeks to get like, all right, this is my normal life again, you know, with camp, and I really like fighting more than real life is what I say, just because it's like organized. I know what I'm doing. I don't got to think about stuff. I'm not traveling places. People like traveling. I hate traveling. It makes me feel like my life is moving on fast forward, which I don't really like. I like feeling, I feel most alive when I'm in a routine and I have time to myself and I can sit and kind of reflect and all of that shit. But yeah,
what is the difference between your training, like regular training, and then training once you get into camp? How much, like, what is a normal day when you're not in camp for you?
It's all the exact same. I'm just less competitive when I'm outside of camp. I'm like beat to shit, dead tired. I'll miss a practice, but that's really the only time that I'll miss practice. In camp, I won't miss unless I have like a 2-week rule where if I'm like dragging really bad, I'll make myself go for another weeks until I'm like, okay, I really need a rest, you know. And then so I'll do that in camp. Outside of camp is pretty exact same. I've been traveling a lot, which I really don't, just because again, like I don't really feel like I'm alive. I feel like I'm like fast forwarding through a bunch of stuff. But it's been like useful stuff, like seeing family and then like me and my wife going on our honeymoon or whatever. So it's like normal life shit that I guess I gotta check in and do every once in a while. But if it were up to me, it would just be like training camp all of the time. Just because it's easy. It's fun, it's easy. I go to the gym, I do my hard workouts, I'm competitive as fuck, I get to get that out of me, and then I just hang with my friends for an hour afterwards.
When you say you're less competitive when you're just normal training, is that conscious? Like, do you just and why do this?
I do that because I can't, I think that if I'm not, a lot of camp for me is getting better at figuring out how to win. It's not like I think that practicing winning is just as important. So a lot of my camps will be developing those skills, but then like the last, it's just I need to focus on winning, regardless of who it's or whatever. I'm not like practicing a certain technique or doing anything like that. It's just
to win that round.
Exactly. Yeah. Because that's an important skill to build.
And when you're less competitive, when you're just training and you're not in camp, you'll try things, be a little more playful, try to like sort stuff, try new skills.
And I'm definitely not sparring hard as fuck like I do in camp too. Like I won't do that. It's been giving me a bunch of rounds in my camps. He has a fight coming up, if him a good one, you know. But no, outside camp, like just less competitive. I don't show up as early and get my mind right before. When I'm in camp, every single sparring session that I do, I try to put myself in the locker room while I'm warming up. I think that's like, I've had a lot of success doing that. Just making my body make good decisions for elevated high intensity state. Definitely won't do that outside camp because that's a lot of energy.
So you visualize the walkout, visualize the octagon, all that?
Essentially, so I don't do as much of, I more so go off a feel a little bit more now, where I'll be like, I need to do this today because I know that I really don't want, or I'll be like, okay, this day, for whatever reason, I'm really distracted. I'll do a little bit more visualization, mindful stuff, or whatever, because every day is different sparring. Where some days you're good to go right off the bat, and then other days you're dragging, that I make sure that I'm like, I'll be like, okay, fucking visualize because you're about, and I'll put myself in that state twice a week, which is has helped a lot.
I know for a while you were organizing your whole camp, right?
Yeah.
Are you still doing that?
anymore. That has actually been like a super significant, one, my life getting a lot better, and then two, I think that I think it's fights. For a really long time, for a lot of reasons, I was like really micromanaging over my stuff. When people do things for me, like I kind of like live in a way where everything is my responsibility. Fuck up, it was like on me regardless of what happens, which is like a fine, isn't realistic either. But that's just kind of the way that I am, just the way that it was kind of like take care of me type of thing, you know. And if I'm messing stuff up, it's on me. So I was like that for a really long time. After the Umar fight, where I realized the way I got of myself in that fight, also overdoing it from insecurity a little bit. That was my first camp with Trevor too. Trevor's a phenomenal coach. I've known him for a lot of years. There's no reason to doubt any of what he has going on, or my other coach Carrington Banks, or anyone really. But because I kind of have this mind, or did used to have this mindset, it was, hey man, like manage, like make sure everyone's doing their work. Like after that Umar fight, I was like, all right, fuck it, guys. Like I messed that one up. I felt like, because I was trying to manage you over this thing, I started getting outside of myself. And the reason that I did that wasn't necessarily because I'm professionals now, and coaching a professional is different than coaching it. It's like it feels like a lot more responsibility. And I realized what was happening when I would try to help these couple guys that I was trying to help. They are too close to it, the same way that I'm sure you get too close to you're too close to it sometimes, where you don't really perspective that is like true and real, because you're so locked into what it is that you're doing. I really big time realized that was a thing in my other guys. So when I would try to help them, and they'd be like, hey man, like I don't know, like they kind of get a little bit argumentative.
What about this?
I'd be like, you can keep doing that, but I'm 1,000% this, you know, but do your own thing. And I started to realize, like, oh fuck, that's what I do all the time. Like I was like, fuck, dude, I gotta stop being argumentative and just shut the fuck up and listen if I really trust these guys. So I started doing that, and it made it changed so much. I forgot who you fucking asked. Yeah, Figgy. Yeah.
So that's essentially the same position you got in with TJ, right?
Yeah.
That's like this is all Ryan Hall stuff, right? And so you're putting him in a position where if he doesn't know what you're doing and he tries to get out of it.
Yep, essentially. I do 50 a lot because, one, I get to learn it from the guy who essentially invented it and is the best at it in the world. Can beat me at 50-50 are guys that train at 50-50. And so it's kind of feels like 50-50, the position and spots in general, if you really know how to are a spot that you can pull people into and have them be completely lost.
Because they have to think, what do I do now? And you're already moving.
It's super neat. Too. Like understanding the position is almost a little bit in wrestling, where it's like, okay, cool. If this guy's gonna just wrestle with me, great. But if this guy has good throws, that changes a lot of the way that I hold people into these really niche spots where I know that I'm gonna win them. So 50 of those, it's kind of like what jiu-jitsu used to be a little bit before people have started to understand jiu-jitsu. But now people do. So you don't really get to like catch people in guillotines or whatever, but 50-50 and a lot of the leg locks and a lot of stuff that Ryan teaches me and does is so niche that like you would need an absolute expert to understand it, and I like get the fortune of having that.
Yeah, that's awesome. He's so fucking smart too. So like his analysis of jiu-jitsu, different positions, it's really exciting to watch. Is he fighting? You know, he's had like 9 surgeries.
That's crazy. Yeah, it's like closer to 1,000, but yeah, he's doing good. I hope that he does.
Why is he having all this? What's going on?
I think it's just one of those things where like you let one thing go and then another thing breaks and then another thing breaks and you kind of like are taping yourself back together and then one day you wake up and you're like, shit, I gotta like take care of this.
What are the surgeries that he had?
I'm not sure specifically, but you name it, he's had it. Like there's a couple knee ones, a couple ones. After a certain point. But yeah, I think that he's kind of coming back. Ryan, more than anything, I'm like a super conceptual thinker. Like I don't really like details. Like I don't remember names of stuff.
19 general anesthesia. First of all, that is so bad. That is so bad. Can you go into general 19? Can you go back up there? What says there? It says tearing his ACL the following years, many surgeries, jiu-jitsu specialist wasn't out of the woods just yet. That is so crazy. Okay, so he had to fix a plantar plate, so that's his foot. Got fallen on again, had to have a tightrope surgery, the one that Pat Mahomes got and a lot of other people have had. I don't know what that one is. Do you know what that is? Tightrope surgery? No idea. ACL got infected, had a septic arthritis. Tightrope is actually allergic to the hardware they put in me. So he had to have that redone. Boy, came to injuries. He said completely bulletproof for 15 years until his training camp for hip right before the fight.
Tightrope is used to stabilize ankle.
Wow, that is crazy. Yeah, he said more than half the surgeries are ones where, oops, we screwed up. Let's do that again. Elbow surgeries and 5 knee surgeries. Holy shit. Holy shit.
Yeah, I don't like taking the medication ever, so that would probably really bother me having to be under that much. It would bother me.
Hotels in Vegas may be booked solid this weekend, but there's one vacancy left to be filled. 17. A new lightweight champ will be crowned. Grab your own crown at DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the UFC. Topuria takes on Oliveira to fill the vacant men's lightweight title, and Alexandre Pantoja defends his flyweight belt against Kai Kara France in the co-main event. Who are you taking? First time betting on UFC at DraftKings? Simple, like a fighter to win, and your pick. It's if you're new to DraftKings, check this out. At $5, we'll get 150 instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use the code Rogan. That's new customers to get $150 in bonus when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings, the crown is yours.
Gambler in New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help gambling, call 888-789 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over, age and eligibility vary. In Ontario, new customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see bkng.co/audio.
General anesthesia is very bad for you.
It's kind of scary.
Yeah, it makes fucking scary.
I've only had a couple surgeries. How many surgeries have you had? Like under the knife, like had to go under.
Knee surgeries, the knife. I think those are the only general anesthesia ones that I've had.
It's kind of, I've only had to do it for my elbow when I tore my tricep.
You tore that shit off alone, right?
Yeah, it was pretty fucked up.
But you still won the fight.
That was like a whole fucking thing, though. I got bursitis in that elbow because foot bones and shit in there. So every time I've gotten bursitis, I've got really bad staph infections in it. Yeah, because I mean, you got to think of fluid in your body, and then when you're still in the gym training, it gets like in your bloodstream or whatever. It just
wasn't that what happened to Ben Affleck, a staph infection that turned into pneumonia?
Oh, really? I don't know.
Is he doing okay? He needs a lung transplant.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, he had, I think they call it necrotic pneumonia. So essentially, it was rotting holes in his lung tissue. So they had to put him on a ventilator, and apparently one of his lungs is just gone, and they have to replace it, which is That's so crazy because then you have to be on medication for your entire life because your body wants to reject the lung because it's not your lung. So you have to take these immunosuppressant. So now your immune system is severely suppressed. Immunosuppressant drugs in order. So I have a friend who had a heart transplant because of it. It's like you're always worried about getting sick because your immune system is very compromised. And that's going to change. My God, he's still in a medically induced coma, I believe. I think he's out of the coma now. Like he looks at people and he can kind of. But I mean, this is all going on for many weeks now. As he was feeling like shit and he didn't know how bad it was, and he went to a Bitcoin. He traveled, and then it got real bad. So this is serious.
So is the staph trying to hit inside of his lung?
Can you see me find it started with a staph infection?
Like it would really hurt. Staph infections by themselves hurt really in your lungs where you're breathing into.
I don't think enough people pay attention to staph. I mean, how many guys fight and they're on antibiotics? It happens all the time. Marab. Like when Marab fought Shin, he was on antibiotics when he fought.
So did the type of antibiotic that I read, unfortunately, but the reason I tore my tricep was because that antibiotic made my leg super shitty. Because, dude, tear my tricep. I'm pretty sure it happened when he was cool. Dude, that shouldn't happen.
Right.
Maybe definitely not tear my tricep. Right. That's when it happened, and then I was out about, that shouldn't happen, and then when I read into it a little bit, they told me that specific antibiotic, it doesn't mess with your respiratory stuff, like your conditioning as much, but it makes your ligaments just really not good.
No, that's terrible.
I know.
You have to fight.
Yeah, I know. Last camp I didn't get one, dude. I was so happy.
How many times did you get staph?
Not too many times, but really bad. I was on 7 days or something immediately. I was on it for 2 more weeks, and then I got over the fight. So I was essentially on it for a month, which sucks. And then against Umar, I got it really bad and super bad. Where I'm not a crazy anxious person, dude, but I finally got to experience what it was like to attack because I was in Virginia training, got it. I was like, something's up with my knee. It hurt really bad. This was probably a month fight, maybe a little bit before that, 5 weeks or so. I got a really bad knee infection. I started taking the antibiotics, but they told me, hey man, if this doesn't get better, if you start taking these antibiotics and tomorrow it's not better, we need you to come in, we're going to cut your knee open and clean it, because that's how they take care of it. And sure, I was like, I'm not coming back here, I'm going to take these antibiotics.
You can't fight.
And then I can't fight. So, shitty situation, but just pretty much really bad, maybe 3 times.
3 times.
Yeah, 3 times, maybe pretty bad.
The scary thing, because it fucking kills people.
Yeah, it does.
Staph gets systemic, you can die.
Dude, that's why I think I freaked with my knee, is because I'm dead and
so it's like if
I could just set the phone next. I was like, hey, until you get home,
He was like, he looked at Jada.
I'm kind of afraid I'm about to die.
Whoa.
Yeah, it was really, it got really scary.
Was it swollen? Was it so it's external?
It was super swollen. Yeah, it was in an abrasion one. It was inside. Yeah. Wow, it wasn't good. But I remember every time I've taken antibiotics with the staph net, it gets really painful and a lot worse for the first few hours when the antibiotics kick in and start killing it. It starts to get better, but the first couple of hours is kind of scary. So when I first started taking the antibiotics, that's when I called my wife. I take a lot of medicine. If I take an ibuprofen, I will feel that shit working through my entire body. And yeah, so I took the antibiotics and I started to feel it through my body, and I was like, this is scary. And I was like, hey, till you get home, I'm afraid I'm about to pass out and die here. And that's fucking terrifying. I didn't want to go to the doc and then get cut open and not be able to. It got canceled and shit. So I was like, Yeah, I know. We're always put in tough spots.
I know, but it's like sometimes you have to cancel a fight. And I know nobody likes to hear that, but it's still different than boxing. Boxing, you get so few fight cancellations. You know, it's much less. But when you're wrestling, when you're grappling, you're constantly getting kicked and punched, and you're doing so many different things. The odds of you getting injured are so much higher. We got staff for a fucking year. Like, that's why his stomach is all fucked up. Gordon Ryan was on antibiotics for a year, and his internal gut bacteria, his flora, is just torched. He's just a mess. Damn, he can't keep food down. He has this like constant fight or flight reaction in his all the time, and he's going through training grappling matches against the best in the world. That's how good he is. Like with staff for 12 years, 12 months, and then on top of that, this lingering stomach thing because of that no doctor seems to figure out. They can't fix it. He's gone to like they've given him a bunch of different shit. He's tried peptides, this and that. You get a little bit of improvement. Heart again comes back.
Yeah. There's probably some like old lady to cure that shit. Just eat this.
Stupid. I told him try like a 7-day fast. Try something that you like. Yeah.
You're like over there on the Chinese diet.
He's got something, but I would think like a fast where you just I feel like your gut reset. Yeah. I don't know. Do you do that? No. Yeah. I've done a day. Yeah. I've never done like the long one. Dana just did a long one. He did like 3 days. He said it was awesome. He said by the end of it, you feel fucking amazing.
Yeah, I did the 3-day one, and I was like, fuck, dude, I was just hungry for 3 days. I don't feel like you're at all.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's variable.
The one thing that I'm really big on is I like won't fuck with, like, I'm really in touch with what's going on usually with, like, my body and stuff. I'm really big, like, doesn't get talked about more, but, like, digestive, like, things that mess up my digestive system, I don't mess with bread, pizzas, too much cheese, stuff like that. Like, it is, dude. Every time I eat pizza,
it's not even pizza. It's American pizza. It's our wheat. Our wheat is poison. It really is. It's sprayed with folic acid. It's fucking all the nutrients are pulled out of it. There's glyphosate in the wheat. It's like, that's what's really going on. It's also a re-engineered wheat, so it's got more gluten, it's more complex gluten, so it's got a higher yield per acre. So your body's like, what is this? It causes all this inflammation. When I go to Italy, I eat pizza over there. I eat a whole pizza. I feel great.
Oh, really? You can shit.
Oh, the next day I feel great. I never have a problem shitting. But I do feel bloated. Like I get my gut swells. Like I'll eat a giant bowl of spaghetti or something like that, and then I look like I'm pregnant.
Yeah.
I feel so tired. Just like I got shot with a tranquilizer dart. Like, but I'm so dumb. I keep going back.
I know, dude. It's hard not to.
It's so delicious. Like I see, okay, we're going. But I know what I'm getting into when I do it.
I actually don't get like that in relationship with food now, where that shit is just fuel to me, kind of. When weight, I get cravings, but right now, I'm like just kind of good, not hungry, not like overdoing it and stuff. I don't really feel like I get too many cravings.
Do you have a nutritionist?
I use a nutritionist inside my camp.
What's an average meal for you?
I wish that I actually gave a shit, so more helpful. There's 2 things I really don't care: conditioning and nutrition. I'm like, just tell me. Don't explain it to me. Just make me do it. That thing. But it's actually a lot more food than what you think, and I can lose a lot of weight when she has me do it. She do it. It's more so a lot of carbs, more towards the end, like before, because I really don't sleep good usually when I'm really training a lot. My nervous system is like not ever down. Usually won't sleep well, so I'll eat like a big bowl of oatmeal at night. What I will say though that I would big time recommend to fighters and stuff is after hard workouts with like some electrolytes. If you have multiple workouts in a day, that's a giant game changer. Because there's a little bit of a window from my understanding. I don't really know how this shit works, but there's a little bit of a window where it's like 20 to 45 minutes after you're done working, where your body will just take sugar and put it back into your muscles. Right. And so I'll drink a shitload of sugar after like really hard workouts, like really hard sparring sessions, like 50, 60 is insane, but
not when you're training that hard.
Yeah, not when you're training that hard.
Floyd Mayweather drinks soda.
Yeah.
He'll drink a Coca-Cola after training.
And it's probably good for you.
If you train hard, like it's not like, people if you're just drinking soda. But if you're fucking running marathons or something crazy, really exhausting, it's really good for you right after a workout.
Yeah, definitely. Especially if you have multiple workouts. Like that's one big thing that she does that I added in. In the morning, it's like a pretty balanced thing. That no carbs. It's like nothing like that. It's like pretty balanced. It's a lot of protein.
What's the sources? Protein.
I drink a lot of protein shakes. I get it. I'm like a part owner in this company called Vegan, so I just get like a shitload of protein for free, pretty much.
It's like pea protein, so it's vegan protein.
It's vegan protein. The other ones kind of mess up my stomach a little bit. Like, just the ones that are made out of like milk and
like whey.
Yeah,
whey makes you fart like crazy.
Yeah, those ones. Because if I take something, I almost immediately know if it's gonna mess with my digestive system, and I can't be having that while I'm like rolling around.
Protein bars like Peter and Tia has this great protein bar called David. They're fucking so delicious. But whenever I eat one, I have to like go outside. Because my farts are so bad. You want to be in the house. I know within them, they're delicious. It's low calorie, high protein. I think it's like a small bar. It's like 30 grams of protein. But whatever. Fuck this. What is this? It's just, I generally think that anything that does that to you, it just can't be good for you. So I'd rather just eat a piece of steak or something like that. It's better for you.
Outside, but I also have different cravings. Outside of camp, I'll do a little bit more fruits and stuff like that instead of potatoes or whatever.
You don't eat fruits when you're in camp?
I still do, but it's not as much as you think. Like, it's like maybe a cup or two a day. I'll do that. It's not a ton of vegetables, but it's like specific vegetables because I've been getting a lot of staph. It's like ones that counteract like staph stuff.
Do you like take fermented stuff like kimchi and things along those lines?
That's a piece of it. Fermented stuff is good. It's like a decent amount of garlic stuff, like turmeric stuff.
Garlic, apparently, there was a study that was done with garlic with like external staph infections, and it's as effective or more effective than antibiotics.
Yeah, I believe that.
Yeah, garlic fucking kills everything. There's a reason why, like, a lot of people use it in their food. A lot of cultures use it.
So, dude, when I got that the knee infection staph, I was like, all right, I'm just gonna try to kill this with a bunch of garlic. And dude, I was taking like 10 or 15. Dude, I was taking like 10 or 15 garlic pills, like the high potency ones. Dude, after about 2 days of that, I shit out every shit inside my body that ever existed. The ones that were up in the ass, all of it came out. I was like, oh, a little hack there, you know? So maybe you don't have to fast for 3 days. You can just fucking eat a bunch of garlic and shit everything out.
Why didn't you go with the pills and not the cloves? It's more convenient. Yeah. You could no, just eat raw because it feels like you're doing something. If I'm not feeling good, I'll eat raw cloves, like 3 or 4 cloves, and then your body's like, whoa.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They don't give you indigestion and stuff.
A little bit, maybe. But really, what it does is like it feels like you just took it. It feels like you took a medicine.
Really?
Yeah.
How many you eat?
3, 4. Yeah.
I'll try that.
Fat cloves. Like while you're eating.
I'll try that. Yeah, I'll try that.
But I mean, ancient medicine, like people have been taking garlic with taste. 1,000-year-old onion and garlic eye remedy kills MRSA. 1,000 years old. Whoa, look at that cool ass recipe right there. Look at that cool language. What is that language? Wow. Look how wild that language is. Maybe some draw some English, I guess. So astonished to find an almost complete
methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus. Staphylococcus aureus, otherwise known as MRSA. The National Microbiology Conference, the Rabbi Rothschild Leech Book, an Old English manuscript containing instructions on various tree library. Isn't that wild, man? It works that like people have been doing for thousands of years, but people dismiss it as being voodoo.
Yeah. You know what else is